Hello, everyone, and welcome to another edition of Mormon Stories podcast. I'm your host, John DeLynn. It's August 27th, 2024, and we have a super cool interview for you today. We found someone who, just in the past few weeks or months, was recently serving as a temple worker in the LDS Church, as a Relief Society presidency member, and just recently, almost in the past few weeks, has sort of reached this crisis point where they're trying to figure out what to do. And it involves, growing up in Utah. It involves serving a mission, and it's someone kind of in the Gen Z millennial kind of time frame. So it's just, if you want to know why 20-somethings are leaving the Mormon Church in 2024, devout Mormons, we couldn't pick, I think, a better guest for today. Her name is Michelle Clyde. Hey, Michelle, welcome.
Hello.
And what did I get right or wrong about my description of you? You're still active in the church, right?
Well, I would call myself a once-a-month PMO, but like you said, it's been 2 or 3 months. So
Since what?
Since I'm deciding that I don't believe anymore.
So 3 months ago, what was your status with the church?
3 months ago, I was still totally in.
Meaning, and you were in a Relief Study presidency?
I was in Relief Study presidency. I was a temple worker.
And this is in Utah County, right?
This is in Provo.
Okay.
So, as all in as you can get,
Yeah.
with some exceptions. I don't have kids yet, which is
Yeah.
but yeah, as all in as you can get, and trying to make it work so hard, and it just kind of reaches a point where it can't work anymore.
And you're still in the process of figuring out what you're going to do, right?
Yeah.
Tell people what PMO means.
So PMO means physically and mentally out. So you have recognized that you don't believe in the doctrines, but there might be some things that you find are a benefit to your life. So there's partial participation in some ways, which I think you'd be surprised how many people are probably in that situation and you just don't know it. There's probably a lot of congregations where there's a majority of people who are in that situation.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And if that weren't cool enough, it's also your birthday.
Yes, it is.
Happy birthday.
So I said it's a symbolic rebirth today because it's my golden birthday. So I'm turning 27 on the 27th. And it's this is a new chapter, a rebirth into kind of the next step of my life. So it's a good time.
And I'll just say, a lot of people are like, John, we just want normal interviews of normal Mormons. We don't need celebrities here. And as far as I know, you're not a celebrity. Is that right? Okay. Although you are an artist, which is probably...
I am an artist. I hope to be famous someday for my art. But we're in the process of that. Yeah.
All right. And if all that weren't enough, we also have Margie with us. Hey, Margie.
Hello.
It's good to have you.
Yes, good to be here.
All right. Okay, so this is going to be amazing. Buckle up. Michelle, as we told you, we wanted to start, especially because I don't even think your parents yet know you're doing this interview. It's probably be a surprise to them.
No, I've told 3 people, so it might be a bit of a surprise, but I'm ready to handle that when it comes.
Yeah. Yep.
So we wanted to give you a chance, as we do with everyone, to kind of state an intention. Why would a PMO in Provo, recently in the Relief Study presidency and a recent temple worker, why would she ever want to come on Mormon Stories, especially right in the middle of kind of their faith journey deconstruction?
Yeah. It's funny because the word crisis or deconstruction, I don't really feel like I'm crumbling. I don't feel like I'm falling apart.
Yeah. Some people hate that term.
Yeah. It just feels like I'm moving on in some ways. I wanted to be on the show because one thing I find that my story is kind of interesting because I told you that I was a temple worker. I was literally listening to Mormon Stories episodes on my way to the temple. That is some major...
Wait a minute. You're going to do a temple work.
Which is a 5-hour, time at the temple. And I'm in my car listening to Mormon Stories. So there was some obvious compartmentalization going on.
Now in Provo, that's a short drive, right?
Yeah. I mean, it was a 10-minute drive, but
The juxtaposition.
The juxtaposition is interesting. I feel it's very recent. And when I started listening to Mormon Stories, I only really listened to stories from regular people. I just found that, especially listening to women, everybody wants to feel like they're not alone. And when you can hear somebody echoing something that maybe you've been keeping inside, a thought you've been keeping inside, you're like, me too. That's how I've been feeling. And so when I would hear some stories and I would resonate with some things, I thought, that makes me feel so good that I'm not alone. And so if I can share some things that, like, especially people who are, I'm a cusper, I'm a zillennial is what I say, because I don't quite fit into either, but I'm young and it feels very current for what I went through. And I think a lot of people are going through that. And so if anybody can relate to anything I'm saying, then I feel that that's great. I could help somebody feel that they're not alone.
Beautiful.
Can I ask you right off, just because you brought it up, if there are any interviews that kind of stick out in your mind in particular that made you feel less alone, since you brought it up?
That's putting her on the spot, but it's also
Yeah,
a great
I mean,
question. It's a great question. Yeah.
I've listened to so many Mormon stories the past 3 months. Like, you wouldn't believe how many I've listened to. But I did really love Liz Lamson's episode because she's an artist and I'm an artist. And I just love her creative style. And yeah, just like I really resonated with trying really hard to do what you were supposed to do and it just not working.
But did you bring costume changes?
I didn't, but I did bring some journals because as anyone knows who has grown up in the church, journaling is very encouraged because family history, posterity, right? But will my posterity be embarrassed by what I wrote in my journals? I don't know, but I thought I would share some interesting entries today. So.
That's great. I can't wait. Okay, well, let's dig in. I'm guessing you've got pioneer ancestry.
Yeah.
But let's just go to your parents. Tell us real quickly, and anything you want to just generically about your parents' background, how they met, and what the context of your early family was like.
Yeah, so I definitely have pioneer heritage. My mom grew up in California, met my dad at BYU. I think they were living at the Riviera, which
probably
I guess,
the same time I was there, I'm guessing.
You guys could probably be my parents. I'm sure I'm a similar age to some of your kids. But my mom was engaged at 19, married at 20. Very young, and then they 2 years later had their first child. And my dad grew up in Springville, Utah, and that's where I grew up. Which Springville seems like it's kind of an epicenter of some weirdness.
Kind of hopping.
Which I actually didn't know because I wasn't aware of these things until like this year, basically. Of like Ruby Frankie, who's from Springville, right? Yep. And then who else? What's his name?
Chad Daybell?
Chad Daybell was living in Springville. I'm what is going on with Springville?
Yeah.
It just seemed like
something in the water.
Just seemed like a quaint, nice town when I was growing up there.
Yeah.
But
Yep. There's always that weird stuff under the surface of those bucolic towns.
Yeah, which I kind of realized, like my childhood seemed quite idyllic. I think I come from a privileged household. Parents are both married, kind of lovely, 5 kids in the family, and just seemed like everything's quite idyllic. But as I'm looking back, I'm like, oh, there are some things that showed a little bit of cracks in the snow globe, in the perfect little snow globe, which I think, Utah Valley, we'd call it Happy Valley, because it seems like there's more of a concentration of very devout membership, more so than Salt Lake, which is kind of funny that it used to be the epicenter of Mormonism, and now it's kind of gone down. But
gone south.
When I was a kid, I sort of thought that everybody was Mormon when I was really little, and my across the street neighbors weren't. I think they were Christian of some other denomination, and I remember playing with my friend and just kind of like realizing that she wasn't Mormon. My brain was like, wait a minute, like there's other things in the universe. Like when you're a small child, you only really have such a narrow view. Yeah. And so I came from that in the very beginning. Everybody, I thought every household in our entire neighborhood was Mormon, but they weren't. But another thing that's interesting that I'm looking back on is that this is a thing that's kind of going throughout Utah, is like there's prescription drug problems in Utah. Yeah. This is a really crazy story, but when my family went to church one day, my older brother, who is like 6 years older than me, he was old enough that he could stay home sick at church. So maybe he was like 10 or 12 or something like that. We went to church and we came back and he said, oh, your friend was here. And we're like, what are you talking about? While he was upstairs in bed, he heard some sounds and he came downstairs and there was a man in a white shirt and tie standing on a chair rifling through our medicine cabinet. And my brother's like, who are you? And the man said, "Oh, your parents told me to come get some medicine."
Oh my goodness.
And anyway, my brother believed it because in that type of neighborhood, like we often didn't lock our doors. Like it just felt, very safe. But so he was looking for prescription drugs.
Wow.
And only recently, my mom also told me that someone I know, who is a middle-aged woman that used to live in our neighborhood, like tricked my mom into giving her some painkillers.
Yeah.
Like she told her, "Oh, I ran out of mine. I just need some." And then my mom is that type of person who's always wanting to help anybody.
Yeah.
And so she gave her some that we'd had. And then she found out from another ward member that person was asking other people.
Yeah.
And so it kind of came to her like, "Oh, I'm so dumb that I gave her those." But yeah, it's like there was some prescription drug problems going on, I guess, and I didn't know that as a child, but then it kind of comes to me later.
Yeah. My understanding is whether it's high rates of depression among women, prescription drug abuse, pornography prevalence, and again, we covered plastic surgery 3 to 5 times the national average. Like Utah's got some intense things going on.
I just listened to your plastic surgery episode, and a lot of people don't know this about me, but I actually, when I was 12, had my ears pinned by a plastic surgeon. I used to have really big, wide ears, and my mom knew that was something that I was self-conscious of, and so she's said, "Would you like to get that done?" So even like people you don't know might have had some type of plastic surgery.
Yeah.
It is big in Utah. So
We're one of the 12%. But,
Yeah.
Obviously you can watch the episode, but like overwhelmingly people who experience plastic surgery or cosmetic surgery said it was really helpful to them. That was one of the findings.
For me,
Yeah.
a lot of people wouldn't think of that as being plastic surgery, but, it was something I was very self-conscious of as a child, teased about, Dumbo. And so to get my ears pinned back, and now they just kind of look like anyone's would, a lot of people would never guess. And so it's kind of like you never know what somebody's done just by looking at them.
Yeah, beautiful. Okay, so 5 total children. You're one of 5.
Yes.
In Springville with faithful parents.
Yes, we definitely did, church every Sunday, family home evening every Monday. I'm sure there were some times we didn't, but, my mom was the type of person who wanted to do everything right, which I think rubbed off on me. We did family scripture study when we could, went to girls' camp, all the church activities, Mutual. Mutual is an activity that age 12 to 18 go to every Wednesday. So as a child, you kind of get used to that norm. But now when I think about it, it's like it's definitely high demand. There is so many things that, especially if you have 5 kids, for every single one of them to participate in all these things, let alone scouting. Like my brothers all, my mom labored for them to get their Eagle Scout, even if they wanted to or not, right?
Yeah.
Right.
So she definitely wanted all of us to do everything we were supposed to do. And that was a lot of labor.
And I'm guessing your parents had decent level callings in the ward growing up, maybe.
I don't remember growing up. I think my dad was like is that called a high councilman? They go to other wards.
Stake high councilman?
Yeah.
That's a
He was
high
a
level
clerk
calling.
once.
Yeah.
My mom is actually a Relief Society president right now, and she's extremely tired. Like you can tell it's wearing at her. And she does hear this. I'll just say, keep going. She knows the date that she's done. She's counted down because it's a lot of work. I don't think the average member of a ward realizes how much work a Relief Society president does. Probably more than, besides maybe the bishop.
Yeah.
I mean, it is a lot. So.
All right. So what touch points in your childhood and adolescence do you think really play into your story?
So my personality as a child, I think I was easily influenced. So if a friend liked something, I would get really into it. Or if a boy that I had a crush on liked a certain kind of music, I would get really into it. So I had a boy that I had a crush on that really liked the Beatles, so I got so into the Beatles,
That's nothing wrong with that.
And nothing
That's
wrong with
solid.
it.
I feel like
that's
that
solid.
is just solid.
We validate, we endorse that.
But I had some moments where I would sort of disobey a little bit but always in a safe way. When I had a friend when I think I was around 13 that she got really into, it's called the scene kid style. It's where you wear really colorful skinny jeans and have dark eyeliner and the swooped bang.
Oh.
And so I got really into that. And we were like listening to our Screamo music,
What's it called again?
Scene Kid.
Scene Kid.
Very 2010s.
Okay.
If someone hears it and they know what that is, it'll probably make them laugh. But so I kind of got into that style. And let's just say my mom was not too happy about it. She tried to not be too mean to me, but she didn't really like that. And I also dyed my hair platinum without telling her I was going to do that in high school, which now it's kind of normal. But when I first did it, it's kind of that gray, almost gray platinum color.
Oh, yeah.
She was really upset. She's like, that I did something like that without asking her. But it was definitely like, if I did anything, it was still very on the safe side.
Right.
So
and I'm seeing like a lot of creative expression.
Yeah.
Like creativity, expression, identity stuff, and not really permanent.
Yeah, it was very like I was always into something new very fleetingly. And I think that I only really found like kind of myself like the past few years, like who I really am. I'm a twin. And so, there was always something about being a twin that's like you kind of have a shared identity with somebody else.
Maternal or fraternal?
Maternal?
Oh, wow. Okay. Identical.
No, you said maternal or fraternal. It's identical or fraternal.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, so we're fraternal twins.
Okay.
Meaning not identical.
Not identical.
I thought maternal was identical.
No, it's identical or fraternal.
Okay. Thanks.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
We're very pro-learning here.
Yeah.
No shame, John.
Yeah, so we're fraternal twins, and we definitely had times where we were like best friends as childs, and we had times where we were like enemies, and then best friends, and then enemies.
Yeah.
That's just kind of siblings. But she was like, her name is Angela, and we'd always say she was the angel of the pair because she was definitely like, she gave all the right answers at church, and she was the one who never put a toe out of line kind of thing. And then I was a little bit of like the hard one to raise.
She's Nephi, you're Layman.
That's so interesting.
Maybe not as intense as it was Layman, but I just kind of, would butt heads with my parents sometimes. And I was a little more headstrong. And then she was like maybe more of a people pleaser, that she was just, I'm going to do everything right and I'm going to do what I'm supposed to. And
she was insufferable. You were cool, basically.
I wouldn't call her insufferable.
A sense of humor. I'm joking. Okay.
But the funny thing is, my sister and I've actually talked to some other twins about this. I asked them, was it hard for you to make friends growing up? Because in my experience, it's like people always assumed that because we have each other, we didn't need anybody else, And so we did have some struggles making friends. And in high school, we always were kind of on this line of not being Mormon enough for the Mormon kids. There was a group of kids that would go early morning to the temple, which was the Provo Temple. So that's like a 25-minute drive from Springville. They would go early morning at like 6 a.m. and do baptisms for the dead before high school. So that was that group. So definitely like, super Mormon.
They're like the extra effort.
Yes.
Yeah.
And then we also were friends with kind of like the theater kids and maybe the more alternative group. And so, we were the most Mormon people in that group and we were like the least Mormon people in the other group. So we always kind of floated on that. And it kind of created a challenge for us, like having deep friendships, I think, because we didn't quite fit into either group.
Yeah.
And so I always had friends. Like, you'd think that me living in Springville and in Happy Valley that I would like only be friends with Mormons, but weirdly, like throughout like elementary school, junior high, high school, like I always had friends who were either not members or they were inactive, just kind of by chance that I would just click with friends maybe in my art classes or something. And so I kind of always had friends that were different. And, there were times where like I would be at a friend's house and like things would make me uncomfortable. And I would definitely be like being the prude Mormon kid who's like, oh, we're watching something that swears too much or just, just like,
right.
I definitely, felt that discomfort in some situations where I was like, I was trying to be, good. And then I'd be with these friends who were doing things. I had friends that, I had a friend whose middle name was Sativa, which means marijuana. So you can tell her family definitely came from a different group. So it was always that weird, not quite on either side that I feel like has always been where I've been in my life.
Yeah.
So that was something that was hard to work with.
Okay. You mentioned in 6th grade starting to learn about problematic church history. Do you want to talk about that?
Yeah, that's right. So one of my friends that I don't know if she ever, maybe her parents used to be members. I had no idea. Like at the time, I never asked. But one of my friends in 6th grade, she told me, my dad told me that Joseph Smith married a child. And there was some story about someone being pushed down the stairs. Do you know what that's about?
Yeah, I think that's Eliza Snow.
Is this real?
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. She's the one who wrote I think she wrote Oh My Father. The hymn Oh My Father. She was a poet. She was a really prominent.
And she was one of Joseph's wives.
Yeah, she ended up being one of Joseph's wives. And yeah, I was taught this in seminary in high school that Emma found out. Well, she was also one of Emma's best friends. So Joseph Smith married 22 women, or 21 or 22 women, before he told Emma, or before Emma found out he was a polygamist. And so when Emma found out that one of her best, closest friends, Eliza R. Snow, was married to Joseph without her knowledge, story is Emma knocked her down the stairs. And there's even a rumor that Eliza R.
They don't quite know if it's true, but it's just kind of a rumor that
Julia can fact check it. She'll be able to tell us, but that's just that's the story that I was told that for sure Emma knocked her down the stairs and kicked her out. The thing that I think was in question was whether or not she was pregnant with Joseph's.
Yeah, so this friend told me not only did Joseph Smith marry children, but also somebody pushed a pregnant woman down the stairs. And so it was just like, what in the world? Like I'd never heard anything like that before that time.
So Julia is saying that Emma stopped going to Relief Society after the Eliza R. Snow incident. And that there is some question amongst historians as to whether that story happened, but Julia, in all her studiousness, she says she buys it. So I think it's more likely than not that story's got validity to it.
I think when I heard it at the time, I was sort of just like, oh, well, I've never heard of that before. I didn't get really I was in 6th grade. I didn't jump online and look it up. But it's funny that I remember that being one of the first times I heard something that was kind of scandalous about the church.
Yeah.
And another thing that I wrote down in my outline is in Springville, in my neighborhood, the famous ballerina farms, Hannah Wright lived in my neighborhood.
Right.
So in your ward growing up, or?
Yeah, I'm not sure how old she was when her parents moved into my ward, but when I was going to girls' camp, Hannah did a dance and was like the keynote speaker for my girls' camp. And I think she was going to Juilliard at the time. So maybe when they moved in, maybe she had just aged out of living with her parents.
Did she grow up tradwifing, or was there any indication she would tradwife?
This is actually funny. I was talking to my friend about this recently. One of my friends, so her parents own a flower shop. And my sister-in-law, my oldest sister-in-law, she got her flowers done by them. But my close friend got her flowers done by them too for her wedding. And she told me that Hannah's mom would tell all the brides, she's like, I tell this to all my brides. And she would go on this speech about how important it was for them to have kids. I don't know if it's like as soon as possible, as many as possible. I don't know. But she's like, I tell
as the florist?
The florist was like, I tell this to all my brides. This is, you need to have kids, something like that. And then, my friend said that she met her another time, and I guess she'd forgotten that she already told her. So she gave the speech again. It was almost word for word. So their family had a lot of kids. But in my ward, there was a family that had 12 kids that had all Book of Mormon and Bible names. So, that was not unusual to have tons of kids. So that was definitely, her family was just very much like, you got to have as many kids as you can. And so, she definitely followed that messaging, but.
Yeah.
Nice. Okay. Yeah. So that's the environment that creates, conservative, devoted, young LDS women, right?
Yeah. Yeah. And somehow the having as many kids as possible message didn't really reach me, which we'll talk about later.
Okay.
But
okay. So what else? What else about your childhood and youth?
Yeah, so I went to high school at Springville High School, which our mascot is the Red Devil. Interestingly, about every maybe 10 years or something, some parents would try to change the, the mascot because they were upset that our mascot was the devil. It was named after like some cement company that helped pour the concrete for the school or something like that. But we like, they were like, we're going to hold on to this red devil. When I was in high school, they ended up saying that on our merch, we couldn't depict the devil anymore, but we could only do pitchforks because some stake president or some parent or somebody was like, didn't want their kids wearing the high school merch that had the red devil on it. Yeah. So that is super interesting. But in high school, like I said, we kind of became friends with kind of the theater kid group, and which is historically very queer, right? And so we became friends with people that were in the LGBTQ spectrum. And when I was maybe around 12 or 13, the show Glee came out. And that show is iconic because I bet there's a lot of people who, similar age as me, it was the first time they ever saw anybody gay depicted on TV. And so, I just ate that show up. I loved the music. I loved the characters. And I became very sympathetic to the characters that were gay because you see them as humans. I don't recall my parents ever giving us like a speech about, that being gay was bad or anything, but there was just kind of like the vibe that like that was not okay. My parents were never super political in the home. They never talked about politics or anything controversial. I'm not sure why, but I'm glad because then we didn't, have to be, you need to believe this or anything. But, just kind of the vibe that it wasn't okay.
But didn't the church make it clear it wasn't okay?
Yeah, but I don't remember my parents or ever, I don't recall any lessons specifically in church or anything that was that talked about homosexuality. I just kind of, if I'm recalling, it was just kind of like, the word around the street is that it's not okay.
It becomes the air or the water that everyone swims in, right? You don't even recognize the water because you're swimming in it. Yeah,
and so when I watched that show, it showed me real human stories of people who were experiencing that, and so I became sympathetic to it, and as well, some of my best friends growing up were people of color, and so I, just like everybody, I'm sure I did and said things that weren't the most sensitive growing up to them, but you kind of learn as you get older. But so I definitely kind of saw into some different worlds. And so when I watched Glee and became more sympathetic to the LGBTQ cause, then when I got in high school and some of my friends were coming out to me, I was very much like, oh great, I didn't have a big reaction. And I definitely think pop culture and just kind of the messages from that side were very much pro, LGBTQ friendly. I mean, when did gay marriage become legalized? What year?
2015.
Okay, 2015. So that's the year I graduated high school. So that didn't happen yet. But I still think that kind of the messaging around gay marriage and things like that were becoming more positive, at least when I was a teenager. And so one of my friends, she is really awesome.
Because before then, there was Prop 8. Which is I
was not aware of that. Yeah, I was too young.
But then there was backlash from Prop 8 because the church was so involved.
Sure, yeah.
So between Prop 8 and 2015, the Mormon and Gays website would have come out, which was the church trying to do damage control for how much backlash came from Prop 8. So you would have sort of grown up right in that time where the church was trying to become more affirming.
Yeah, and I don't know if it was necessarily ward members were trying to be affirming, but it was just kind of in high school. You just kind of become more aware of that. And Instagram, I think, came out when I was around 14. So, that's just kind of when the social media boom happened. It was right when I was in high school.
Yeah.
Of course, Facebook existed before that. But you kind of just become more aware of those things because you're online, because you're hearing people's stories. And anyway, I was saying that one of my friends, she started the first gay-straight alliance in Utah County. She did
Springville High School?
At Springville High School.
Amazing.
She did all this paperwork. I mean, she's probably still, I haven't talked to her in a while, but she's was a very go-getter. She would do things like that. And, it was a new club, so we didn't get a lot done, but I remember we had a light parade in high school where each club or each group would like wear all these glow sticks and things, and we, it was at nighttime we marched, and we had one for the Gay Straight Alliance, and so my sister and I were there, and we, were saying Gay Straight Alliance, and like had our signs and everything, and so I kind of look back on that time fondly. Like we didn't really know what we were doing. Like it was such a new club that we kind of just like got together and were like, well, what do we do? But it was because it was there. I guess the hope was that it's like there's a safe space,
and it's a bit of social activism. As really kind of a very gentle.
Yeah. And I think that like just the kind of the friends that I was hanging around, or maybe the people I was following online, like I definitely did become more liberal just because I was, sympathizing with these causes.
You cared for them.
And so, I just kind of resonated with that.
Can I ask you a quick question about the Glee, you watching Glee, just to understand your family better? So did your parents know about Glee? Did they care that you were watching Glee?
I remember we watched the first episode because, they have the pilot that kind of premieres on cable TV. We watched it with my mom, and I think my mom kind of sort of realized really quickly that it was sort of maybe not appropriate for us to watch, but how much can a parent do, right? I went on the computer and watched it on the Fox, I think it was a Fox show. I watched it on their website, and, I found a way to watch it. I think she kind of was like not super approving, but
you could do it kind of more privately.
Yeah, I think I kind of watched it on the side, and even if she saw me watching it on the computer, she kind of would like express that she didn't approve, but she wouldn't like snatch it away or anything.
Yeah.
So, and as a child, I think I sort of got away with watching things like at friends' houses that maybe like she didn't approve of, but like, as a parent, there's only so much that you can do to control that. And, my generation and following, there's a lot of like concern of like how much internet access is okay, right? I definitely think I didn't have any safeguards as much as I should have. I was just kind of like could go on the internet. So
should have.
I don't know.
From your parents' perspective or from the church's perspective?
Probably, yeah. But I mean, even now kids today are probably on the internet too much for their age group. But the other thing that I wrote down about high school is, so since I was friends with kind of the drama kids, one of my friends was one of the leads always in the drama productions that our high school did, and he was a great singer, and we would drive with him around, and he would sometimes play the Book of Mormon musical songs in his car.
Oh, yeah.
And so I was just curious, and so I went online and I found like a bootleg, somebody recording with their phone or some kind of camera like in the theater of the Book of Mormon musical. And so I'm in my room, like we had this laptop that like my mom didn't want us to use it in our bedroom. She wanted it to be like only, but I took that laptop and I'm in the room and I'm watching it. And I just remember I turned it off because I was really uncomfortable with like kind of the race jokes, which kind of shows its time. Like it wasn't, if that were made today, they probably wouldn't include those kind of jokes. But, those kind of earworm songs kind of would get into my head a little bit of the, there's the turn it off, turn it off. That's about, if you're gay, just turn it off. And so, I wasn't, it was kind of a little bit of a rebellious thing for me to watch, but I still was a little bit like, I don't know how I feel about this. And I turned it off, But it's just kind of funny. Like I was kind of
that's right,
sneaking out and watching that kind of thing.
Speaking of race, you have in your outline a story about having a lesson about a racial curse. Do you want to tell that story?
Yeah. So like I mentioned, some of my best friends in childhood were people of color. And I remember having a lesson in Sunday school where it was like an older white-haired guy teaching the lesson. And I can't remember how old we were, but we were teenagers. And it was about the Book of Mormon chapter. There's a chapter, for those who don't know, that talks about the Native Americans. I'm saying in quotes because, if that's true or not, that there was the white people that came from the old world and that there were some that were rebellious. And so God cursed half of them. And then so that they could see that these were the dark people.
With the skin of blackness,
the skin of blackness.
That's the actual quote in the Book of Mormon. White people were cursed with the skin of blackness by God.
Yes. And so my friend, who is a person of color, she was like, no. She was not having that lesson. And she kind of fought him with it. And I just, if looking back, like I wish I would have joined her in fighting back. But I just remember we all kind of were like, like what's going down, between her and the teacher. But I think he just was very much like on the mood of, well, we don't really know, so we can't say for sure, which is like, how many times have I heard that in my life, right? Yeah. But that was kind of, an intense moment of seeing that like there are some things that aren't okay, and I maybe wasn't paying attention to them because I'm in a place of privilege where I can't ignore them, right? Ignoring things is a very privileged place to be because it doesn't affect you. So, yeah.
Well said. So well said.
Yeah.
Yeah, but you come by it honestly. Yeah. How about modesty?
Yeah. So I thought of a specific experience where we and young women, ages 12 to 18, they go to young women's meeting. And we had a stake young woman presidency member come into our young women class and gave a talk about modesty. And she told us that skinny jeans were immodest. Okay, this is in the 2010s. Like, that's the only jeans we're wearing, right? Like, there was either mom frumpy pants, which is funny now because the pendulum has switched. Now we only wear wide pants.
There are mom jeans now as well.
But skinny jeans are out. But back then it was like, I only own skinny jeans, the tightest as possible. Sometimes they're made out of jegging material, so they're so thin. But she was saying that they were immodest because they were too revealing, which is so bizarre because you're completely covered to your ankles, right? But it's, heaven forbid someone see you have a body. So
how did that land with you? Do you remember what you thought?
It landed with no one. So like all the girls.
Wait, we're in Provo here. Springville.
In Springville, yeah. I just remember all the girls were like, you're crazy.
Yeah.
Like we couldn't believe. Like we understood like, okay, yeah, we don't want to have our skirts too short or, we kind of maybe accepted that part of it. But that was bizarre. And I remember all of us were like, we're not following that. Yeah. And it's kind of interesting. I found a photograph of like maybe when I was in Activity Girls, which is the activity group for the girls who are not quite 12. I don't know what the age range of that is. Maybe 8
it's like 8 to 12.
11, I guess.
8 to 11, yeah.
I found a photograph of my ward at the time. And if you look at that photograph, like every person in that, maybe there was like 15 to 20 girls. Like every person in that group has left the church except for like 2 or 3.
Whoa.
And when I found it, I was still in. So I was like, and I'm one of them. I'm one of the people that stayed, right? So, most everybody that I grew up with is
very
not
interesting. Yeah.
I mean, we do that's anecdotally really interesting because we've got that quote that was shared with us that 40% of modern Mormon returned missionaries leave the church within 6 months. That doesn't surprise you as a statistic.
Not at all.
Oh, wow.
And I'll get to that when I talk about my mission. But yeah. And it's funny because, there was a time where I had a lot of pride that I was like one of the last ones holding out. And there's maybe like I said, 2 or 3 that are still in, but yeah. Okay. And one of my close friends it's one of those very nuanced, more of a politically liberal situation. So, I think that with our climate, people are very sympathetic to the issues going on right now. And so you start finding that disconnect with what the church is teaching and then what you believe about politics in the world, your world belief.
Yeah, can I ask you something? Like, what is a belief that emerged or was really expressed or emphasized in young women's that you actually did take on? Like were there any, I don't know if like the values or roles, or was there anything within your time in young women's that you actually did take on and really absorbed and kind of went with?
Yeah, I think I was never the person who was like reading my scriptures perfectly all the time or anything, but I think I pretty much was like, I could accept what they were teaching. I remember we had a young men's lesson where we all had to write down like what we wanted in a husband.
Oh, yes.
Can you believe that they're having young girls do that? But it's like, that was our goal, right? Is to have a husband. And I wish I could find that list. It would make me laugh to compare to my husband if he meets the, qualifications I made at age 14 or whatever.
Do you remember some of the things you wrote down?
It was very much like, it has to be a return missionary and has to be tall because I'm tall, but maybe some things were more like superficial, but it's definitely like, it has to be a strong priesthood holder. And I think they were encouraging us that like, that's who we were supposed to be looking for. I don't recall like anything very super, doctrinal that I was like super like, oh yes, I'm sticking to this. But I do know that like turning to God in times of crisis, like that definitely was something that I believed in, that I would be able to pray and I would get an answer. So if I was like lost on the ski slopes and I prayed, I could find my family, or if just something happened, I could pray and I would find comfort, because I had a young women's leader that died of cancer, and that was a really hard time for all of us.
Oh.
And so, I opened the scriptures and I found a scripture that was really comforting to me. And so, those were a big part of my childhood, that like, even though I wasn't super, intense about my scripture study personally or anything, I did know that, if there's something that you're struggling with, you can pray and you'll be comforted. So I think that is something that impacted me.
Yeah. Yep. Do you remember so you just mentioned a young women's leader who had cancer and died. Is that right? Do you remember that impacting at all your how you related to prayer and getting answers?
Yeah, I did, because I was very devastated and I was crying, and I think I was still a mimade, or is that what it's called? Beehive? When you're 13?
What beehive?
Beehive, which they don't use those names anymore.
Oh.
Yeah, they just call them age 12 or something.
Oh, really?
Yeah. But, so I was quite young when that happened, and I think it was like one of the first times that I knew somebody personally who died. And so kind of my belief about afterlife and finding comfort in the afterlife, I think, was important at that time. Yeah.
To kind of process that. Yeah.
Okay. So other high school experiences that are now pretty formative looking back.
I'll just say this briefly, but it's kind of interesting. I went to seminary I went every time. So in Utah, seminary is attached to the high school. It's just a building that's like right next to the high school, which I think is technically owned by the church. It's not owned by the school, but you would just walk to the building and go to seminary. So yeah, I went to seminary. That's when I started like realizing, because I got to master these scriptures. I found these old videos of me singing the scripture mastery songs when I have like braces and everything. It made me laugh really hard, because we had some seminary teachers that would teach us songs to remember. For behold, this is my work and my glory, to bring to pass the immortality and eternal life of man. What was this, 139? So I still remember it. So
Did you have songs like that, John?
Oh, yeah.
To remember?
For sure.
I missed out on the songs.
Latter-day Prophets are number one. Joseph Smith.
Oh, I knew
Brigham
that
Young,
one.
John Taylor.
Okay.
We know then Wilford Weatherfield. Oh, you mean Articles of Faith? Or
I know
scriptures?
that, but she had those. I had not heard for
scripture ones.
scripture.
Oh, yeah. There's some. Yeah.
So I'm pretty sure that the teachers themselves would invent the songs.
Oh, wow.
And maybe they would pass them between other teachers, but the ones that I sang and remembered, I'm pretty sure that seminary teacher just made up the songs, and they stuck, because I still remember some. But yeah, I went to seminary, and I graduated from seminary. Which, what does that even mean? It just means you went and you studied. You passed off your scriptures, I guess. And one of my seminary teachers was Hank Smith, because he lived in Mapleton, which is right next to Springville, and he has become sort of like this Mormon royalty. Which,
yeah. What was it like being Hank Smith's student?
he was really awesome, actually. He was very engaging with the young people. When he was our seminary teacher, I know that he did tours where he would he had CDs that he would sell that had talks for the youth. And so, I had some seminary teachers that were extremely boring and just a snooze fest, but he was very engaging with the students and tried to make us laugh. I do recall a lesson about why the Book of Mormon is true. How could it possibly not be? And I remember listening to the lesson and being like, oh yeah, the evidences that we were given. Oh yeah, of course. Now I don't know about that, but
would our audience know Hank Smith?
Oh, for sure. Yeah.
So when he was my teacher.
Well, I mean, not the non-Mormons, but if you go to Instagram and look up
everybody
Hank
who's a
Smith,
member of the church would probably know who he is.
He's like a modern Paul H. Dunn in the sense that for he's not a general authority, but just for maybe a John By the Way or
so
John
he's on the talking the circuit
sure,
or
he does
especially
a
for
podcast
youth
with John By the Way.
That's right. Yeah.
We actually had some John By the Way DVDs. I remember we'd watch as kids, and it was very much he would give. Both of them did this, where they would give talks at some kind of youth conference or something, and it would be filmed or recorded, and then they would sell those recordings.
He's like a funny, charismatic church educator that's globally famous, especially in the EFY
that
FSY
kind of
circuit.
space,
Yeah.
Yeah, but my memory is that he was really kind,
Yeah.
really engaging with the youth. And I think that's why he's been so successful, because he really could connect with us.
Yeah.
And in the middle of one of the semesters that he was teaching me, so when, not in Utah, seminary teachers are not salaried. It's just a calling, which is crazy. I can't believe that they have to do such a high demand calling like that. But in Utah, it's a salaried position. And I guess they can kind of pick you up and move you whenever they want. So in the middle of one of the semesters of teaching, they just are suddenly like, you're teaching at BYU. And they didn't even let us finish that year. Like they took them out.
in the middle.
You're going to BYU and you're teaching now. Like we need you there. And so then we suddenly got a change of a teacher. And my new teacher was Brother Bonner. And I actually never made this connection in high school that his family is like a Mormon singing family.
They're African-American,
Yes.
correct? And yeah, it's kind of like Osmonds, but African-American, but great singers, gospel singing.
Yeah, I
and so
remember.
the dad is a CES employee?
No, it's one of the sons.
Oh, okay.
So he was, I don't know if he did it for very long. Maybe he was just kind of like trying it out because I don't know. I don't know if he stayed very long, but he was a young guy, maybe in his 20s. And I never knew that his family like did this thing. I just remember he was good at singing. And when he introduced himself, he like said he loved to sing, and he performed in like a production of Hairspray as Seaweed, I think. And at the end of the semester, he sang for us, and he charmed us all as well because he was very charismatic. He had, the beautiful singing voice. And I think one time he did a backflip for us because all the boys were like, do a backflip, because he told us he could do a backflip. And so, there's another like mini Mormon royalty, I guess. I don't know how popular they are now, but I do know that their family sang at the, not the reunion, but when the priesthood ban was removed, there was like a celebration to recognize that.
Yeah, we've covered that.
Yeah.
And they also sing at like Faith Matters, Restore Conference kind of stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I remember him being very, very charismatic teacher. And so I started getting more serious into art in high school. And I remember I was doing a drawing of a friend of mine that was, so I would always draw in seminary because that would help me listen. And I was doing a drawing of an internet friend that was black. And he was like, oh, you're drawing a black man? Like he was so impressed by that I was drawing another black man. And I don't know, it was funny that he was really like surprised that I would do that. But, in Utah, you can kind of see why. Yeah. And the other thing about high school that is interesting, so I started doing Vines in high school.
Yeah.
Do you know what Vine is?
It's the predecessor to TikTok, right? Super
TikTok.
short video clips,
it's
right?
What, without Vine, there would be no TikTok. Yeah. It created that short
like 5
form
seconds
demand. It was 6 seconds.
6
so
seconds,
you got to be quick. So I made Vines that were mostly about art, but I would kind of sometimes do some things that were a little bit funny. And it was towards the end of high school. So I was about to graduate when I started actually getting followers on Vine. And so I remember my high school graduation, like we had a little party with food trucks and everything, and I had just had a Vine that hit the popular page, which they didn't have a For You page back then. It was very much like someone had to somehow select your video to be on the popular page, and
that'd get millions of views, right?
And someone came up, I saw your video on the popular page, and so that was so one of the person that I was drawing that Brother Bonner saw, he was like a friend that I had made through Vine, and I also started modeling in high school. So when I was 17, when I had that platinum hair, I was at a local concert at the Velour in Provo, for those who know.
How about that?
That's where
That was my
Imagine
scene.
Dragons and Neon Trees got their start.
Yeah, so Neon Trees, Imagine Dragons,
Mindy Gledhill did a lot there. Yeah.
Anybody who is a music artist who ends up getting famous from Utah, they probably have played there before. Yeah. But I loved going to the Velour as a teenager, and when I was there once, someone came up to me and gave me a card, and it was the owner of this modeling agency in Salt Lake City. So I went there with my mom, and I got signed to do modeling, and so that's kind of like where I'm at when I graduate high school. So I didn't even apply to BYU because I want to go there.
Because it's where you're up.
Yeah, and also just like I felt like I wasn't quite Mormon enough for that. I don't know. Like it's so funny that I thought that way because
by any standard you were super devout.
I was super devout, but I still was like, but I'm becoming a little bit more politically liberal because of just like, I'm on Twitter, I'm online, and I'm just kind of becoming sympathetic to these causes because of, like I said, I have friends who are people of color. I have friends who are gay. And so, of course, I'm going to want to, care about their causes. And so I didn't even apply to BYU. I also just was like, oh, well, my ACT score isn't high enough. And my twin sister, she was really good at academics, and she got like a near perfect score. And so she got a full ride to like a bunch of schools in Utah. So she went to BYU. And I went to University of Utah. So I was living in Salt Lake City, and I didn't live on campus. So I was kind of like not in the campus life at all. So I'm in that kind of like, I'm making vines, I'm starting to get some following, and I'm modeling, and I'm going
on the slippery slope.
Oh yeah, slippery slope, which is funny because it actually leads me to going on my mission. But I'm living in an apartment on South Temple and A Street. It's the avenues. So I'm not near campus at all. I'm going to a singles ward that everybody who lives in that area is not going to be a student. So I think the youngest people there are probably around 24, 25 to 30, however, before they'll kick you out, right, to 30 something. When do they kick people out of singles ward?
It changes all the time, but I think now they've got like 25, you age out into a different group, and then it's like 25 to 35, and then you're out by, it's always changing.
Yeah, so I'm going to that singles ward all on my own because I moved in with my two friends that were like, some of my closest friends from childhood. They were like not going to church anymore. And so I would go by myself, and I was on A Street and the church was on K Street. I didn't have a car. So I would, in my skirt, get on my bike and ride my bike on my own to go to church. Because my friends weren't coming. Funny enough, actually, here's another cameo in my story. One of the members of Studio C was in my ward, Mallory, with the curly hair. Yeah. So she was one of the Relief Society teachers. It's like so much random, like Mormon royalty in my story.
It's like Mormon comedy troupe on BYU TV.
Yeah, so Studio C is like a clean Saturday Night Live, and came from BYU students. So she was in my ward. And so it's mostly these mid-20s single adults, and I'm 18. Since my birthday is in August 27th, I had just turned 18 when I started University of Utah. And so when I started modeling for this agency, and it's a tough time. Yeah. It's a tough world.
Yeah.
People, if you would have seen me on Instagram at the time, people would have thought, wow, she's so glamorous and she's doing all these things. In fact, I only did 2 paying jobs the whole time. So the rest was like, I would do these shoots and not get paid for it. So the 2 ones that I did get paid for was, do you know who Tan France is?
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, from Queer Eye, right?
Yeah, before he was on Queer Eye, he just had a clothing company, and I modeled for his clothing company. He's such a sweet person. He's really small. I remember when I met him that he's like a very short person. But I modeled for his clothing company, and then I modeled I was on the cover of a Utah Bride magazine, which I was 17 at the time. So it's kind of bizarre that I was like a bride at 17. But the rest
of very fitting.
Or very, very fitting for Utah, I suppose. But it was a hard time because I would go into these castings and they're always measuring you all the time.
Yeah.
They always have these tape measures, and they're measuring your waist and your hips and your chest and your inseam. And I always wasn't small enough. Back then, like, I was really thin, and I still wasn't small enough.
Wow.
So I was very thin. If I look at pictures, like how much my collarbones jut out, like I was very thin. And I still was always being told that I wasn't small enough. So I was like, well, I really want to model in LA or New York. Because right after I graduated high school, I went to New York City with my sister and my mom as like a graduation trip. And my mom is so trusting. Like I think it's because my sister and I were such squares. Like we did not really date in high school. Like we didn't get asked out on dates. Like my mom was very trusting of us. Like one time they left us home alone when we were in high school because they went on a trip with my brother to his mission place in Korea for 3 weeks. Just me and my sister. with a debit card from my mom.
Wow.
And you could see that she trusted us a lot because we weren't having parties.
Absolutely.
We weren't having boys over. And so when we were in New York City, she was like, okay, yeah, go meet some of these Vine friends. So I was 17 and I'm meeting these friends from Vine. These are all adults. And when I think back about it, I'm like, it's kind of weird because some of them were like these people I'm like chatting back and forth with were adult men, you know?
Yeah, right.
So kind of weird. So, I've been to New York, and then when I'm these two friends I'm living with in Salt Lake City, we do a little trip to LA together. And we meet some of my Vine friends in LA. And so I'm like, I really want to model in either LA or New York because I've been to those places. I have some friends there. And so I decide I'm going to get really down on my, diet so that I can fit these requirements. I'm sure it's probably different now because there's such more of a body positivity moment going on right now. But, even in 2015, 2016, it still was very much like if you don't fit the sample size, you can't come.
Right.
And the smallest or the biggest your hips can be is 35 inches.
Wow.
Yeah. So I'm 5'10", and I am going to classes at the University of Utah, and I'm bringing my little protein bars and protein shakes, probably only eating 1,000 calories to 1,200 calories a day because I'm just like, and my friend who lived with me at the time, she kind of recalls it. She's like, I remember you would just sit there with your bags under your eyes eating your spinach.
Because were you kind of dazed out and energy just quite low? Yeah, energy is
low, and I was just really wanting that. And so I get down to 120 pounds. For 5'10" is very small, right? And I weigh myself, and then I measure myself, and I'm still 36 inches. And at that point, I'm just like, this isn't going to work because I'm like barely eating anything. Yeah. I'm like feeling terrible about myself all the time. I'm looking in the mirror. I'm always pinching. Back then, the thigh gap was the rage. So girls always wanted a thigh gap. So, you're always looking in the mirror, you're pinching and prodding. When you're in photos, you're angling yourself the best way you can. And at that point, I was just like, this isn't going to work. And so I kind of had a breaking point where it was like, well, modeling, I'm not going to be able to model. So what should I do? And
this was on your own? Wow.
Yeah, so I'm living in Salt Lake City, and I would come down to Springville maybe once or twice a month. But I'm just by myself and doing this.
And you came to the realization, too, of just, I'm not going to be able to do it on your own.
Yeah, it was just like, I can't push it any further.
Yeah, that's right.
Because I'm already like at the edge of it being too much.
Yeah.
I have an app, and I know that one banana is this many calories and one egg is this many calories, and I'm basically eating the exact same meal every day because I just know that's how many calories it is. Right. So I can just eat that, And so I get to that point where I just remember like, there's the scale, there's the tape measure, and I'm like, I can't do this because I just cannot meet the standard. And, the modesty culture that the church teaches, you already get a little bit obsessed about your body because you're always looking about your hemlines and is your shoulder covered enough and are people judging you, But then doing modeling, it was like times 10.
Right.
I'm sure every girl who grew up in the church knows that, like, feels that the obsession about the body that the church kind of puts on young women. But it was definitely times 10 for me. And I had that moment. And I was just like, I can't do this anymore. And that's when I thought, well, maybe I could go on a mission, which is crazy that was that's what I thought.
Wow. Yeah. Just serve a mission.
Yeah, because if I can't model, I might as well serve a mission. I don't know why those are the only two options for my future. But
those two.
Yeah.
That moment, though, goodness, for you.
Yeah, and I had these two, they were called visiting teachers back then, which is every ward, the adult women are assigned to go to kind of, now it's called ministering, which it means kind of just you're supposed to take care of each other. So I had these two visiting teachers that were very caring of me because I was this young girl,
Yeah.
And they would visit me, they did their job like they're supposed to. I've never seen anybody do visiting teaching or mentoring as well as those two. Like, I literally haven't had anybody visit teach me since. which is kind of crazy. And I would tell them about how I was feeling. That like, oh, I thought I, wanted to model and it's not working. And they were very much like, do whatever your heart is telling you. They never told me anything like, well, you can't model or you should go on a mission. They were very much just like, do what your heart is telling you. And I think that was good for me because there were these older, they're not older, they're probably like 25. But to me as an 18-year-old, they were older than me. And they were just kind of telling me like, do what your heart tells you. So
yeah, that's great. Now this would have been after President Monson lowered the age for women to serve?
Yeah. So my brother I have an older brother who's 3 years older than me. He had just turned 19 when they lowered that. So he started the big craze of the mission, booming missionaries going because they lowered it to 19 for women and 18 for boys, which the age disparity, why did they even have it? But I think we can guess.
They still do.
I think it's because they're like, well, maybe a girl could get married at 19 before she goes, or whatever. But so my brother and his wife, they actually met on their mission. They both served in Taiwan. So while I was in high school, junior and senior, he was in Taiwan. And I took Chinese class because I thought that'd be fun if I could kind of know some Chinese because he's in Taiwan. But it was hard for me to know anything, which I think is just a lack of education for language education. I think is really terrible in high school. So it wasn't necessarily due to my own efforts, but I thought it was. So I prayed to not go to Taiwan. And I submitted my mission papers in secret. I didn't tell any of my family. Oh. Because I wanted it to be my decision. Uh-huh. And so I didn't tell my parents. It's kind of funny because they're going to pay for it, but I didn't tell them. So missions, you pay for them. And I think the total mission cost is like $10,000. Mm-hmm. It's like $400 a month. I don't know if it's different for 18 months, but it's not a small cost. But I was like, I'm just going to do this on my own because I want it to be my decision. So I apply in secret. And when I send the letter to Springville, so my mom gets it. Now they don't even give you the paper. Now it's online. Can you believe that? It used to be this big thing where when missionaries would get their envelope, you'd all open it with your family and you'd reveal where you're going. And now they get an email. That's kind of sad to me. But so I send the envelope to my mom and she's, of course, overjoyed. And she's like, oh, I wanted you to go, but I never wanted to tell you needed to go. So she also was very much like she wanted me to follow my own path, which I'm grateful for. But I was like, my Chinese class was too hard. So I prayed to not go to Taiwan, anywhere but Taiwan, which is so weird. I'm like, I could even go to Japan, but not Taiwan.
Yes.
I think Chinese is harder than Japanese.
It's not actually because
really?
Now I'm studying Japanese and Korean. So
I think Korean's super hard.
Korean's more difficult. Japanese and Korean are more difficult than Chinese. But
okay.
Anyway, so can you guess where I got called to? It's Taiwan.
Wow.
So our
son-in-law went to Taiwan, by the way.
Your son?
Son-in-law.
Son-in-law.
Yeah.
So I opened the letter and I'm just like, I prayed not to go there.
Yeah, I bet.
How could I get called there? So,
the Lord's ways are higher than our ways, right?
Yeah, I guess.
Isaiah 55.
What did you feel about that? Do you remember having feelings about that because you specifically didn't want to go and prayed and did all of that? Yeah, my prayer was
so specific that I didn't want to go.
Yeah, so do you remember how you processed that or what your thoughts were?
Yeah, I was upset. I don't remember being upset specifically at God. I think maybe I was like, maybe God knows me better than I do, which I actually did believe because, as we'll see, I ended up loving my mission. So, I was upset, but my cousin also went to Taiwan. And I grew up next door to some cousins that were also twins, and so we were really close to them. And one of those cousins, she went on a mission to Taiwan as well. So she became like a confidant, and I would talk with her. And at this point in the story is where I go to the temple for the first time. So
we get it direct from the
mouth
journal
of 2016 me.
Let's hear her.
So I found this journal entry just like last week.
Show people the cover of your journal.
It says everything is going to be okay. My mom gave me this, which is funny. I guess because missions are hard. So
that's your missionary journal. Or pre-mission?
No, I actually think I wrote some entries in it right before I left my mission, and then I left it at home, and then I returned to it later. But so I find this journal entry, And it's really interesting because, so I went to the temple for the first time, which most missionaries do right before they start their mission. And the Provo City Center Temple, I think, was quite new at that time. Mm-hmm. And so that's where I went to get my endowment. So the endowment, I don't know how much information I had beforehand. All I knew was that it has something to do with Adam and Eve. And
Garden of Eden.
Yeah, the mission prep has much to be desired.
Temple prep.
Temple prep.
Yeah.
Let's just say they don't really tell you what you're going to do. So
it's a Masonic.
There may be a reason for that.
There may be a reason.
Well, partly it's the Masonic relic that the Masons were sworn to secrecy.
Yeah.
And since the temple was imported from Masonry, then the secrecy part, but there are other reasons too. Yeah.
So growing up as a member of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, as we say, it feels very like normal. You go to church on Sunday, you go to some activities, you take the sacrament, you talk about Jesus. Yeah, there's Joseph Smith too, but I don't ever remember him like talking about him that much. I don't know, maybe it's just my time, like we didn't talk about him that much. So there's kind of like, we're like Christians, but like a little bit quirkier than Christians because we have the word of wisdom where we don't drink coffee. But in general, it felt quite normal. It didn't seem that crazy to me. Mm-hmm. So then I go to the temple and it's like, no, this is different. So I'm going to read from my journal entry. This is the 9th of August, 2016.
Wow. So 8 years ago.
Yes.
Yeah.
A lot of feelings have been spinning around my head. I guess I should talk about my first time at the temple. When I was going through the initiatories, I felt good. So pause. The initiatory is like a washing and anointing ceremony, which feels very biblical. I was surrounded by women who I could tell had great feelings of love for me. Their words were beautiful, and I came out to my mother smiling. So that's the special thing about the temple is that actually the women do the washing and anointing for women. So, they were putting their hands on my head and saying these blessings. So I felt special doing that.
It's almost like women have priesthood at that part of the temple.
Yes. I'll continue. I had gone into the temple believing I had an open mind. I heard some things through the grapevine about handshakes, and I knew we would have some sort of green apron and things, so I believed that I was prepared for what was to come. During the endowment, we watched the film that was beautifully made, and I was feeling okay. There were a few things that were a bit sexist, but I didn't want that to put a damper on everything else. So I'm noticing.
Don't let it put a damper.
But you're noticing that as an Orthodox Mormon.
Yeah, that I'm like, this feels a little sexist, even though I'm like, drinking the Kool-Aid as much as the next guy, but even that felt weird. When we began putting on our clothing, I looked around at everyone in their baker hats and veils. And I was a little bit like, WTF?
Just a little bit. A little bit like.
WTF?
Okay, wait. So like if you go to Ex-Mormon Reddit, the temple hats are referred to as baker hats.
I mean, that's what they look like.
But I'm just wondering whether you came up with that yourself.
Yes, I did. Because I was just like, that's what it looked like. That's funny. I said, not really, but I was just like, okay, this is a little weird.
WTF, that's great.
So my brother and sister-in-law were the witness couple, which means that they would go up and kneel on the altar in front of everyone, and they were representing Adam and Eve. So that was kind of fun. During the prayer circle, I felt uncomfortable. So everyone goes around in a prayer circle around the altar, and we had to cover our faces with the veils at the time. Now they don't do that. Just the women. Just the women.
Yeah.
I think that's why I was like, this is a little sexist. Because we have to cover our face with the veils, and I was uncomfortable with that.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And again, I discovered this journal entry last week, so I forgot that I felt this way. And when we did all of the things at the veil, I thought, this is bizarre.
It's where it used to be Pele Ale. Everyone would chant Pele Ale.
You say.
But now it's, oh God, hear the words of our mouth. Oh God. And it's all chanty and everybody's raising
it's very
their arms
like I said, regular Mormonism feels very normal. And suddenly we're wearing clothing and chanting and doing hand signs. I was just so unlike the rest of Mormonism, it felt like.
Yeah.
I couldn't help but thinking, that's what they do here every time people go to the temple. I knew that everyone's first time was weird, and so afterwards I was just like, okay. I had all of my family there, and we ate sushi afterwards, and it was fine. So there's this restaurant that used to be across the street from where the temple is, at the city center temple. And it was like the Japanese restaurant my family always went to because my dad served his mission in Japan. So that was like our Japanese place. But you can see the temple through the front window of the restaurant. And I just remember sitting there and like, I know what they're doing in there now.
Yes.
Because it's secret. Like you're not supposed to know what they do in there. And so I'm like eating the sushi and thinking, that's what they do in there. Like the veil has been lifted, right?
Your eyes have been opened.
My eyes have been opened. As I said, the morning after, though, I was filled with uncertainties. For some reason, I was shook with all of these feelings that I didn't have before. I was uncomfortable about the experience, and two things swam in my mind. I did not like that, and I did not want to do it again.
Wow. Wow.
Yeah.
Clarity.
Yeah. The whole day, as I was doing my activities of the day, I couldn't stop thinking about it. Every time I came in contact with endowed members, I would think about them in the weird getup and think, OMG, they're all crazy.
They all wear Baker hats.
They all wear Baker hats. And, you know, because all these people I know who are endowed, I'm like, they're doing that in there, you know?
Yes.
I felt like I had to swallow all of these thoughts, but they were overcoming me. I spiraled into Google searches of people sharing their first experience, most of them now ex-Mormons, talking about how much they didn't like it. I think this is probably the first time I ever Googled anything that had to do with that ex-Mormons were posting. So the negativity perpetuated. I read about all of these things that they used to do or say during ordinances that are now abolished.
Would you believe it was way worse?
Yeah. And they were crazy, is what I say. So I told you that I had a cousin that served her mission in Taiwan. So I said at 6:30 that Friday, I knew I had to talk to someone. So I texted this cousin in a frenzy. And I actually drew little speech bubbles. So I actually like wrote our text messages out because I knew this was something that I needed to like record in history, which is so interesting. So I say, my mind is buzzing about what happened in the temple. I didn't like it, but I pretended everything was fine to my family. And I don't know who to talk to about it all. She says, you can talk to me. I say, last night I was like, okay, but when I woke up this morning, I was in shock. I thought I was prepared with what was running through my mind as, OMG, we're all in a cult. We are all in a cult.
Wow.
I mean, that's your authentic self.
That's my authentic reaction at that time was like, what is happening? Like, this is not what I thought.
And you weren't under the influence of the internet, of other ex-Mormons. This is just your raw, genuine reaction.
Yeah, I mean, I Googled, like, because I wanted to see, is anyone else feeling this way? So, like, I am seeing some things online, but, like, that was my raw reaction was, like, we're in a cult. Like, what's happening? You know? She replies, I can see how you could feel that way. And I said, I know I'm supposed to learn and feel something and that everyone's first time through is confusing and weird, but I'm struggling finding these meanings with the endowment. She says, was it the prayer? The prayer circle. It was the prayer that made me feel that way when I first went through. I say, the prayer was uncomfortable, yeah, but the veil thing, it made me think, do I really need to prove these things to God to get to the celestial kingdom?
Mm-hmm.
And we're talking about getting the handshakes right. There's like
and
4 of
saying
them.
the correct words. That's so, reading this back, I'm like, wow, I forgot I felt this way.
Yes.
I knew I had a bad time, but I really compartmentalized that. I forgot how I felt. And then, you know, of course, because I did some Googling, I said, do Masonic rituals, like, do I need to do that to, you know, get to the celestial kingdom? Masonic rituals? I thought striving to be like Christ was my goal. I know it's just symbols for these things, but for some reason, I am feeling like I didn't sign up for this. How am I supposed to preach the gospel to have people to have the goal of going to the temple when that's what it is? Because we talk about the temple a lot in Sacker meeting and young women's, you know, it's all about someday you'll go to the temple and the temple is so great. And I'm just like, I have to teach people on my mission that this is what their goal is.
Yeah.
So anyway, I invite.
That's perfect.
Yeah.
That's
amazing.
precious. Yeah.
That is amazing.
Yeah.
So I'll just finish this last page. I just said, I was home alone and she came over and talked to me about it and made me feel at ease. I said to her, I don't even know who told me that these things are weird, who told me that these things were cultish or strange. I just feel that way. And then she encouraged me that I really just need to keep going, right?
Turn it off.
She said, I know that this isn't the greatest advice, but you really just need to go again and again, because then somehow you'll be okay with it. We talked about a lot of things, and I felt so lucky to have her. Said I felt like I couldn't talk about it with anyone else because my mom was so proud of me and I didn't want to ruin that. I know that it's really a place where Satan got me, where I was vulnerable. I can see that there is beauty and holiness about something and he can attack it and then they try to crush you. And
So that's basically saying your internal voice is Satan.
yes, my intuition is actually Satan.
Right. Okay, so this is so interesting because you have a lot of people, I think, their voice really gets canceled out in Mormonism. They can't really hear it. They can't decipher. You have this really clear moment of your voice emerging, this you, this identity that's different from the Mormon you. Does that make sense? Yeah. And then, which is beautiful and could lead you off Mormonism. So it's quick. Mormonism comes in and quick labels it as like,
Yeah,
That's
it's
Satan.
Satan.
devil.
Satan got me down.
Yes.
And even the temple ceremony has a Satan figure that warns all the people in the temple ceremony, if you do not walk up to every covenant that you make in this temple this day, you will be in my power.
That's right.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, so, this will become a theme, but like feeling that my intuition is not to be listened to.
That's right.
The way, I now am like, it's so funny that what we think is the Holy Ghost, like what your gut is. It's like now I can just rely on that. Like I know what's right for me.
Yeah.
Which is kind of feels great, but
Julie is making the point, she's texting me, that you're doing your journal wrong. The way I did my journal is I wrote my journal like thinking my posterity will give a rat's rear
So
someday.
filtering it.
And so I'm writing in my journal what I think is going to be inspiring to my posterity. You're actually writing your
I'm writing my
candid,
feelings.
vulnerable, true feelings. You're doing your journal wrong. I'm joking. You're doing it
but
right.
it's funny because I actually always knew someday when my kids read my journals, it'll be really embarrassing. Like I've always treated my journals as somewhere where I could just be like true and raw.
That's
Including now, like I'm like, hope my posterity, I don't wonder what they'll think when they read this, but very much like just to help me to get my feelings out. And it's funny because I think I did that multiple times where I would write down the speech bubbles of text messages that were significant. Like I just wanted to record things to keep a record of it.
That's
and
right.
I'm so glad I did.
As they actually were.
Yeah, and I'm so glad I did because I tend to have a positivity bias. I know most people like have the opposite of that, where like negative experiences always are trumping their positive experiences. But I tend to move past things. I forgive like things really easily. It's just helps. It's my peace. Like even if somebody doesn't deserve forgiveness, I forgive them, even if they're wrong, just so I can have peace. And so I move past negative experiences pretty well. Like if my husband and I get in a fight, it's like, I don't remember the next day what we were even fighting about because I just very much am like positivity bias. So it's interesting reading back on that because I'm like, I forgot how I felt. Like I forgot that I wrote, we were in a cult,
Yeah.
I'm like, wow, I that I dared to say that, even in my personal diary.
so powerful.
Yeah.
Thanks for sharing. So then I guess you turn that off because now you got to go serve a mission.
Yeah, exactly. And I think, you just got to say, well, that was the devil and I gotta just go.
What was the MTC like?
So it was kind of special because when I got my patriarchal blessing right before my mission, and then my parents dropped me off, and those were the first 2 times I'd ever seen my dad cry my whole life. During my patriarchal blessing, he was emotional, and when he dropped me off, he was emotional, and he was crying because he was proud of me, which double-edged sword to that. It comes from proud of what you're doing, but that was special, like to see him being so proud of me. I wasn't always like super close to my dad. And so just, he's very much like the provider figure, and my mom was the one that I turned to. So that was special to have that. But when I was in the MTC, I struggled with feeling like I wasn't enough. I had not read the Book of Mormon myself to that point, just kind of like sporadically, but I'd never just like oh, I'm going to sit and read the Book of Mormon. You know, it's like, and then you pray at the end. That's kind of what you're supposed to do. And I'd never done that. And so I'm in the MTC and I'm thinking, I don't know what I'm doing. And I just, you know, I think they've changed the way they teach languages now, but the way they did it back then, you step in the door and they immediately start speaking Chinese to you. That doesn't work unless you're like a child, by the way. Like that type of language acquisition does not work unless you're a child, because like it's just gibberish, right? And so you're immediately hit. And I'm like, well, I've taken 2 years of high school Chinese, so I sort of know how to read the Romanized Chinese. So that was one leg up I had, but like I could barely say anything. And so I was, you know, full of doubt. I was always crying. I felt really bad for my MTC teachers because they just always had to deal with me crying, because I was just always thinking about how I wasn't good enough, that my Chinese wasn't good enough, that my gospel knowledge wasn't good enough, which is so bizarre because, you know, I went to 4 years of seminary. I grew up in the church, and somehow I'm still feeling like I'm not good enough.
Yeah. Yeah.
So, yeah, that was hard. And eventually they had me talk to the mission or the MTC counselor, and it was really lame, let me just say. Like, he did a lot of talking and not a lot of listening, which is just like, well, this is how you should feel, blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, what about me, like, sharing how I feel, you know?
So was he telling you how to feel, basically, or how to, when he's talking, what do you remember?
I just remember sitting in that room and I'm like staring at the window at the mountains while he's talking. And it's just like very much like, yeah, it's just like he's kind of trying to tell me about like how I'm, you know, how I'm supposed to deal with the thoughts, or just, yeah, it just didn't feel very much like how if I went to therapy now, I would not seek someone like that, right? Someone that is just validating your feelings and listening to you and giving you and helping you, guide you to the place you need to go, right? Yeah. It was very much just him chattering at me.
Yeah. Well, the church has a long history of sort of viewing the mental health profession as an enemy, because if heaven forbid your therapist said, you know, that voice you heard in the temple, that was actually you, pay attention to it. Well, that's not going to be good for your faithfulness on your mission or to the church. Yeah. So there's a conflict, there's a genuine conflict of interest between the church and any mental health professional that they would recommend to somebody struggling. And so the guy's not there to have you
connect with yourself.
Yeah, to have you become.
Yeah, to connect with
exactly
my true self.
Yeah, he's there to have you be on plan and stay on plan. Right?
And interestingly, my now husband, which is spoiler alert, I do get married eventually. He is in medical school and he was doing rotations at the Instacare in Provo. It is commonplace for MTC missionaries to go to the Instacare because they think they're having a heart attack, but it's because they're having a panic attack.
Oh.
Yeah, my husband was talking to one of the, I think one of the medical assistants. He's like, oh, that is every day at the...
And did that allow you to kind of feel validated that it is a very intense experience?
Yeah, that it's like, you know, it's intense there. And I was there for 9 weeks.
Yeah.
There was some great things about the MTC, though. I had 2 companions, and we just had a blast together as companions. My district included all the people going to Chinese-speaking missions. So Chinese-speaking missions are like, go everywhere in the world. Like you wouldn't believe. There's a German mission for Chinese-speaking.
Yeah, like California.
Canada, New Zealand, Australia. I mean, they go everywhere.
Yeah.
And there's also a group of missionaries that are going to Hong Kong. And I guess because it's harder for, at least this was in 2016, it's harder for Americans to get visas to Hong Kong and Macau. The majority of the missionaries going to Hong Kong were from Great Britain. So flirtation ensues. The MTC, you know, you get all these young people, like there was a lot of flirtation in the MTC, but it's forbidden, you know, you're not supposed to. But there's a lot of like, oh, do you think that elder's cute? Oh yeah, this elder's cute, you know. And so there was a lot of that in the MTC, which would, you know, horrify the leaders who are leading the MTC. But it's like, what do you expect? You got all these 18, 19-year-olds, and they're just, you know, it's almost sort of like EFY.
Right.
And I went to EFY for 2 years, and it's like a church camp where you all go, and it's like, oh, you're around all these people who are, you know, worthy, quote unquote. So it's like they're all, you know, free game. So yeah, there was a lot of flirtation in the MTC.
I guess the church wants that just to be controlled, right? Not to be...
Yeah.
Did you have worthiness issues in the MTC or?
No, I mean, like I said, I was such a square.
No, I guess I'm referring to you confessing to your mission president?
Oh, that's later. I'll kind of talk about that later. Yeah, I mean, I never had any of like the intense worthiness things like most people have, because like I had like 2-second kiss in high school and we didn't really date. So it was never really a thing for me. But when I was in the MTC, I brought these books written by David Ridges, which were these guides for the Book of Mormon. And it was like how to make it easier to read. And it was like the first time in my life that I actually was like, I'm understanding the Book of Mormon, and I never could. And then I was told, well, that's not the standard works. You can't read those.
Oh, interesting.
Because missionaries are only allowed to read the standard works, which is the Bible, the Book of Mormon, the Pearl of Great Price, and the Doctrine and Covenants. And you weren't supposed to read things that were like guides or, commentary for some reason. I don't know. But it was like, I finally felt like something was clicking with me, and then they snatched it away.
That's right. You're having this positive experience, feeling like actually something that was not accessible now is really making sense. And then they say, actually, no, that's not, you can't be doing that. Yeah.
Yeah. It's like, I finally found something that was working for me. Like I'm already doing so much compartmentalizing, obviously with the temple, and like things are like freaking me out. And then I finally find something that's like, oh, they're explaining these things to me and now I get it. And then they're like, no, you can't use that.
Yeah.
Like you're not allowed. So yeah, there was a lot of ups and downs. Like again, it was 9 weeks. It's a long time to be in the MTC.
Yeah.
But I do have an experience where I remembered feeling wretched, of course, because I was the worst, because I couldn't learn Chinese in a day and I didn't have all the scriptures memorized, and I was just feeling terrible about myself. And, I was crying a lot. And on my top bunk bed in the little missionary dorms, I said a prayer, because at that point I felt like I didn't really understand what the atonement was. People would talk about Jesus and the atonement, but it wasn't really something I felt connected to. But I prayed that I would feel better. And when I woke up and I went to sleep the next morning, I felt great. And I really felt at the time that was a manifestation of the atonement working on me, which, I think about it now, and I'm quite a morning person, and I always feel great in the morning. I feel super refreshed every morning. And so maybe that's probably part of what it was. But at the time, I felt like this is the atonement working on me. So I was feeling terrible, and now I feel great. So, I did have those spiritual experiences.
Mm-hmm.
Another story in the MTC that I won't go too deep in, but I did one of my wisdom teeth fell out in the MTC, which was a really crazy experience. And my mom had to come. I was a week away from going to Taiwan, and not my wisdom tooth. I'm sorry, I wrote that wrong. I have 2 implants.
Oh, okay. Because I'm like, how does a wisdom tooth fall out?
I have 2 implants because I have 2 baby teeth that didn't, come in. And one of them started falling out, and it was super painful.
Yeah.
And so my mom had to come get me, and she was so emotional because here I am wearing my missionary name tag, and she's like, oh. But I was supposed to go to Taiwan the week after that. And so they were like, what are we going to do? She takes me to my dentist. And there was no consideration for, what's best for your health is we take care of this and you'll go later. There was no consideration for that. It's like, we got to get you out, Mm-hmm. So in this crazy whirlwind, they were like, okay, well, we'll just take it out, put another post in. We'll give you the crown with a teeny little Allen wrench. 6 months from now, you'll put it back yourself.
It's a do-it-yourself tooth implantation?
Yes. So he's hammering this thing in. There's blood pouring down my face. My mom's in the corner what is happening? And, I get my hydrocodone from the pharmacy.
Yeah.
And I go.
Because it's Utah County.
Well, also, tooth pain is not to be messed with, I will say.
I've heard too, those.
Of course.
Yeah.
Oh.
Tooth pain is not to be messed with. So that hydrocodone, it does come in clutch. But so the next morning, I'm back to the MTC. The next morning, I take the hydrocodone. And temples used to have cafeterias in the basement, but they, for some reason, decided we're not going to do that anymore. So every P day, which is your preparation day, we would all go to the temple, which is across the street from the MTC, which is the Missionary Training Center. And we usually would get breakfast at the temple cafeteria before we did any session or anything. So I'm with my district, and I'm I just took this hydrocodone. And I'm like, let's get breakfast first. And I'm like, no, we'll get breakfast after. And what do you think happens on an empty stomach when you take a medication like that? So I'm sitting in the chapel of the temple, which is where you sit before you go do an endowment session. And I'm like, I'm not feeling good. And as we all stand up to file out to go into the endowment room, I pass out. So I just fall over. And that day, not unbeknownst to me, because I was in MTC missionary mode, you don't know anything about the outside world. I come to, and there's all these faces above me, and there's this one temple worker who like rushes over, and she's like, I'm a nurse. And she says, do you know what your name is? I'm like, my name is Michelle.
You give her your temple name or your real name?
And she says to me, do you know who just got elected as president? It was 2016, the day that the president got elected, but I didn't know that. And I'm sitting there like, and she says, Donald Trump. And I'm like, why did you tell me that? Because I didn't support Donald Trump. So she probably thought, what good news to give to you, missionary. But that's how she like had me come to.
Interesting.
Do you know who just got elected? I'm like, how would I know? But she's like, Donald Trump. And I'm like, oh, I'm not happy to receive that information. I'm on the ground, pale as a sheet, you know?
Don't make it worse.
Yeah. So that was what happened right before I went to Taiwan. So
that's a funny story.
Yeah, then I go out on my mission.
And just how was your mission? You know, how was it for your mental health?
So I, still had struggles with feeling like I wasn't good enough throughout my whole mission. So, and my mission trainer, who's still a dear friend to me, she also struggled with mental health. So she was like, I already talked to the mission. We actually had a psychologist who was a senior missionary in our mission. So that was really lucky. It's like not normal. Usually for missions, they have an area that they have like one guy who they just call people on the phone and like, it's just some random person you call on the phone. But we had a missionary couple where his wife was a nurse and he was a psychologist. So kind of a power couple for our mission. And so like we knew him, we'd like see him in person and he was a really friendly guy. And so she's like, well, I already called a mission psychologist. You should call him too when you're struggling with things. And so I call him and he tells me about positive affirmations and which, do you know what that is?
Yeah, Stuart Smalley.
So he tells me, the brain is susceptible to believing things, which it's funny in a Mormon context, that if you tell yourself something enough times, like you can manifest its truth or you will just begin to see yourself more positively. So he said, one of your positive affirmations can be, I speak Chinese just as well as a native. It seems crazy, but I'm telling you it works because I wrote out a piece of paper of my positive affirmations about myself, just like things that like aren't obviously true, but like you say it as an I am statement. I am, a knowledge scriptorian or whatever it is. I don't remember what they were, but whatever it was, like it really helped me. And he also taught me about the inner locus of control versus the outer locus of control, which is being motivated for self rather than by external forces.
Nice.
And
that's solid.
Yeah, I'm learning things from
very
him
helpful
that are like compared to the MTC guy. Like this guy's great, and he's also like I see he's a really friendly person too when I see him at mission conferences. And so he's teaching me things that end up being very useful even now. Like I still do those types of things in my life. I do meditations and I do those positive affirmations and I, just changing that motivation mindset for like being motivated for the right reasons. So I'm starting to use these spiritual, I would say, I think it kind of falls in the realm of spirituality, these methods that like, praying and reading the scriptures aren't working, just, going to church isn't working. But these things are working for me.
So you're kind of doing an upgrade of sorts.
Yeah.
Right? Is that what you would say when it comes to kind of mental health and approaching difficult circumstances?
Yeah. And it's just kind of interesting, like reflecting on it, because it's like those things were really working for me. But it's like, that's because those other things weren't working.
That's right.
So.
Yeah.
Got it.
So those were helping me. And so, yeah, in the beginning of my mission, I was like really intense about learning Chinese. Like I got so into it that you're supposed to wake up at 7 a.m. in my mission because I think our mission was special. We could wake up a half hour later and go to bed half hour later.
Normally at 6:30.
Because night markets and like people are out more often at night.
So you stay up later.
So you stay up a half hour later
that's
on my mission.
interesting.
It was like we got special permission because the mornings aren't as productive, I guess, in Taiwan. So yeah, I would wake up sometimes an hour, half an hour earlier, which you're technically not supposed to do because you're supposed to always like be in sight and sound of your companion. But I would either go in the bathroom, even just under my sheets, and I would get a little flashlight and I would look at my flashcards.
So you're kind of breaking the rules.
Well, it's like, yeah, to be more awesome.
For
right?
learning, for learning, yes.
Because I just had so much desire to understand the people.
Yeah.
Like, you know, you kind of get these phrases that you can say as a missionary, but I wanted, when people were speaking to me, I wanted to understand.
Yeah, you wanted to be able to connect to them.
And I felt such a deep love for the people. Like, I will say, like, I had zero culture shock. It was like the opposite. When I went home, I had culture shock because I just loved their culture. I loved the people of Taiwan.
Yeah.
I love their food. I'm a vegetarian, and like it's like a mecca for vegetarian food just because they have, if you're devout Buddhist, you don't eat any meat. So there's tons of these little Buddhist restaurants that would be my go-to. I just love their culture. They're so polite and kind. And of course, I was blonde at the time. I dyed my hair blonde. And of course, they're like, oh my gosh, a blonde, tall American. So they're like, you know, they're a bit enchanted by that. And so the people were just so kind. And so I just really desired to be able to understand them and talk to them. So I was like getting really intense into language studying, which now, like, I've since been diagnosed with ADHD. So I can see it's sort of a hyper-focused, like, you know, hobby that I kind of get into these things where I get really obsessed with something. And I think that's what that was. Like, learning Chinese became a little bit of an obsession for me.
Nice.
So yeah, I got really into that. And my first three companionships, it was kind of like, we taught some people, but like nothing was super crazy. But my fourth companion, who is now like still one of my really good friends, she was a Stanford student, very, very intelligent, very, very driven. And she rubbed off on me because she was like, missionaries have a handbook, that's the white handbook, which is all the rules. And she says, you know, if you follow every rule to a T, like, you'll get blessings. And so I got obsessed with obedience on the mission to a point that, you know, it became a little bit detrimental. But I was like, okay, we're going to do everything. As missionaries, we were supposed to wear these little light reflecting vests called fangguang dai, which is like, because missionaries have died in Taiwan on bikes. So it was a rule. The moment the sun went down, you had to wear these light reflecting vests while you're riding on your bike. And anytime I saw another missionary who wasn't wearing one, I would get after him. Say, you're not wearing your fangguang dai, and you've got to put that on. And I was really intense about obedience. But also, in that companionship, we were really successful.
Meaning?
We had a lot of baptisms. And I got into the culture where I just talked to everybody. So I would talk to people at the 7-Eleven. There's like 1 million convenience stores in Taiwan. So I'd talk to everybody at the 7-Eleven. I'd talk to everybody in the street. We would be riding our bikes, and I would just pull over and start talking to somebody. And I would find a lot of investigators, or I would do like a lot of the beginning work of teaching and finding. And then I would leave an area, and then somebody else would baptize the person, just because it takes a little bit longer than a few weeks to baptize someone. And so I was a little bit like, I did all the work. I found them, and I did, you know, and then they got to baptize them. But so when I was with that companion, we had two transfers together. Like, I saw, okay, this is working. Being really intense about everything. Being every little rule, we've got to follow it to perfection. But
it's kind of like an eating disorder, but for religion.
So, you know, I learned the word scrupulosity this year, and I don't know if it's like was, you know, diagnosable scrupulosity, but it was definitely like, if you don't do everything perfect, something bad's going to happen, because that means that the person that's supposed to hear the gospel is not going to hear it if you don't do everything perfect.
Right. That's right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You're responsible.
You're responsible for their salvation.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, it's intense.
But then I would see missionaries who were being disobedient, and they were getting baptisms. And I was like, what? That doesn't follow the theme. And also, like, I was thinking, this gift of tongues thing seems like nonsense to me, because there's a lot of missionaries out here whose Chinese is terrible, you know? So, the gift of tongues, the gift of tongues. It's this concept that basically if you're serving God, then, which I don't think any other Christian church interprets it in this way, the gift of tongues. But in the Mormon church, it means that you can magically be good at languages, right, on the mission.
Well, that's what it means now. When it was actually originally written in Joseph Smith's time, early members of the church literally spoke in tongues just like Pentecostals, do now. But they had, once that was de-emphasized, because these spiritual gifts kind of can get out of control. If God's telling you something that he's not vetted with the president of the church or whatever. So that's new. They've morphed what
it
that
to mean
means.
that.
Yeah.
But I remember thinking, this kind of seems like BS because I feel like it's just equal to how much you work. It's because I'm like, I'm working really hard to learn Chinese and I'm speaking Chinese pretty well.
Yeah.
And, people are noticing. And it's making me feel really good because I'm studying really hard and it's paying off.
That's what's pernicious about scrupulosity is that you get positive reinforcement for extreme religiosity.
Yeah.
So it's not experienced necessarily as a bad thing, right? Even if it's bad for your mental health.
Yeah, but I mean, it was working.
Yeah.
And so I would look at these other missionaries and I'm like, well, their Chinese is kind of bad. And so I don't really think this gift of tongues thing is actually working. It's like, it's equal to how much work I put in, not how, it wasn't computing. And then it was like, but there are some people who are finding these golden investigators, which is like somebody who's just primed to join the church basically. But they're being bad. Like they're like going off with the elders on P-days and like having crushes on each other. And that's bad. And but they're getting baptisms.
What you didn't know is that there's such thing as baptism fraud, which is what I experienced on my mission, which is people using undue influence, missionaries using undue influence to convert people that really aren't converted.
Yeah, or it was just, it had nothing to do with the missionary. It was just this person wanted to join the church, right? It had nothing to do with them.
Or flirt to convert, right?
Yeah, and it's just like, but I wasn't connecting that at the time. I thought it was very equated to me, my obedience, my perfection.
Yeah.
Interesting.
That's what was equating to the success.
Plays head games with you. Yeah.
And so when I was seeing people who weren't being perfect and perfectly obedient, like I was like,
you'd be puzzled.
Yeah, I'm like, that doesn't make sense.
Yeah.
And I met an elder who said, there's two kinds of sisters on the mission. There's cool sisters and there's scary sisters. And you, Sister Clyde, are a scary sister because I was like, if I saw them stepping a toe out of line, I'd be like, we got to talk about this. And it was hard for me because I had these district leaders that I felt weren't like up to par. Like they weren't following the rules. They weren't being an inspiration to me. And I would talk to my mission president about it. And he's just kind of like, well, you got to allow them to be a leader. So kind of just ignore that and just allow them to be a leader, you know, which.
We were similar missionaries.
So you were a crazy obsessed missionary?
It's almost like, so the way that you like judged yourself, you started evaluating others by the same measure.
Yes, and I was very judgmental.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah, I definitely was like looking down at the people who weren't being perfect.
Right.
It's natural.
Perfection's impossible anyway, but I definitely was like, well, this guy over here. And I was not as critical of sisters just because I think I'm naturally more empathetic to women and more scornful of men. But I was like, these elders. Ugh. And
hey.
and they're, I mean, we're not equals. We're not equals.
No.
So the expectations, I think.
I couldn't be a leader over elders, but elders could be a leader over me.
Exactly.
Was that bugging you?
I think it was because, I felt like I had the formula and I felt like I knew what we were supposed to do. And so I was like, well, how am I supposed to listen to this person that I felt like wasn't?
And that would reinforce you being harsher on them.
Yeah, makes sense.
Yeah, but it got to a point that like my mission president called me one day, I think because you write a letter to your mission president every week and they were looking a bit concerning to him, I suppose. And he calls me just kind of on a random evening and he says, Sister Clyde, I've never told a missionary this before, but I think you need to relax. So can you imagine a mission president telling a missionary they need to relax? Because it was getting to the point where I was very much turning to myself, like, if everything isn't going right, then I'm terrible.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
And so he's like, you need to relax because, like, it's hurting you,
Yeah.
And my mission president, and I hate the term mission president's wife, but that's what they called it.
Yeah.
His wife as well, were great leaders. Like, they were wonderful. They worked off of high love, high expectation is what they called it.
Yeah.
Because they had high expectations for us, but they showed a lot of love to us as well. Like, he would say, I love you on the phone to missionaries. And it felt very, like, loving. So I've heard some horror stories like on Mormon Stories of some mission presidents being pretty awful. But he was great and his wife were great. So, that was no problem.
Well, that's when it becomes scrupulosity. Is if it's working for you and you feel great, it's not a problem. But if the intensity is starting to wear on you,
right,
and
then it becomes a disorder.
That's
because I was assigned a companion who was a native Taiwanese. I had 3 native Taiwanese companions, which is unusual. Most people they've never had a native companion or they only had one. But I think maybe because my mission president's like, well, she speaks pretty well, so I'll entrust her with being these missionaries' companions. But I had she was only converted to the church like 2 years before she served her mission. And, being a member is already high demand enough. Being a missionary is like being a super member because it's like there's more rules. There's enough rules and just being a regular member of the church, but being a missionary, it's like, let's add more rules to your life. So she was like struggling with all the rules.
Yeah.
And I was like Mrs. Rules,
Yeah.
So we were having a really hard time. It was like every decision we made, we were like butting heads and because I'm like, we need to be obedient. And she wasn't being obedient. So it was, and there were screaming matches, which I don't really feel like that's my personality, but it came out of me at that time. And when we stopped being companions, like he realized it wasn't working, my mission president. And so he transferred her out and I got a trainee. But when I would think about our companionship, like I would start shivering, I would start shaking because it was like kind of traumatic, like being in a constant state of unrest. I'd never been in that, because I grew up with parents who were very, like, they didn't yell. And I grew up in a very peaceful little town. And I never grew up in that state of like always feeling like, I wouldn't say unsafe, but just like you can't be relaxed at any moment. Because that companion even like ran away from me once and like rode her bike and I lost her. And you're supposed to always be together. And so it's just so much stress from that companionship. And so I'm like, every time I would kind of ponder it, I would start shivering and shaking, which is so weird. But I prayed to forgive her. And it took a few prayers. But like a few months later, after she wasn't my companion anymore, I ran into her and like I had no bad feelings for her. And I just hugged her. And that like, it's weird, that's making me feel emotional, but that was like an experience to me that like forgiving somebody, like I felt so much peace to be able to forgive. And that's like been a pattern in my life that like just find peace from like letting things go. And so like that's actually a pivotal part of my life that I've always felt since that moment, that any hard thing that happens to you, like it is to build you, because I learned a really valuable lesson from that experience, that I could forgive her for inflicting so much just unease and just stress on me. And I could just not feel any bad feelings for her. And she's actually since left the church, which is interesting. But I like send her a Christmas card and we chat sometimes. And yeah, that feels very special, a special mission experience that I could just, let it go.
And how was she in that moment? Do you remember when you hugged her and you felt real love?
I think she was surprised. I think that I could just hug her and there was no like scornful looks or anything. I think she was a little bit like, oh, okay. And but yeah, I could just move past it. Yeah. And I think that's, again, like my positivity bias. I think it's such a gift. Like I still believe in spiritual gifts in a way. And I think my spiritual gift is forgiveness, because I can just let things go.
Yeah. I have a question for you about this kind of role of enforcing rules. Did you find in your mission, did it make it harder to connect to people around you when you're providing feedback or evaluation, or no? Did you find that there was a lot of support for that people appreciated it, I guess?
I think there was both. I think kind of getting in that judgmental mind, I felt like, I would observe when I would street contact. When somebody would become my investigator, like I loved them so much. Like the feeling of love I felt for them is like also a beautiful experience for my mission, that I just loved those people. But sometimes when I would street contact and I would talk to people and they had like no ambitions for their life, I would kind of try to tie in our message with their goals and ambitions. And there'd be people who, what do you like to do? I don't really like to do anything. What are your goals? And it was very much like they just wake up, go to work, play on their phone, go to bed. And I just like, there was no ambition. In my state, I was like pure ambition. And so I felt like getting in that mindset made me very judgmental of people sometimes, because I would just be like, well, this person, they don't get it. Mm-hmm. They don't know what they're missing. Mm-hmm. Because like I was able to follow all these rules from the church and the mission and everything. And like, I felt like I had found the path.
There's such striving in that, right? You're constantly striving to have to. How about with your fellow missionaries, the people that you're working with?
I think my companions, besides, that one I just mentioned, were really inspired by it. Like when I trained my trainee, like when I talked to her this day, like it always surprises me. She's like, oh, all my companions, they knew about Sister Clyde because you were like a hardworking missionary. And that felt really good to hear, because I was like, well, all that stress is worth it if people could hold me to, So I think so I became a sister training leader at one point, and I think it did inspire a lot of missionaries, but I think the elders that were my leaders were a little bit like annoyed by it, right? Because I thought I didn't allow them to use their authority, right?
Oh, interesting.
So I think some of the elders that I kind of would tell off, they would be like, well, Sister Clyde over here on her high horse, which I was on my high horse.
Would you have identified as a feminist at that point?
Yeah, I think so, because...
You would have used the word?
Yeah, I think so, because... Okay. So when I was going to the U, I forgot to mention this. I went to the University of Utah just for that. I went through 3 semesters, and I took a sociology class that kind of awoke my mind to feminism, because we would talk about like conditioning with children, how like, giving children the girl toys and giving boys the boy toys. And we would talk about kind of feminist things, and I sort of became like awoke to that and identified with that. So I do think, and because I don't think I was ever super close to my dad, I think it probably was like I always connected with women more. And so like looking around me, like women ran the world, like women created Christmas, women, every kind of magical thing in my life was because women created it. And so, being on the mission, I definitely felt like, well, the sisters, they know what they're doing, but the elders, they're a little bit disobedient.
You're like the sisters, they're the magic.
Yeah. And I think even the members would be like, oh, we love the sister missionaries, because I think, women sometimes are a bit more empathetic or personal, just up front, maybe. And so even the members were like, "Oh, we love the sister missionaries."
And I hope this doesn't seem like condescending or whatever, but are you aware that like the sister training leader position was created after the ordained women movement as a way to appease women, to make them feel like they had some responsibility?
Yeah, I didn't know that, but I was sister training leader just for the last little bit of my mission, but it definitely,
it's like a crumb.
You could kind of feel that it was a crumb, but as a missionary, you're so busy anyway that like leadership, whatever. I guess some people probably wanted to be leaders, but I was just like, I'm here because I want to baptize people.
But you've been conditioned to go, power, whatever. I'm a woman, power, whatever, authority, whatever.
Yeah, I guess. I think.
Or maybe I'm projecting.
No, actually, you're reminding me that kind of my whole life, I've always sort of a little bit like side-eyed authority figures. Like I've always sort of felt like rules have to make sense. And I think that's why I liked the mission rules, because they seem to make sense. Like you're supposed to wear that fangguang dai because it protects you. You're supposed to only have your lessons are only supposed to be, I think, 45 minutes to an hour, because it helps you not to, waste time. Like I felt like they made sense. So I always felt like authority has to earn respect from me.
Sure, good.
Which, isn't really the church way, but somehow that's just how I felt, that like I wouldn't just automatically respect someone just because they were in a position of authority, which like my district leaders, I didn't really respect some of them because they weren't. To me, they didn't earn it yet,
So a level of discernment with authority.
Which is dangerous to an Orthodox Mormon.
Yeah. But speaking of authority, Elder Cook came to my mission.
This is Quentin Cook. He's an apostle.
Yeah. So apostles often will visit with a whole mission, and just to kind of motivate them, give, speeches and things. And so he came to our mission and gave a talk, and he said that they specifically pick missionaries for missions like Taiwan, which are really difficult language and just, cultural and just kind of hard missions. They like pick the cream of the crop. That's what he said. So we're, what kind of message is that? So if you get called to Montana, like my brother does that mean you're
You suck.
you suck, you're a misfit?
Yeah.
And my brother felt that way in his mission. He
Yeah.
didn't enjoy his mission in Montana.
My brother went to Sacramento.
So it's like, and that's from an apostle's mouth.
Yeah.
That he's like, oh, we picked the cream of the crop basically to come. Like, he just wanted to say, we hope you know that you're here for a reason because we know you're good.
Right.
But that, like, what does that do to your ego to hear an apostle say that? But another thing he said.
It's demeaning to other missionaries. It really is.
Yeah, I mean, just in that room makes us feel great. But what about people who don't go to missions like Taiwan, right?
Yeah.
But he also said something to us that was memorable. Quentin L. Cook, is that his full name? He said to us that, we don't want to talk about spiritual experiences too much because they're sacred. But I want you missionaries to know that I've heard the voice and seen the face of Jesus Christ. So we're all sitting there like, he actually speaks to Jesus.
Yeah.
I'd never heard something like that before. You kind of like wonder, but then you're starting thinking, in the Salt Lake Temple, they're actually meeting Jesus.
And they want us to think and feel that way. The problem is there are prophets historically on record that have said, I've never seen Jesus, I've never talked to Jesus. And generally they're discouraged from saying that type of stuff publicly in general conference. So it's the kind of thing that, number one, they could be lying. Number two, it could just be their imagination. Number three, it could just be a dream. But number four, they're only going to say that in a like closed, curated, non-public setting. But it is undue influence because he's basically saying, I talked to Jesus, so obey me.
That's right.
We talked to Jesus, so obey us, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And, I've since listened to your episode about the second anointing, but I can't remember his name, but he thought he was going to see Jesus.
Tom Phillips.
Tom Phillips thought he was going to see Jesus because that's kind of the message. And he was disappointed because he wasn't there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, that kind of was a bit, like this is the real church because he just told us that he knows I even remember that exact phrasing. I know the face. I've seen heard the voice and know the face of Jesus Christ.
It's like a power play.
Yeah.
It really is. It really is. And he's the type of personality to do that, honestly.
Yeah.
From what I've seen.
But interestingly, one of my investigators, I met an investigator and she seemed really awesome, like so prepared to like hear the message. And when we get to her house, she has done some Googling and she has learned that the apostles get a stipend. They get paid.
Yeah.
I didn't know that. My whole life as a member, I didn't know that they got paid.
It's like $300,000 and they have like $1 million credit line that they can draw against for things like a cabin in Midway or Heber. You know what I mean?
So isn't it interesting that like probably a lot of members don't know that information?
Oh, none do.
That they're getting money.
Yeah.
And so this investigator is telling me that I think there was like she'd seen something about Dieter Uchtdorf buying a house or something.
Yeah.
And I was distraught because I had no answers for her. I didn't know what to tell her. Like it was new information for me. So I go to my mission president and I tell him like, and he says, well, kind of probably what anyone would say. Well, it's because they leave their whole life. But they're older. They're retired already.
And most of them are super rich.
And well, he said to me that not all of them are rich, but some of them, if they have money to buy a big house, like she was saying, it's because, he was a successful pilot or, whatever. And so he kind of like, I was like, okay, I guess I can see that they have to give up everything to be in the church. So I guess.
But Boyd K. Packer was like an educator. And he had multiple, like at least 3 houses when he died. And, Joseph Fielding Smith too, like they make a lot of money. Yeah. Yeah.
But I was another moment where I'm kind of like, something feels weird, but I was, pacified.
Right.
Oh, don't worry about it. There's reasons,
Almost all the apostles have cabins in Midway or Heber. Like,
really?
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, for sure.
So, yeah, another moment of that.
Yeah.
But, so, we have the apostle come, then I'm learning apostles. Actually, there's something I don't like about the apostles.
Yeah.
So,
yeah,
but I'm winding down on my mission, and I'm getting letters from my sister throughout my mission, and I'm finding out that she's struggling with her mental health, my twin sister.
You may have said this. Did she serve a mission?
No.
Oh.
So I'm on my mission and my sister is not. And it's like becoming obvious, like, there's something going on. She's at BYU and her mental health is really struggling at BYU. And so that was really hard for me to hear. But also, she's not going to church anymore.
Oh.
That was while you were on your mission.
While I'm on my mission. I'm learning that. She's not going to church anymore.
She told you that?
Whether she stated it in like clear language or not, like it was kind of like, you know, I came to that knowledge. I can't remember if it was clearly stated or just kind of like vague that she wasn't going to church anymore. So yeah, that was hard to hear. I forgot to tell the story about talking to my mission president.
Yeah,
I should tell that now.
I was just going to say, like, so y'all were identical twins, right?
Fraternal.
Fraternal twins.
But we were really close.
You were super close twins.
Yeah.
So, like when you're super close twins, oftentimes you're like inseparable until you get married kind of thing. So y'all did something a little different in that you kind of went your separate ways even right after high school.
Well, I think I wanted to differentiate. Like I sort of felt that I needed to be my own self, like after high school, that I think she even brought up to me that she said, you told me I wasn't allowed to go to the U because you were going to the U, which I'm like, I'm so sorry that I told you that. But I think I kind of needed that.
Yeah. So you were wanting some space to self-develop and differentiate.
Yeah. I wanted to kind of figure out who I was.
Yeah.
But like hearing that she was like not going to church, like I remember thinking, I'm going to hold my marriage hostage until she can come in the temple with me.
Yeah.
And my one of my older brothers sort of like wasn't going to church either. Like I think before my mission, it was kind of obvious because he didn't go inside the temple for my third brother's wedding.
Okay.
So, like I said, our family doesn't talk about things. It's very much like if we don't talk about it, it doesn't exist. So there was never like strict conversation of like, so older brother, how are you feeling? You know, about the church. It was just unspoken. Like you just noticed he wasn't doing the things anymore. And so I'm like, when I get engaged someday, I'm going to say, I'm not going to get married until you guys can come in the temple with me. How terrible is that? That I had that thought that I would like hold them hostage, which obviously when I actually got engaged, I was like, I'm not doing that. But at the time I was like, I'll do anything to try to help them to come back to church.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Well, yeah, we've covered this just even recently. When you're on a mission trying to convert the world and your own family starting to leave, it can really mess with your head and your, psychology, right? And
like, I really do think that missionaries are in sort of a brainwashed state. That it's like, I completely lost my sense of self. Mm-hmm. But there was still some little inklings of like me being myself, because I remember I had an argument with a mission companion, which is so funny because she's so liberal now, but we were talking about gay marriage, and I was like, I think they should be able to get married. Because, this is 2016, 2017. Like, it's already illegal. So I'm like, I think they should get married. Like, I still support, like, that movement. And she's like, but sister, like, it's against the church. And I'm just like, well, I don't agree with that. So there were still some little moments where I'm like, being me.
Yeah.
But for the most part, it's like I definitely was, like, losing my sense of self when I was a missionary.
Right.
Yeah.
Part of what I love about your story and why I'm comfortable going into this level of depth when we've been trying lately to kind of keep things under 3 hours is because you're hitting all the marks of why these zillennials, or whatever you're calling them, why they're leaving the church in droves. It's LGBTQ stuff, it's feminism stuff, it's the cultiness of the temple, it's church history stuff. And it's just sort of like the feeling empowered to listen to their inner voice, and you're just hitting all the milestones, all the markers for your generation.
Yeah. It's just interesting. Like, it's just very much like writing out my outline. It's a reflection of like, that's what was happening to me.
It's like therapy.
Yeah. Just
Mormon Stories therapy.
Yeah, exactly. But I mean, that is your background.
It is.
To close off my mission, there was just two more things that you wanted me to mention, was that I was starting to be eaten, like inside my brain of like, I watched some inappropriate TV shows before my mission, and like that was sinning. So I watched the show Orange is New Black, which has a lot of, lesbianism, nudity, everything. And swearing. And so I felt like, well, I think I need to confess to my mission president. So that's all I did was watch a TV show.
Right.
Right. I didn't even know that masturbation for women was a thing. So that obviously wasn't happening. But I was like, oh,
So you're 20 and 21 and you didn't know that?
I didn't know that.
Wow.
I didn't know like female anatomy till after my mission. Like when I was like going to get married, I kind of did some research, right?
Wow.
I didn't know.
Wow.
So I go in and confess to my mission president that I'm like, I watched some bad shows. And he's like, anything else? I'm like, no. And
You're like, isn't that enough? You don't understand what was
like
in that
it's been
show.
eating me alive. Yeah.
But when he said anything else, he was meaning,
I think now, and I'm thinking about it, I'm like, yeah, that's why. But I was like, well, what else would there be? Like,
But you say in your notes, he was thinking probably what?
I think he was probably wondering if I had masturbated, but like, I didn't even know that was a thing back then. Yeah. And so I just confessed that I'd watched this TV show with nudity in it, you know? Mm-hmm. And he read me a scripture that says, if you confess and forsake your sin, then you are forgiven, right? And I did those two things. I said, I will never do that. I'll never watch shows like that again. Which, you know, I've watched some shows of nudity now, but it is what it is. It's just the human body. But anyway, so yeah, that was really funny for me to like reflect on, because anything else? What else could there be?
Yes.
And then in my exit interview with my mission president, I had asked him what he thought about me maybe modeling again when I got home, which is so weird that I even thought I wanted to do it again because it was so bad for me. But
but also that you would ask his opinion.
Because he was my leader. I had to know his opinion.
You're not asking his wife, you're asking him, right?
Yeah. Do you think that it would be okay if I modeled again? And he says something along the lines of, I don't think it would be fitting of a disciple of Jesus Christ, something like that, right? He wasn't super like, don't do it. But I think he was just kind of like, not a good idea. Which, not for the reasons that he probably thought, but just because the industry I don't think is great for girls. So I come home from my mission, and I did like a tiny bit, but then I was like, no, I'm not gonna do that anymore. So that was that. Yeah. But I did feel the need to ask his opinion. Yeah, and when I got home from my mission, just like here and there along the way, people were like people from my mission. Like you kind of see them on Facebook. Oh, that person has a tattoo now. Oh, that person has a male partner and they're a male. Oh, like I'm starting to see a lot of missionaries from my mission.
Sister so-and-so showing her shoulders.
Yeah, this person doesn't look like a missionary anymore. A lot of people from my mission are gay. I have 3 companions that have come out to me.
Wait, 3 of your
Three of my mission companions are LGBT.
Whoa,
yeah,
companions.
Plus, yes, on any of that spectrum. So
beautiful. And
they knew I was a safe person to tell that to.
Yeah.
And one of them just got engaged. I'm so happy for her.
Oh.
Yeah. So yeah, it's just kind of interesting, like watching that process. And it was kind of just like another one bites the dust is what I was kind of feeling like, because I'm still very much in it, but I'm watching like people are leaving. You know? Not only everyone I grew up with are leaving, but a lot of people from my mission are leaving.
Yeah.
What's that like? So like that's its own thing, the domino of like it's a virus. The leaving the church is a virus. Yeah. How did that affect your testimony, your faith at the time?
No, I sort of always felt like this sense of superiority that like, but I can make it work, even though I would say I'm a feminist, and even though I support more politically liberal things, like I can make it work. And also there was this part of me that was like, I can't be a stereotype. I need to prove to someone who are they I'm proving this to, that you can be liberal and be a member of the church.
Yeah, of course.
You know?
Yeah.
So watch out. Liberalism, it's taken the kids. But the reason why we care about these issues is because they're our peers.
Yeah.
They're our friends, and that's why we care. To me, I don't even know why being trans, being gay is political, but it is, right? It's just someone's life. I don't know who it affects, but to some people it's political. It's our peers. It's their lives.
Yeah.
You know, and everyone thinks that it's someone else's problem, but like, you know, members of those communities are everywhere. There was a point that my parents were like, oh, by the way, one of your cousins has been gay for like 15 years. He's had a partner, and they're just letting him be on the Christmas card this year, So it's like, oh, by the way, one of your cousins that you don't really know very well because you have a million cousins is trans. It's like, they're everywhere, So it's like, oh, that's someone else's problem. Mm-hmm. No, it's not.
It's like that privilege you mentioned.
Yeah, but it is everyone's family members.
For sure.
That's right.
For sure.
So whenever there's messages over the pulpit about, these problems, and it's like people are hearing this, and it's like that's their child, that's their cousin, that's their friend.
Sure.
That's right.
So even if it's not you, even if you're not experiencing that, like everybody in a congregation knows someone.
Yeah.
And statistically, you might want to consider if you have young children or even teen children that likely you have a queer child, you have an LGBTQ, the statistics are you likely have one. And they may be shamed and they may not come out to you. They may not feel safe, right?
Yeah.
But you likely have one.
And that's another thing about this rising generation. We'll call them Zillennials or whatever. Like if you take gay, lesbian, bisexual, transgender, non-binary,
asexual,
all the asexual,
intersex,
all the different, it's like 15 to 20% of Mormon youth and young adults. So it's a huge percentage right now.
Percentage.
Yeah.
Like even, people think, well, there's not that many trans people or intersex people. Like my husband has already met like several patients when he was working at a family practice clinic, that are members of those groups. And it's like, they're around us.
Oh,
no,
yeah.
intersex is as prevalent as redheads.
Yes.
Right?
It's like, there's like 2% redheads, 1.7%.
Yeah.
And that includes like Klinefelter syndrome and other kind of variations of, whatever. But they're all around us, and you might just not know it because someone might look completely female, but they might have testicles, or they, their chromosomes might be, so it's just like, this is very much like it's a pertinent issue because you can't hide it anymore.
Yeah.
And the thing is like they've always been around,
Yeah.
but society just hasn't allowed them to feel safe to not be killed, right? And so it's kind of like, oh, it's because the media these days is making everybody gay. It's like, no, it's not. They've always been here. We just didn't have a safe space for them. So,
yeah.
I just received an email from a donor that canceled their donation, and I always try and ask, like, hey, is there something that happened? And she was just super mad that we did an episode with Amanda and Shay that was sort of trans affirming. And she's like, how dare you support that, blah, blah, blah.
it's weird that they think you wouldn't.
I don't know. Yeah. I mean, I've interviewed like 10 trans couples at this point, or people anyway.
And so you say, go and be well.
Yeah, exactly. Don't need your donations.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, we weren't missing the donations if they're coming from someone with that.
Well, the thing is, like,
ideology.
these people aren't just like waking up going, I think I'll be trans. You know what I mean? Like, who wants to choose, it's because it's really because
it's what they feel.
It's what they, it's what they feel. And it's a matter of life and death for so many of them. Like, yeah.
Yeah. So, I'm coming from my mission, and my sister is not believing, right? She's not going to church anymore.
Right.
And I'll just say this is like the worst our relationship ever has been in our life, because I'm still in missionary mode, and I'm like sort of trying to grill her. Do you even believe in God anymore? Blah, 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 And there's like a tearful conversation with me, her and my mom, where she finally even says like, I might even be bi. And we're like, and my mom says something about like, living the gay lifestyle. You can't be happy living the gay lifestyle. And my mom is such a wonderful person. Like, I know she probably regrets saying that, but like now, because she's very open-minded to learning. But yeah, so there's definitely like, I'm losing my sister. And there starts to be thoughts of like, so what does the heaven look like if people aren't going to be there? Mm-hmm. It's one thing for like one of your random siblings, but like, this is my twin. Like, it's different because this is my twin.
And it's a direct confrontation to a person you became on your mission, coming in conflict with people you love and care about in real life. Yeah. So we, our relationship was struggling at that point. There was very much, obviously, like, she wasn't confiding with me anymore. Like, everything that was happening, she wasn't confiding with me, because that's like, why would she? That's right.
Because I wasn't being a safe person for her to confide in.
Mm-hmm.
This is when religion starts to divide families, which is my least favorite thing.
Yeah, and I also, I'm still kind of in that mode for my mission where I'm kind of judging people, right? And I start becoming a little bit of a garment checker. Even on my mission, like, I noticed there was a return missionary who was Taiwanese, and she served a mission in the U.S. where English was really great, so she was really friendly with the missionaries. But I'm like, she's wearing short skirts. She can't possibly be wearing garments. And I start noticing that like people are doing things and they're, not wearing them is right. And I'm sort of just like noticing things and I'm being a little bit judgmental about it because, I'm still in that brain.
It feeds the ego. Like exceptionalism feeds the ego.
Yeah, and I think perfectionism that came from my mission, I think I've always had perfectionistic tendencies, but I think my mission really solidified it.
For sure. Mormonism does that. Yeah.
I really become like, okay, how do I become the most optimized human?
You're right.
So I'm like Googling how to do everything the best.
Yes.
What do I ought to do? And I'm like,
this
watching
is real.
Perfect morning routines, not Mormon routines, but morning routines, like how to do everything the way that you should do it. You should wake up at 5 a.m. and you should meditate for this time. You need to work out every day. And so I'm like,
and there's endless self-help books. Yes. Instagram, are you kidding?
Yeah.
Like there's endless food for optimization.
Yes. And so I'm reading all these self-help books. And so I start meditating and journaling more because of that, because that's what you should do, right? Which turns out to actually be a great thing for me because starting doing meditation and journaling and self-affirmations and these kind of things end up being really great spiritual practices for me.
Right.
But, that self, I have to be good at everything. It leads me to do things that maybe I wouldn't have chosen if I wasn't in that mindset. But
meditation can be dangerous to Mormon orthodoxy, right?
Yeah. And we'll talk about that later. But, I'm feeling really fed by, I downloaded an app, Insight Timer, and I've used that for years. And I love doing those. But the other thing I wanted to mention is like, I became really close friends with one of my investigators and on my mission.
Taiwan.
Yeah, she joined the church. She hung out with her like last week. She's moved to Utah.
Oh.
Did a master's degree here.
Ooh.
So she's one of my really close friends. So I am like, there's one passage in the Preach My Gospel that I think Elder Holland said something like, if you forget people you taught on your mission, it's like you never served a mission at all or something like that. I don't remember the exact wording, but it's very much like you've got to take care of these people for the rest of your life.
Yeah.
Okay. So, I thought I didn't get very many baptisms because I was always comparing myself to people, but I baptized maybe like 20 something people.
That's a lot.
So I'm
Taiwan,
like, I've got to keep track of all these people. And that puts a lot of pressure on me. I have, every year up to this point, I've written I write out in Chinese a full letter and I write a Christmas card and send it to every person that some people didn't even join the church, but I just loved. And I send them a Christmas letter every year. So I'm like, not only did I serve a mission, but I'm being better than everyone else who also served missions because I'm keeping in contact with them.
Can we ask you a favor, Margie? This is Margie's idea.
Yeah.
Would you feel comfortable bearing your testimony in Chinese just to give people a sense for what that sounded like? And
of learning a language or saying anything that you feel comfortable saying. It doesn't.
Yeah, I'm
really...
like, I haven't thought about mission language in a while.
I know we did this to Allison in Russian, and she was like, I don't remember.
And it's the point isn't
I can
perfect
say something.
Just
to nail it perfect, but to show kind of what you had to learn.
Yeah， 我今天很开心可以参与这次的博客，是摩尔门故事的博客，我最喜欢的博客。That's I'm really excited to participate in Mormon Stories podcast. It's my favorite podcast. That's what I said.
Oh wow! Thank you.
Yeah,
Beautiful.
And I've since learned some Korean and Japanese, but we'll talk about that later. Okay. So the next thing that happens in my life is that I start working at New Skin. So
on brand.
A very on brand thing. For those who don't know, what is Utah famous for? Multi-level marketing companies. Why? Because the Mormons know how to spread the message, right? There's some connection with that when you have your connected, tight church group. Everyone was missionaries. You know how to sell something. So these multi-level marketing companies really thrive in Utah. But I heard from a friend, another return missionary friend, that you can get paid. So I started working there in 2018. You can get paid $14 an hour to speak Chinese doing customer service. Mm-hmm. And I'm like, oh, this is a great opportunity because I can keep up my Chinese.
Right.
And so I start working there. I get trained. And my first day on the phones, I sit next to a young man, and I see him, and I'm a little bit stopped in my tracks, which is weird for me because I'm a little bit like, I don't need no man. Like, I did not intend to get married young because I was just like, I'm not going to find anyone that meets my standards because I have high standards. But even just like when I first saw him, I was like, who's this? Before I even knew anything about him, which is weird for me. Because even if someone was good looking, I'd be like, well, that's good for you, but that's not really, has nothing to do with me, right? So I sit next to this young man, and he went on a mission to Korea. So he's doing Korean customer service, and I'm doing Chinese customer service. And we start becoming friends, and then we start going on dates. And when I started dating him, that's when I say my sexual awakening began, because I never experienced sexual feelings ever before, just like feeling passion for somebody. And, we'd make out in his car, and you'd feel that, tension. And we laugh about it now because it's like, we would never make out for 3 hours. Like, you just do the deed and get it done with, right? But like, there's that tension, like you can't cross the boundaries. So you're just...
And are you both active at this point?
In the church? Yeah, we're both.
Okay.
He's a BYU student.
Okay.
He says pre-med. He's studying nutritional science.
Oh.
And I, at that time, was sort of like, what am I doing now? Because when I was at the University of Utah, I didn't really love their art program. It didn't feel competitive enough for me. But I always dreamed of studying abroad. So I'm kind of compiling some information to maybe study abroad in England. But like, it's just not feeling right. And that is annoying to me because I wanted to be sure of what I wanted. But then, when I started dating him, I'm like, what if I apply to BYU? And so I applied to BYU, and my ACT score doesn't matter anymore because I got all A's at the U, So I did well there, so they didn't care about my ACT score. And I was a return missionary, which I think they like return missionaries.
That's right.
Yeah, so I transfer to BYU when we're engaged.
Yes, and you're having a sexual awakening as active members at BYU.
Yeah, where it's like I'm acknowledging that I'm having these feelings.
Yes,
like,
you're having
of course,
these feelings.
like, nothing crosses the line, right? Because we're like, we know what we're doing. I think anybody who says it's an accident, we're like, they're crazy because, like, it's not an accident to take your clothes off, right? But, like, nothing crosses the line, but, like, we're kissing and pressed up against each other, and you start to feel something going on when you're pressed up against each other, and, I'm starting to feel, like, this passion towards him.
Yeah.
So, I start BYU, and then we're engaged, and I don't need to go into our engagement story, but it does involve a wild animal attack. It's kind of crazy. If you want to hear it, we might not have time for it. But we get engaged. There's a buffalo that attacks a man while he's putting the ring on my finger. I'll just say that.
Oh my gosh.
If you Google buffalo attack on Antelope Island, you'll find my husband's 911 call.
Oh my goodness.
So I won't go into it because we probably don't have time.
What a wild story.
But yeah, we did witness a man being trampled by a buffalo when he was putting the ring on my finger.
Oh my goodness. Wow.
Memorable.
Yeah, very memorable. But I'm taking the Eternal Families course that summer semester while we're engaged, and so I start like looking into like these Mormon sex books. You probably have heard of them. There's like Thou Shalt Not Be Ashamed. There was this other one
Brotherson?
that like
Is that Brotherson?
something like that. Yeah. There's this other one that like literally tells you. Like, finally I learned, like, what the female anatomy is. Oh, that does this, and this does that, and this is how you feel pleasure. So I have, like, no skittishness to look into it. But my husband is, like, very, like, skittish about talking about these things. So we'd be, like, in a car by ourselves, and he'd whisper, and if he said the word sex, he'd whisper it. I'm like, there's no one else here. But he's really skittish about it. Mm-hmm. But I'm taking this Eternal Families class at the same time, which is very much like trying to prep people for marriage. And so they do talk a little bit about sexuality, which is kind of interesting. But my mom wanted to give me this book that she didn't know I actually already read, but like I didn't want to tell her that I was reading these books.
You were like, done.
Yeah. And my dad, she tells me that my dad told her, well, don't give it to her yet. And I'm just like, if not now, when? Like, Dad, I'm getting married in a month. Like, if not now, when am I supposed to know this stuff? Like, maybe if I'll learn, then we'll break, right?
But almost no women do that. No Mormon women study that type of stuff before marriage.
I think it's changing though, because I've been recently, been to some bride, or what are they called, bachelor parties, where like they're given these books, and come together, or they're giving each other vibrator. I do think that there's a bit more like we gotta wise up. Because
I can imagine.
Because we can tell that our mother's generation never had good relationships, so we got to change it. And I think there's a bit more education about it now.
Good.
Yes.
Good.
But
all for it.
Yeah.
So was that good for you at the time?
Yeah. And I kind of mentioned in my outline that like I did try masturbation, and I never felt the need to ever confess it to anybody because I thought it was no one else's business.
Good for you.
Differentiation.
Yeah,
Love it.
I just don't think it was, and I also felt like, well, if I'm getting married, I need to know my body. So when I went to a friend who's getting married after me, I wrote her up a little list of like tips, and I said, you should probably try that, which is so crazy that this is one of my mission companions, and I'm telling her, you should try it. Touch in yourself, because you don't know what's going to work for you unless you try. But I'm like, that's important, that she needs to know that.
I love that.
But I definitely was, I was slowly coming back into my
I'm feeling
pre-mission self. Like I'm starting to kind of get back to what I was believing in,
Yep.
And so, I never felt like I needed to tell a bishop about that.
That's awesome. I hope let's make this a clip and share it with the all
That's right.
Mormon women and men.
Yeah, it's not his business. It's not an old man's business what a young woman is doing with
Or
herself.
man. How about
or man.
or young man?
But especially woman, because it's like it's a creepy guy talking to you about this. It's not his business.
Yeah.
And we just need to be a bit more kind to ourselves in that way. That it's, I think I did sometimes feel like, is this a bad thing? But then I was like, this is just being a human. Yeah. And this is healthy for me,
It's part of
at this time.
Mm-hmm.
I interviewed a comedian early in Mormon Stories history. His name is Benton Washburn. And I think he grew up in Springville, but he basically said, they told me it was called self-abuse. It doesn't feel like abuse.
I mean, it's just bizarre. Like, I think young men really get the brunt of that teaching, because as young, it's just part of being an adolescent boy. You just life. And I do think I've noticed that, over the years, it's like my husband had to overcome that kind of like anything that's sexual is evil.
Right.
Yeah.
Because he was given that, like anything, like any type of dirty talk or anything bad, and trying to overcome that. Weirdly, there's kind of that stereotype that women struggle with that, but like I really think that men do too.
Yeah.
Overcoming the like, it's bad, now it's good.
Yeah.
So we're working at New Skins together still, and once they found out we're dating, they didn't allow us to be on the same team anymore. But yeah, but anyway, so I have some coworkers that are talking. They're both returned missionaries, I think. Yeah. And they're talking about which garments to get that you can kind of get the shortest, or which garments to get that you can kind of show the most shoulder. And at that time, I'm like hearing it, and I'm like, I say to them, well, I don't feel the need to, modify my garments. And they're kind of looking at me, they're like, well, good for you, Michelle. They're like, why are you telling this? But I'm still, a little bit on my high horse. But, there's discussions that I'm witnessing with young women, and when they get together, they're telling each other, oh, if you buy this one, if you buy the petite of the dry silk, then you can get it shorter and you can wear shorts. And I didn't own any shorts. Like, when I got married, my husband's like, you don't own shorts? And I was like, well, I can't, because they're all ugly. Like, all the long shorts are ugly.
That's right.
So I don't have shorts, So that's just like a funny thing to mention about garments, is like I'm noticing, we're talking about, young women are talking about it amongst each other.
Their strategy.
That's what made you reach out to me. You emailed me because of garment stuff, right?
Yeah, well, I noticed that there's been an obsession with garments amongst like general authorities right now. All these talks and articles. I'm like, why are they so obsessed with it? Well, I think we know why. It's because people aren't wearing them the way they want them to.
High demand religions control bodies, they control sex, they control dress. That's key to the success of a high demand religion or cult.
Yeah. Yeah. And so when I'm starting at BYU, I have to say that the BYU arts program, I hope nobody gets in trouble, but like it is a lot more liberal than the rest of BYU. And we were thriving over there. Okay. I've got classmates who are like openly gay. Oh. And I have professors who are making Black Lives Matter art and having it displayed in the HVAC. Okay. Yeah. So it's a different flavor of BYU, I'll just say. Anytime I heard any critique about BYU, I'm like, not my BYU. Mm-hmm. My BYU is this cool side of BYU. I said the HVAC BYU. That's where it's torn down now, but that was the arts building. And it's like we're a bit more open because that's people who are in the arts. That's kind of what, the theater and music, all that stuff. I was in the illustration program. And we were thriving over there. And I had, you'd see a lot of people who had even colored hair in different colors, and no one was telling them it was against the honor code there. But those professors were really making people feel welcome because they were allowing people to feel welcome.
Wait, is colored hair technically against the honor code?
You can't have like blue hair or purple hair. You can have, blonde hair. Oh. I mean, heaven forbid people stopped dyeing their hair blonde at BYU.
Which colors are okay by God,
Brown and blonde and black, maybe, I guess.
Maybe red is pushing it.
Well, maybe. Depends. But yeah, I was like, my professors were all really chill. Like in my program, we would call our professors by their first names. Yeah. Yeah. So it was very chill. And I have a class called Design Theory that I thought was awesome. But I had a classmate who was a bit more conservative, and she would skip it because it was too liberal for her. So that, for some people are like, they can't even stand to be in the room hearing something that they don't agree with, We would talk about seeing art through a feminist lens, seeing art through a colonialist lens, seeing art through a race lens. And we would talk about different lenses and how to view art and how that changes the way you look at certain pieces if you're looking through these lenses. And so we would have these, discussions with the whole group about these topics. And for this classmate of mine, she would skip it a lot because she was like, this is too liberal for me. Yeah. But yeah, so there are some people who think BYU is too liberal, which is kind of hilarious, but
Were you there when Holland gave his musket talk? I know I don't want to get us off track, but
if it happened when I was there, it must have been so I graduated in 2022. When did that happen?
It was during
So the lighting of the Y happened when I was at BYU, which a bunch of students went with little lights, and there's a big Y painted on the mountain in Provo for BYU. It's kind of weird that we think we can do that to nature, but that's another topic. But they went around the Y and lit it up with rainbow colors in support of, was it right after that talk or what? How is that?
Oh, I think that's been going on for a few years. But
that was the first time it happened.
Okay,
And the students, I saw it when I was just driving through Provo, and I was like, oh, awesome. For me, that didn't seem weird because I'm here in my little HVAC BYU, right? Yeah. The arts BYU, which is like, oh, cool. Like, it didn't seem weird to me. There was even like a thing called the Department of Belonging that was at BYU. So I didn't think that was weird. But then I see on social media that that was not okay.
So Julie's telling me that Holland gave the musket talk in 2021. So you were there.
Yeah, I was there. I do remember hearing about it and being upset about it. But
interesting.
Yeah, at the time it was just kind of like you're just in the grind of school. You just kind of got to make it work. But. Yeah. But yeah, so after the lighting of the Y, maybe it was a musket talk or just what it was, it made me upset. And there was these groups of students who were very kind of maybe DesNat-y, which is very conservative, United States exceptionalist kind of a group. And they were doing a protest with umbrellas on campus. They were saying that this umbrella is the family proclamation to the world, and we're protecting it ourselves against the world, which is... gay people, I guess. I don't know. But it was directly in opposition to maybe some affirming situations with accepting people who are LGBTQ plus on campus. And when I was hearing about this, the people with the umbrellas, I was upset, because it was pretty gross that they were doing that.
The thing is, there were also students having rainbow umbrellas to show their support.
Yeah, there was, back and forth with it.
Gross.
And so I'm... in a sacrament meeting, it was a testimony meeting, I decided to go up to bear my testimony about learning to love people that I disagree with. because I'm like really struggling with being like, I'm part of this religion that I'm still 100% in, but there's people doing these kind of things, being really rude to people on campus, and I'm not happy with that. And so I'm trying to, in me spiritually, like forgive these, very hyper conservative group of our church members, because I'm like, I have to be associated with them, and I'm struggling with that. So I like bear my testimony about feeling like, and I don't outwardly say like what I'm talking about over the pulpit, but I kind of like allude to it because this is like a bunch of married people who go to BYU in this ward. And, I have a girl come up to me afterwards. She's like, I feel the same way. Thank you for saying that. And that's a pattern throughout, these years where I'll go up on the pulpit and I'll say something during a testimony meeting, like where I'll say, I'm struggling with this, but I'm trying to make it work. And that's my testimony, that I believe that I'm trying to make it work. And left and right, there's people coming up to me and telling me, I feel the same way. Thank you for sharing that. My son's gay. I feel the same way. Like, I'm hearing that a lot.
Yeah. Yep.
So we're not alone. The moment you open up your mouth and say how you feel, like, you'll realize you're not alone.
Yeah, just a few months ago, I had like 15 non-believing BYU students come into my office and just like they wanted to meet and do a little field trip kind of thing.
Oh,
but
really?
There's entire communities of closeted non-believing BYU students.
Yeah,
that
exactly.
Are terrified.
There are also, I feel, pockets like you're describing of, I know the English department when I was there was very much this way, just pockets of a little bit more, it's a liberal community, pockets of safety, right?
But also pockets of atheists.
And pockets of atheists. Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's just like BYU is such an interesting place right now. They know that there's problems going on. And the religion professors are trying to be more open about things. Mm-hmm. So I had a religion professor who basically just talked about that, if you get married and then your wife dies and you get married again, then you're sealed to her. But if you're a woman and the same thing happens to you, you have to cancel your sealing to get remarried. And so
speaking the truth.
Yeah, she's telling us about this, and that she says, I just want to put it out there. You guys get to decide how you feel about it. That's kind of like her vibe. Oops. I loved this professor. She was great. Mm-hmm. I took 2 classes from her. She like remembered my name, and she was really great. But yeah, she would talk about those things. And then I had there's a class called Foundations of the Restoration. So all these classes are required. So all of the religion classes are required for every BYU student. So you can't get out of them. There's a Foundation of the Restorations class. And he had a slide that was like all the problematic things that Brigham Young has said. So they're like trying to show, look, we're accepting that there's problems, but we're moving past it, Yeah.
They're
trying to put it out there.
So kids don't leave BYU feeling betrayed and lied to and deceived. Right?
But I think those things build up even if you don't feel like you're being lied to.
Yeah.
And there's this professor at BYU right now, his name is Anthony Sweat, and he does religious art of like problematic church things. It's really interesting. I don't know if you've heard of him.
Mm-hmm, sure.
So he's done a painting of Joseph Smith with a hat, and it's become one of like the image they use for when they're actually showing an image of Joseph Smith with the hat. So Joseph Smith, I don't know, you can explain it. What's the deal with the hat?
The way he actually translated the Book of Mormon was by taking this peepstone that he used as a treasure digger, stuck it in a hat, and then put his face in the hat, and then he would dictate either through fraud or miraculously, depending on your perspective, what he was channeling from the golden plates that weren't in the room. Yeah. Totally different narrative than how we were all taught the Book of Mormon was translated.
So that image, it's being used in BYU classes, so they're not hiding that anymore. Maybe they were 10 years ago.
We made them regret deceiving, 150 years of Mormons.
Yeah. But I went on it. If you could look on Anthony Sweat's website, it's really interesting to see the artwork he's done, because it's like some of the things that, sometimes people leave the church about, but here's some of the things that he's painted.
Julia will include that in the show notes.
Q. Walker Lewis, is that the man who is ordained?
Yeah,
a black man.
One of the men.
Yeah, so he did a painting of him getting ordained with the priesthood.
Yeah, back during Joseph Smith's day.
Joseph Smith's day.
Which shows that the priesthood band started with Brigham Young, not Joseph Smith. Yeah.
So he painted that.
Yeah, that's radical.
He painted a Relief Society healing, which is women doing a healing.
Which women used to do in the 19th century. Women healed each other.
They took it away, though.
Yeah, they took it away.
He depicted a few of the stone, his little seer stone. He has one about treasure digging.
Yeah.
He has one about Oliver Cowdery with a rod.
Oh my gosh, I need to see these. Yeah.
There's one about Emma and Joseph fighting about plural marriage. There's one about the Nauvoo expositor destruction. There's more, but he's like painting.
He's a Mormon Stories listener for sure.
He's a BYU religion professor.
Yeah.
But he's painting these problematic things because I think he wants to show, like, look, we're being transparent now.
Yeah.
And there's no art that's depicting this because no one wanted to, so I'm depicting it. And I'm an artist, so I find it really fascinating.
I bet.
When I was in that class, we had an assignment, this Foundations of the Restoration class. He wasn't my teacher, but my husband took a class from him. But those images were being used in religion classes at BYU. I had to do an assignment where you had to do some type of creative project that met a certain amount of hours. And so I did a painting of Joseph Smith and the other guy that was with him receiving the vision of the kingdoms of glory. And when I look back at that painting, it's so cringe, I'll just say, when I think back about it, because it's like, well, I had my brother and my dad be the models to be Joseph Smith, and I can't remember the other guy's name, but so yeah, I've done one religious painting in my time, but I don't think I'll ever be doing it again.
Or will you?
Yeah. And the one last thing I'll mention about BYU is really funny is when I was there, there was a man who was trying to commission somebody. He was looking for somebody that could do a commission for him. And I was one of the only of my classmates who does oil painting, which is more the more traditional form. And then a lot of my classmates are doing digital art at this point. So I got his, contact information, and he wanted me to do paintings of Book of Mormon stories, but like in Baroque, like Jesus, like Karl Bloch style. Because he loves that art, but he's like, I want that style in the Book of Mormon. But he specifically said, but I want to make sure they're depicted as white Nephites. Isn't that weird?
Oh, well, it's practical.
So he was trying to commission me to do paintings of Book of Mormon stories, but he specifically noted that they needed to be white.
Yeah.
And I turned that down like in a flash. I was like, first of all, I'm not painting something in someone else's style. Second of all, I don't do religious art. And third of all, that's weird, like to even suggest that. But
well, skin of blackness really meant fur, right? It meant paint or tattoos. That's the new apologetic.
Yeah, I'm sure there's an argument for that, but yeah. Anyway,
Yeah.
So at that time, like I've been married, 1 or 2 years. In the beginning of my marriage, I'm following Dr. Julie Hanks on Instagram.
We just had her on the podcast.
Yeah, she's great. But I will say, everyone's following her because they're in a precarious situation with their belief.
Yeah.
And she has a lot of followers.
Oh, yeah. She's a big problem for the church because her husband's a recently, released bishop. She's got the celebrity name.
But she's great because she's
phenomenal.
Allowing people to feel what they feel. And she's bringing to light these especially feminist issues that like are affecting a lot of women in the church. Yeah. And so she shares a book called Fair Play, which is about like making sure that your home feels like it's all of the duties are equally distributed.
Right, yep.
So like the first year of our marriage, I read that book and like we got that set.
Oh,
so
brilliant.
My husband is like, the reason why I said I was so surprised I got married young because I had high standards and he met them, that he's so like, he's with it and he's very tidy. He cooks, he cleans, we do everything.
Yeah.
Like we divide it,
That's right.
So I was really grateful thank you, Dr. Julie Hanks.
That's right.
For making my marriage great from the very beginning.
Nice. Love you, Julie.
All the love to her.
Mm-hmm. And so, but I do think though that, following her kind of puts you in a position where that like you're struggling with some things. Yeah. That like things are starting to bother you.
Yes.
It's always that way. Whoever tries to stay in the church to hold down sort of to make the tent big enough for progressives ends up becoming demonized by the leadership, not just for having a following, but for supporting kind of progressive causes,
And providing care. She's providing care.
She's allowing
to
people to have a
people.
space.
That's right.
Yeah.
Because a lot of people feel like, I don't know if I can be here anymore because I always call it like friction. Like you start feeling rubbing that just starts getting, the friction just starts to get too much. Like I think everybody feels a little bit of rubbing being in the church because there's always, no one's perfect, but there starts to be like way too much friction.
Yes.
And it's just like, but she creates a space for people who feel like they're finding something in this community, but like they're struggling with these issues. Yeah. There's also some other pop culture things are coming out. So, Rhett and Link, do you know who they are? They're YouTubers.
Yeah.
They share about their spiritual deconstruction from evangelical Christianity in 2020. Mm-hmm. So when I'm listening to that, I'm still thinking, well, yeah, but our church isn't like that, right? So I'm able to listen to their deconstruction from Christianity, but still kind of have like, but we don't believe in hell the same way they do. So it's not as bad as them because they talk about how detrimental it was for them to like think about hell as children and things like that. So I'm listening to that. I listened to a TED Talk that talks about how much you change in life. Like people do not realize how much they will change. That they cannot predict that in 10 years, they think in 10 years I'll be liking the same music, I'll be doing the same thing. They think they're going to stay the same, but people change a lot. And so when I hear that talk, I'm sort of kind of wondering in the back of my mind, I guess I need to be open-minded for things in my life to change.
Right.
Which, what does that mean?
A little nest. It's nesting for you as you're like before things heat up too much and the change really starts happening.
Yeah, but it kind of allows me to be open-minded. Like maybe things will change for me. Because according to this research, people are changing a lot more than they expect.
Right. And that's the norm. Maybe change is the norm as opposed to staying the same is the norm, which is, I think, a little bit of what we've been conditioned to think.
Yeah.
Is that sameness.
I bring that up because it kind of, is pertinent now where I've like, I'm allowing myself to change a bit.
Yeah.
But the other thing I wrote down that like shows like, oh, I'm not alone is, so I'm doing these other spiritual practices, like I'm meditating and I'm doing my affirmations and journal writing.
And is this like a daily practice that you're doing?
Yeah. And then I ended up taking a BYU course about East Asian religion. Mm-hmm. Because I have an Asian studies minor. And so I'm like loving Buddha, like these Buddhist principles. Like I listened to your episode about secular Buddhism, or the author who wrote a book about it.
Noah Rashada?
Yeah, and I'm loving these things about Buddhism. I'm loving kind of just like accepting impermanence and just trying to be mindful and being in the present.
Right.
Which is actually very different than our church. We think a lot about the next life, right? It's all about what are we doing for later.
Yep.
But doing mindfulness practices, it's like now. Mm-hmm. It's centering yourself in now. Mm-hmm. So I'm starting to do these practices.
And how long ago is this that you're doing this? You're still at BYU, is that what you said?
Like in 2020.
Wow.
I think pretty soon after my mission, I'm starting to do these meditations. Because like I said, I'm trying to like optimize myself, right?
Yeah.
And people recommend doing meditation.
That's right.
It's like the CEO's guide to having a perfect morning, right? So I go up and I give a talk one Sunday about meditation, loving kindness meditation, which is great if you've ever tried it. It's like where you're extending kindness to yourself, someone you struggle with, the whole world, and like how that can really help you heal from things. And I talk about affirmations, and I'm getting flooded with texts from people after I give my talk. Oh. Tell me more about this. I want to know about this.
Yeah.
Because people are feeling like I'm learning about, these things about Jesus. You're supposed to be kind. You're supposed to be, but like, how do I do it? It's like there's no practical information from the church of how do you actually do these things. And people are feeling it. And so I'm getting flooded with these texts about, a lot of women are asking me, tell me more about the affirmations thing. Tell me more about the meditation thing. So I just go and make a post on my Relief Society page about it because people are hungry. People are hungry for that.
Yeah, they're starving for tools.
And I tell my bishop in a interview, I'm like, I'm really loving stuff about Buddhism. And he says to me, well, don't let that take you away from the true gospel of Jesus Christ. And I was like,
right.
Okay, well, that's your opinion, but like, this works for me. I was really annoyed that he had that reaction. He didn't say, oh, I'm really glad that is spiritually feeding you. There was none of that, right?
None of the 13th article of faith.
No.
Attitude.
So, yeah. I was definitely feeling like these other spiritual practices were feeding me a lot more than the churches. So,
okay, so you're starting to be fed and you're starting to actually engage in practices that what I'm hearing is feeding you more. Then you're feeling more fed. You're seeing more results that you like than kind of the church.
Yeah, and keep in mind, I'm still going to church every week. I'm still reading my scriptures and praying like I'm pretty much every day.
Both.
But I'm not feeling as,
connected
to it. So I mean, after I graduate from BYU, I finally get diagnosed with ADHD, which like answers so many questions about my life. And
what year was that?
This is in 2022.
2 years ago.
Yeah.
You were diagnosed with ADHD?
Yeah. So like I had an inkling that's why I was struggling with certain kinds of things.
Do you want to share just for a minute, just a snippet?
Because you sound super high performing.
Yes, right? Of like what was coming up and what it answered.
Yeah, I didn't mention this about the MTC, but like I cannot focus if there's like any noises around me at all. Yeah. So when I was in the MTC, I really struggled because I could not be away from my companions. I wanted to be in a quiet room alone. Like,
I wonder if that affected your ACT score, because that affected
perhaps, because I actually did well when I would have courses that I chose, but then, ACT score, I just struggled.
For me, I'd hear someone tapping their pencil or whatever, tapping their feet.
I have to be in complete silence in order to focus.
Yeah.
So that I really struggle in MTC for that reason.
Yeah.
I think I thrive in things that I'm choosing to do. And like I would find coping mechanisms, like I have alarm clocks all over my house.
Oh.
Like one that reminds me to brush my teeth, which is like, you'd think only a child would need that, but like it's helpful for me because otherwise I don't brush my teeth. Just like attentiveness, like impulsive talking too much. As you can tell, I like talking.
No.
And you mentioned hyperfocus.
Like being a bit really intense about something to the point where like I would forget to eat or even like go to the bathroom. Like when I was a kid, like I would wet my pants because I like way older than I should have because I was so like into something.
Yeah. And
that is really connected with ADHD that like once it's so hard to focus, but that once you are, it's like, you can't be pulled out.
Yeah.
So, getting diagnosed, and he was very much like the psychologist, like, and you graduated college? Like, he's like, I'm so proud of you that you did that. But I'm like, it's because I was in the arts. Like, I found my place in the arts.
Oh, that's great. Yeah.
So that really helped me answer that question. And just, it's just really nice to start coming into myself and like who I am. And,
right. And understanding your own brain probably.
Mm-hmm. And understanding that like, I actually can thrive in ways that some people can't with, different kinds of brains, but I struggle with other things.
That's right.
That other people don't. And just kind of like trying to find my place.
Yeah.
But my husband, he gets accepted into the military to go to medical school. And when he's gone for his military training, it's a 5-week training. I had just graduated and I was, having an arts degree is not like where you just graduate and then you get your job. It's very much, there's a lot of unknowns. But I was so burnt out because I took 18 credits my last 2 semesters of college. And I was so burnt out. So I just didn't want to do art. I didn't have motivation for anything. And I sort of got into a depressive episode because when I first got married, I thought, maybe in 2 years I'll want to have kids like my mom. Like she waited 2 years. And then I'm graduating. And I'm like, I actually don't want kids yet.
Yeah.
I'm spending time with other people who have kids, and I'm like, this isn't reflecting something that I feel like I would thrive in right now.
Right.
But the church taught you what?
That you're supposed to have kids as young as possible and as many as possible. But I was just feeling like I don't feel like I would thrive with kids right now.
Yeah.
And so I'm starting to feel a little bit of a quarter life crisis. Right? Because I'm like around 25.
Yeah.
That's the quarter, right? If you live to 100. And I'm like, well, I don't have kids yet, and I don't know what job I'm supposed to get. And I was part of this mission culture where I had all these friends. And then, I stopped working at New Skin, so I don't, have that work anymore. And then I had college, so I had all those friends from college, and now there's nothing.
Yeah.
And then my husband goes to his military training, and I like have a depressive episode.
Yeah. So it's almost like you had this full life, and then it becomes kind of a vacuum of what used to be, including him. It sounds like he's away also.
Yeah. Yeah. And he's great. So, I mean, he was my world. He still is. So it's like when he was gone, it was just like, I'm alone.
Yeah.
I don't even have a job to go to. I don't even want to paint or like try to find some freelance jobs because I'm just so burnt out.
That's depression.
And if we didn't have a dog, like I would not have like left the house probably, but we had adopted a puppy right before I graduated.
Oh.
And so because I had her, like I had some purpose. Like
That's right.
I got really into training her. So when he was gone, the only reason why I probably left the house is because she needed to go out and like, I needed to take care of her.
Right.
And it was hard for my husband because he's like in Alabama, and I would FaceTime him and I'm like crying, and he's just like, I don't know what I'm supposed to do, I don't know how I'm supposed to help you. But the reason why I mention this is because this is the environment that makes me decide to become a temple worker.
Right.
Because
which is the key theme of the episode.
This is, which is it took us a long time to get here, but
no.
Every element is important to my story, I think. I think because one, you can see from my mission, I'm trying really hard to do everything I'm supposed to. I really want to be the perfect Mormon and what do perfect Mormons do? They go to the temple. But I'm noticing in the beginning of my marriage with my husband is he's not really suggesting we go to the temple. And he's not really bringing up that we should do family prayer. And he's not bearing his testimony at church. But, he's so great that, like, I can't complain about everything. And so I'm feeling so lonely and separated from so many things that I'm like, well, maybe, I have challenges with the temple. Like, I don't really like it that much. But maybe if I become a temple worker, it'll help me confront those concerns I have.
Yeah, lean in.
Optimization.
Lean in, right?
I'm like, I'll just lean in. Instead of running away from my fears, I'm going to face them.
Yeah.
So, I become a temple worker. And such an interesting thing. Like, most people would not think to do that. Oh, I don't really like the temple. Let's go 5 hours a week.
Yeah.
But I also thought, if I'm a temple worker, that means I don't have to be a patron, because that means I won't have to do the endowment. True. Because I have ADHD, the endowment session, I would fall asleep every time.
Yeah.
If I'm not stimulated enough, my brain shuts down.
Yep.
Like, without fail, I would fall asleep like every time I did an endowment. So I thought, well, if I'm a worker, really?
Yeah.
Oh, it is not. It is common.
I think I snored
People are
once
falling asleep.
in the MTC temple experience.
Oh, really?
I snored, and the elders all laughed at me.
Yeah, so...
Why are you laughing, Margie? Why are you laughing?
But so I become a temple worker, and I'm just kind of like, but I am really enjoying the community, because there's all these women that a lot of them are like my mom's age, or could be like my grandma's age, and I don't have any grandmas anymore. And my husband's grandmas had passed away while we were married. And so I'm loving these kind of aunties and grandmas that I get to talk with. And I'm really enjoying it because of that. Like, I just love chatting with these ladies. They really do feel like kind of motherly figures with me. And like, the one thing that I noticed about the temple is it is women-led. Like, if there were not women temple workers, it would not run.
For sure.
Because like, there's a lot of positions where like, well, we used to have a man do this, but we don't have enough men, so we're going to have the sisters do it now. They run the temple. There would be no temple work without women being workers there.
Interesting.
Yeah. But I'm loving the sisterhood, right?
Yeah.
And I'm enjoying, I do like performing the initiatories, because it does feel intimate. That, like, I get to lay my hands on other women's head and like give them blessings.
Yeah.
Which is unique, for the rest of the church. Like, women don't get to do things like that.
That's right.
But, even though I'm working at the temple and I'm trying to face my fears, like, things are still creeping up on me to like feel like I'm not fitting in. So I become friends with these other wives of NORDA students, which is the medical school my husband goes to. And a lot of the ones that are members of the church, they already have sometimes 4 kids. They're my age and they're having their 4th, which is crazy to me. But I get invited by one of the girls in my ward to hang out with them, which was so nice of her. She knows, like, well, you're not a mom, but I want you to be included, which is so nice of her. Kudos to her for doing that. But I'm sitting with these women. I'm just like, I don't fit in with these women because, like, you know, I told you I read that book called Fair Play. My husband does, you know, cooking and cleaning, and it seems like chatting with them, like their husbands don't do anything. And they're talking about how hard it is for their husbands to be in medical school. Well, not for me. I'm like, our marriage is actually doing great. And he still cooks like 2 weekdays a week, and I do 3 weekdays a week. But like, seems like their husband doesn't do anything. And I'm just like, there's just a disconnect with their lives and mine where I'm just starting to feel like I don't really feel like I fit in, you know? And at this time in my life, I'm starting to like differentiate a little bit. Like I'm starting to buy the shorter garments so that I can actually finally wear shorts.
Okay. A bit of a new day with that for you.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
And so, you know, there's the ones that the dry silk, if you buy them petite, they ride up so you can actually wear shorts. And and the Carinessa tops, like you can kind of wear a wide tank top with them if it kind of goes right there. And so I'm starting to like allow myself to not be as strict.
Right.
With that because, you know, it's hot in Utah. And I'm starting to realize like it's not that big of a deal. And there's an At Last She Said It podcast episode where they talk all about garments and women's struggles with garments.
And that's a podcast by
believing members.
Believing liberal progressive Mormon women.
Yes.
Called At Last She Said It, right?
And, you know, the concept is finally someone saying what we're all thinking. That's kind of their concept. And I've only listened to a few of their episodes, but I think someone shared that episode with me. And they're talking all about these issues with garments for women. And I'm listening and I'm like, yeah, I feel that.
And what are they saying? Things like what?
You know, they give people yeast infections. They're really uncomfortable. Like, I swear, even with my husband, like all of his garments had holes in them because he was always trying to tug at them to like get them to be more comfortable. And he would get holes in them because he was always tugging at them. So they're
just ugly.
Yeah, they're not attractive. Like my husband would tease me like about like me being in my sexy white jumpsuit because I'm very much like, I'm like the naked neighbor. Like I'm just very free and loose in the house or whatever. But if I ever did have my garments on, he would just tease me like, oh, there's you in your sexy jumpsuit because it's just like white, you know.
Because it's not.
It's not. Yeah, it's not sexy. But yeah, I'm listening to the episode and they're talking about how if you're someone from a really hot climate, like how hard it is to wear something underneath.
Layers upon layers.
If you have darker skin, the contrast of a really white undergarment with darker skin is like very, like, you know, in your face.
Yes.
If you're trying to layer it with anything, just like the different sizes and cuts, like there's a lot of, you know, things that people are complaining about. So there was this woman that like made a list of all the issues, and she went to the department who makes garments and kind of proposed all these
changes.
You know, and they're kind of like, okay, well, we'll think about it, you know, but what does that mean? Yeah. So I'm sort of trying to make it work in a new way for me at that time.
Becoming a liberal, progressive Mormon.
Yeah,
sort
exactly.
of a Faith Matters, Restore Mormon, basically.
Yeah.
Julie Hanks Mormon. Yeah,
so I thought I would share another journal entry from around this time because it kind of puts you in my mind at the time. This is 2023. This is the beginning of this year. Yeah. I say, last night, Nathan and I, this is my husband, kind of had some existential conversations about our feelings about religion. The question was, what do you tell your kid if they ask you if this is the one true church? It made me and him feel both stuck. Because I guess we're both feeling, I don't really know if we can claim that. Like, I guess that's where we're at that time. We both feel like we have become cafeteria Mormons. It means you take what you want and leave what you don't want. I came to an epiphany conclusion of how I feel. The fact that the Savior will take the guilt of all the wrongs and bad habits and mistakes so that we may be perfected someday is something I really hope to be true, which is kind of sad when you think about it. I really needed that perfection doctrine because I was striving to be perfect so hard. And 2, there have been many models of the atom. They were widely accepted at the time, but just because they didn't have everything exactly right doesn't mean the atom's existence is wrong. So I'm talking about God here. I think that with religion, we are just on a specific model that's still being refined. So at that time, I'm thinking, well, I don't know if I agree with all of the doctrine about the church, but I don't know if that means that, you know, God's not real. It's just we're trying to refine that model. So you can kind of see that in my mind, I'm trying to make it work still.
Yeah. It's called bargaining in the stages of grief.
Yeah, I guess so. Yeah, so that's kind of where my brain is. This is beginning of 2023, where I'm like, I'm working at the temple, and then mid 2023, I get called as Relief Society presidency member.
Okay.
Yeah, so there's one more thing.
Right.
You're getting more responsibility, more intense positions. Temple worker, Relief Society presidency, as your faith starts to
so you
unravel.
hear that, what I'm thinking in that, about maybe we're cafeteria Mormons, and then I get called in Relief Society presidency.
Right.
So I feel like an imposter because I'm supposed to be a representative of like what everybody's supposed to look up to. I'm just the secretary, but actually I was doing a lot as a secretary. And my Relief Society president, she really wanted me to visit people, to get to know people in the ward because there were just too many people. So I'm like doing visits and I'm feeling like I feel like I have to pretend a little bit to like be this representative, because I'm starting to feel like there's some things about the church, whether it's to do with women's issues or LGBT issues, or, I've kind of mentioned those things that I'm like, they're not sitting right with me. So I go and visit a sister and she kind of says to me, I don't identify as Mormon anymore. And I like suddenly feel like I can be real with her. And I'm talking with her and I'm like, actually I have to admit to you that I'm like really nuanced right now. And like, I almost cry in front of her, but I'm like, just this weird sudden emotion that I'm like, I get to be myself.
A very real conversation.
Yeah.
About where you actually are.
Yeah. That I'm like, oh, I can actually be real with her. And she kind of tells me about some podcasts that she liked when she was in my place, because she was once where I was at that time, and we kind of chat a little bit, and it was just
Which
like
podcast?
There was something, the block. I don't know. It was like I don't think it's there anymore, but there was these two queer members of the church that had a podcast. That I don't think they make anymore because obviously it wasn't working for them anymore.
Yeah.
And we talked about it last. She said it and things like that.
From the closet?
No, it's like on the chopping block. I don't remember.
Okay. Was it Charlie Bird and?
I don't think so.
Okay.
There was like one white guy and one black guy.
Oh, okay.
I don't remember what it's called, but anyway. So we kind of chatted about that, and I suddenly felt like I can be me with her.
You identify someone.
Yeah. And over this time after I left my mission, like my sister and I's relationship is getting better and better because I'm actually just letting things go. And
what do you mean when you say you were letting things go?
I feel that I was not, like in my heart, I wasn't really believing that we weren't going to be in heaven together, I guess. But I was starting to realize that there's like some BS going on with that because
That
like
sad Mormon heaven.
Yeah. And when I first heard you say that, I didn't start listening to your podcast until this year. But I was like, that is so true. Like sad heaven, that's what it is when you don't get to be with people you love because they don't fit the requirements. Like, I think just like in my heart, I just started like slowly kind of realizing that I didn't believe in some things.
Okay.
And so my sister and I, our relationship is getting better and better. But my mom and I are in a car ride to St. George together from Provo. It's about a 3 or 4 hour drive. And she brings up to me that she thinks that one of my brothers and his wife aren't going to church. And I'm like, that's news to me. I'm like, well, why did you think that? She's like, oh, because they're not blessing their baby. I'm like, oh, I didn't even realize that. Because it's kind of like COVID kind of made everything feel like,
oh, right.
Yeah, you're not really noticing things like that anymore because like it threw everything kind of into whack. And she tells me, oh, and your cousin so-and-so, they just told your aunt and uncle that they're not being in the church anymore. And I kind of turned to my mom and I'm like, can parents just get over it? Can they just get over it when their kids leave the church?
Oops. Foreshadowing.
How did that go?
Well, she's like, because it's hard. And I'm like, why? Because you can't be in the celestial kingdom together? She's like, yes. And I'm just like, it was kind of an unusual conversation for us to kind of be a little bit like up in arms. But
and talking about difficult things.
Yeah, because we don't talk about it.
That's right.
And I'm like sweating bullets because I sweat when I'm nervous. And I'm like sweating bullets talking about this with her because I'm just like, well, listen, I said to her, Mom, when I was in that mindset right after my mission, like mine and my sister's relationship was terrible. But now like it's better than ever. And I wish I didn't waste that time trying to think she was going to come back and trying to like be a missionary to her, you know? And I just wished I would have gotten over it sooner, because what a wasted amount of time, you know?
And that's a message like every Mormon in the world and every member of every high demand religion and or cult needs to hear, is that a religion is failing if it divides families, period, full stop, end of story.
And it just, again, this obsession with the eternities, right?
That's right.
And you're neglecting your life now. Because you never know what's going to happen day by day. Like, people die in accidents.
Yeah.
Things happen, right? The time that you have is with your family is just right now. And so it's just really sad. Like, luckily my mom, like, she just, you know, she never pushed my family members away that were, you know, leaving. She just was like, we just got to keep doing our family things and, you know, just don't talk about it, but we got to stick together. I'm grateful for that. But many parents don't. They get really intense about like, oh, they're going to come back someday. And we're like, well, I got to, you know, every day I got to send them a scripture just to try to convince them, which does the exact opposite.
Or general conference talk, or, you know.
Yeah, which does the exact opposite. Because
So did your mom, do you feel like from that difficult conversation that you had with her, do you feel like your mom was able to process the fear and disappointment? Because I think sometimes what happens is parents will continue the gathering, but there's a hope that through the gathering, their children will come back to the church, right? Eventually. Or sometimes there's disappointment or disapproval that still gets communicated, even though you're choosing to like choose your children or gather. Do you feel like she was able to kind of process some of that disappointment and fear so that when you did gather, it kind of changed the tone? Does that make sense?
Yeah, I do think it's just like, there's been like a domino of like, okay, well, there's the first sibling that leaves the church, and then there's another, and then there's another. I do feel like the reason why maybe it's harder for me to want to talk to her about how I've been feeling right now is because it feels like I'm the nail in the coffin, because I was the child that finally did everything right. Like I mentioned that I was sort of like the difficult one to raise, but I was like the best adult child, because there's been different points in my siblings' lives where they've had challenges, and then I've like done everything right, what I'm supposed to, besides maybe having the kids, because my siblings have kids, I don't yet. But I think she's like had to mourn the process just over time, which, you know, I kind of have, she knows that I've like had pretty nuanced beliefs for years, so I'm wondering if it just like won't be too much of a shock. But
wait,
yeah.
You may have already said this. She doesn't know for sure the full extent.
Yeah, like I haven't told her that like how I'm feeling right now.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So tell the world, then your mom.
Yeah, weirdly.
I'm joking.
Yeah.
I'm teasing.
Or maybe it'll be like a trickle down. That trickle down theory. It'll get to her gently.
Or not.
Or not.
Or not. It always does. I mean,
It tends to, though.
she's going to hear by like the afternoon of this episode.
You know, we'll chat about it.
Yeah.
Do you know when you're talking, though, something that is interesting that you're saying is all these ways that, you know, you're talking about her as like, you were the hard one when you were younger. Now you're the best adult one. It just brings to the forefront what we're used to being judged as, like the labels that we carry within this system, within our family systems, within the church systems, and how we're evaluated, like what's important, what makes us a good child.
And you can see in that entry when I went to the temple, I said, I didn't want to tell my mom that I didn't like it because she was so proud of me.
Exactly. The approval.
Yeah, she was so proud that I went to the temple. Like, how could I tell her that I was freaked out?
Yeah.
You know? So there is that. I think a lot of people feel that way. But at the same time, like when she does have to hear about it and process it, like she's in charge of that.
That's right.
That's healthy.
That's right.
I'm trying to take it easy with like bringing it up. I don't want to bring it up all at once, but like, of course, if she hears about this episode, she'll know about it and we'll have to talk about it. Just because, you know, there is a moment where you're like, I want to protect her because I love her. But at the end of the day, like she has to process that on her own.
It's not a kid's job to protect their parent. It's
or
not.
take care of their parent.
Yeah.
Yeah.
in this way, in this emotional kind of way. And it will allow her to fully see you and know you for who you are, really.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And at the end of 2023, the war in Palestine is happening. And I'm starting to feel like it is really hard to like pay tithing while I'm watching this going on, because it feels like I'm giving money. Like I sort of knew in the back of my head that the church has tons of money because there's like, there's been things in the news about it for years. So you kind of know that back of your head, even if you don't really look into it as a member. And I'm just kind of thinking, it's really hard to pay tithing right now because I just feel that my money could be given to some better causes, but I'm still paying, even though I'm feeling that way.
Right.
That's at the end of 2023. And my husband and I go visit his parents in Hawaii. They're living in Hawaii right now. And we meet up with one of my mission companions that has been out of the church for a while now. And she's that mission companion that like inspired me to be super obedient. And when I noticed she was leaving the church, this is even around when I was getting married, like I noticed that she had like a strapless wedding dress, but then she got married in like a different temple dress in the temple. It's so interesting. I was like, this is crazy because I looked up to her so much and now she's leaving. But in the end, it actually has been really great because now we're tight and we can talk. So she's from Hawaii, so we see her in Hawaii while we're visiting my husband's parents. And this is like the first time I've told anyone out loud that like, I'm struggling to make this work. I've been working at the temple for a while now.
Right.
And
you've been in the Relief Society presidency.
Yeah, I'm in the Relief Society presidency now.
Turned missionary, temple married.
Turned missionary, temple married. And I'm like doing everything, but it's like, it's just, there's that intuition that's like things aren't working. So we go on a hike with her and we finally like say how I'm feeling and how I'm like, I'm just trying to survive because I'm in Utah. Like I have to be a member to survive here. And so I just cannot visualize myself doing anything different because it's what I have to do.
Yeah.
Which is such a horrible state to be in.
Yeah.
But that's how I was feeling. Like I just have to survive because like it sort of feels like a surveillance state here. Like I did it. Everyone's making sure, are you wearing your garments?
Right.
Are you doing what you're supposed to? Oh, that neighbor, I haven't seen them at church lately. Like my sister-in-law, the one that my mom was like, oh, they haven't blessed their baby. Like her, her neighborhood, they're the odd ones out, right? She's living in Utah County as well. And it's difficult. It's difficult living here. So when I was talking to my mission companion, I was like, I'm in a state of survival because I have to play the part. I have to play the part that I'm supposed to play because otherwise, what am I supposed to do?
And I'll just add, I just finished a book called The Status Game, which is a really important book for me. And we're all consciously or unconsciously craving status. And I don't mean like fame I just mean like we want to look good in other people's eyes. And you don't want to become a disappointment to your parents. You don't want to lose friends and community. And that's also what you're facing is like being downgraded in status, in respect, in the eyes of family and friends and peers, right?
Yeah.
Is that right? I don't want to project that onto you.
Yeah, I mean, it's just like you do feel like you need to perform for the people around you watching. And
for worth, right? For
yeah,
your worth.
for your worth. Yeah. And I think I forgot to mention the Relief Society firestorm situation. Was that this year that happened?
2024? Yeah. It was just a few months ago, yeah.
So I'll talk about that in a bit. The last thing I'll say about being in Hawaii is I hadn't been to the temple as a patron like since I started the temple.
Working.
So I started in November of 2022.
Oh, that's not part of it? You can be a temple worker and never actually go through as a patron?
Yeah, I mean, so as a temple worker, what I did is you kind of have greeting positions where you kind of tell people where to go. You're performing the ordinances. There's coordinator positions. So this water bottle I brought today, I actually got this. You can see it has the temple on it. When I was one of the initiatory coordinators, we were at this desk, and so we wanted to have water bottles with us. So my fellow coordinator, she got me this sticker. So this is like my little temple water bottle. So I did a coordinating position at the initiatory desk. And then I got called as a coordinator for the endowment sessions, which is like you kind of guide all the groups in and out of the rooms and bring people up the elevators and count the numbers of how many people are there and things like that. But so I hadn't been a patron all the time that I've being a temple worker, because it's kind of my excuse to not have to be a patron.
You become a temple worker so you don't have to go to the temple.
So understandable.
Because it's like, look at me, I'm so righteous. I'm a temple worker. But it's like, then I don't have to go through the endowment session myself.
Right, which you were saying was really difficult to pay attention to.
Yeah, and they have one worker who sits in there, one female worker that sits in there just to kind of make sure that if there's any emergencies to help the patrons. And I think I did it twice, and or maybe 3 times, I remember. But like I would fall asleep even as the coordinator.
Yeah.
And like how embarrassing, I'm sitting in front falling asleep. So yeah, I'm just like, so I actually was like, if they ask me to do that again, I'm going to say no, thank you, because it's really hard for me to sit through this. So we're in Hawaii with my husband's family, and we go through the temple, and we get out of the temple, and my husband looks to me, he's like, I don't want to ever do that again. Mm-hmm. Which is like, mm-hmm. A moment of honesty. But I said to him, then you don't have to. Mm. Then you don't have to do that again. Because I was already opening my mind that things can be different.
Yeah.
And I was like, heck, I'm a temple worker, and I don't even like the temple.
Right.
There were some things I liked about it.
And initially you thought, I think, or were at least trying, if I go, then maybe I will like it.
Yes.
Maybe and what I'm hearing is that was not happening for you.
Yeah, well, it's like if you go more, that's what my cousin told me when I went to the temple for the first time. If you go more, it'll be better. Well, I was going for 5 hours a week.
Wasn't making it better.
It wasn't making it better.
Yeah.
And there's this moment where we had a training so you have a 30-minute training meeting before your like group starts and takes over. And we had a training meeting about the prayer circle, and I'm just like feeling sick to my stomach because I just do not like the prayer circle. Like it just feels culty to me, right? That's what I wrote in my journal. I might not have said that out loud even recently, but since reading in my journal, that's what I felt.
When you were 19.
Yes. And so I'm like feeling sick to my stomach, and I go to, I think this is maybe like even like a year and a half in being a temple worker. I tell my coordinator that like, I'm struggling with this, and I'm like in tears. And I'm just like, I thought that I would feel better about this, but I don't. I just really, the prayer circle, I just really struggle to understand it. And she was very sweet and hugged me, but her answer was very much just like, well, there's a lot of things we don't understand, but we just work through it. What is that? That doesn't comfort at all.
It's obedience culture.
Yeah, it's like, well, we don't understand why we do that, but, you can overcome it if, but it's just, there's no answers. Mm-hmm. Right?
No.
So.
Well, the answer is double down and pay, pray, and obey, right?
So, my husband tells me that, and I'm like, okay. So he's feeling that way, and I'm like, all right, well, you don't have to. So, we come into the new year, and we're getting in the car one day. And when you connect your phone to the car, it'll automatically start playing what you were listening to on Spotify. And I see a Mormon Stories episode that says, Bishop resigns from the pulpit. Yeah. Which I'm sure that was a very popular episode.
It's, very popular, yeah.
So there was a bishop, it was at the end of 2023 that he resigned.
I can look it up, but it's pretty recent, past year, yeah.
Yeah, so I see he's listening to that episode, and my husband is a little bit like, oh no, like what is she going to think that I'm listening to this? But there's like a state, like you can tell I'm not being true to myself because he thinks I'm worried, he's worried that I'm seeing him listening to Mormon Stories. But I go inside, and I've listened to it too. Mm-hmm. And I'm hearing it, and I'm like, there's some valid things being said in this. Maybe I'd heard of Mormon Stories, but not really. Like, I'd never really heard of it. So when you're not in this realm, like, you don't know anything about it.
Absolutely.
When you're in the bubble,
yes,
you're in the bubble.
When you're in the bubble, you don't know that all these podcasts and things exist. Like, I was listening to the Faithful Nuanced podcasts, right? Yeah. But not.
Well, what's crazy is we're in our 19th year.
Didn't you start as a apologetic?
Oh, of course. Yeah, for sure. Yeah. 10 years I was in the church and progressive and liberal and all that. Yeah.
Yeah. So I listened to it, and I'm like, there's some valid points being made. Yeah. And my husband, he studied nutritional science, for his undergrad. And being in nutrition, you realize there's a lot of things that people absolutely believe that are totally false in nutrition. So he's like, a very logically brained person. And for him, it's like not even weird to see that something that a lot of people believe could be absolutely wrong.
Right.
Because that is like all of, nutrition. There's so much misinformation in nutrition. So he's very much in that brain of like very logical. And he's like since told me like, oh, even on my mission, I started thinking, are you telling me that all these people that I'm meeting are wrong and we're right? Like he was even on his mission starting to feel like something's not adding up here because we couldn't be like all these other people in the entire world, like billions of people like are wrong and suddenly and like we're right.
Yeah. This little tribe in Utah.
But like, and we, and we kind of had these conversations over the years of our marriage where it's like, it's obvious that we're more like liberal or have different ideas, but like he'd never truly confessed to me like what he was really feeling over all this time. And so, we're having conversations.
Really quickly, I think it'd be worth it, even though you've kind of already passed it. Can you just list all the social media things? You've got like Tara Westover and the Black Menaces and Johnny Harris. Like, because I mean, in the internet age in 2024, how are devout Mormons not coming upon all the different social media assets that are going to be causing cracks, right?
Well, if you live in Utah, TikTok algorithms, they know you live here. Yeah. And so they will give you content that's like some would call anti-Mormon, right? And I was starting to see that kind of stuff because, the algorithm. Yeah. And so I think I saw a video of a woman talking about how all religions are so male-centered. Like Jesus is a man, God is a man, Buddha is a man. And I'm just like, I'm like, why are we just worshiping men? Yeah. Like the leaders are men, everything's men. And like I said, I'm looking around, the temple is run by women. Every moment of my childhood magic was created by women. In the Relief Society presidency, I'm like seeing this disparity where it's like the Relief Society presidency, like we're running the whole ward. Like I'm the secretary, so I'm putting in attendance and things. I'm seeing that 75% of the ministering interviews are done by the Relief Society presidency, but only 30% of them are done by, like, you can see the women are doing a lot more. So the elders quorum was only doing 30%. And then, so I'm seeing like the women are doing a lot more here. And yet, it's all about men. So I'm like seeing this content on my TikTok page. I started reading Educated because I think somebody shared about it, and so I'm reading Educated.
We had our Mormon Stories before she got big,
And she talks about how when she was at BYU, that some guy mentioned to her like about something about polygamy, like, oh, well, I'll come to accept like about it someday. And she said something like, well, I don't believe it. And I'm listening to it, I'm like, I think I kind of agree with her. I think I kind of agree with her that polygamy doesn't make sense and it's gross and creepy and weird. Yeah. And I see Johnny Harris's videos on YouTube, and he has left the church, and he does like kind of investigative journalism type of stuff sometimes. And he made a video about why he left the church, and he made a video like about what Mormons believe. And he makes a comment about Joseph Smith just wanting to have a lot of women. That's probably why he did it. And I'm like, that's a good point.
All of a sudden it makes sense.
You're like, hey.
And when the Black Menaces are doing their posts, I can't remember if I was still at BYU, but I was eating up that content. It was so funny to me. Yeah. But at the same time, I was like, I don't really relate to it. I said, they've got to interview some HVAC people because, again, like the arts group, like we're not like the rest of them. But yeah, there's just a lot of content that's, pumping in, and it's like you can't really avoid it. And even if you're not seeking it out, it comes to you, which it makes sense why parents and general authorities try to demonize social media, because that's where ideas get spread. But, once I started listening to Mormon Stories, it's like, it's just facts. I started thinking, these are just facts.
Anti-Mormonism turns out is just history.
Yeah.
And science.
Yeah. And also
and people's stories.
The interesting thing is, like I said, my husband's very logical brain. So he was looking for like truth claim stuff immediately once he started listening. Yeah. For me, like I'm very more emotional. So it has nothing to do with the historical church. It's the now church that was bothering me.
Yeah, that's typical.
Yeah. I mean, some people, it really is, the history is really bothering them. Yeah. For me, when I started learning about historical things that were like problematic, I wasn't even surprised. I was like, yeah, that kind of makes sense. Yeah, of course that happened. Oh yeah, of course. But it wasn't the thing that really made me feel like, oh, I need to.
So for you, it was the injustice.
Yeah, it was just, there's problems with how women are treated in the church. There's problems with how the LGBT thing is being handled in the church. And it was like how the modern church. And then my husband, in the beginning of this year, or maybe around March, he says.
By the way, the bishop's interview, the bishop resigning over the pulpit, that was in February of this year.
Oh, that was this year?
Yeah.
Okay, so it was this year that happened.
And then the firestorm was pretty soon.
Yeah. So my husband says to me, like, how do you feel about not paying tithing? He had no idea how I was going to react to that. But like
now
I said,
his parents can't get mad at you because he's leading you.
Yeah, I'm not the one. Okay, he started it. So
Michelle's off the hook, in-laws.
Yeah, because he gave me permission to feel what I was feeling.
Yeah.
Because now I know he's feeling the same way. He gave me permission.
Yeah.
So he says that, and the end of 2023, I'm already feeling like I feel like I need to give my money to something better. So I say, well, what about the humanitarian fund? He's like, well, turns out the church's humanitarian fund, we don't even know where it's going, so we can't even be sure. So I'm like, oh, okay. So immediately after that conversation, I go find a bunch of things to donate to people in Palestine, and I donate, and I feel amazing. I never felt that way when I gave tithing, but I'm giving money to people who really need it. And I start having this kind of mantra, I guess, or just policy with myself that if I see a GoFundMe page, even if I don't know who the heck it is, oh, my mom, my cousin has cancer, please help. So-and-so has medical bills. I donate. Doesn't matter who it is. I donate to it now.
Yeah.
And how empowering that feels to be I'm literally putting money in the hands directly of the needy. And it's not, through you could say, of course, the church does a lot of good things with its money. But right when the Palestine war was happening, Israel-Palestine war was happening, the church bought the temple land or whatever from the Community of Christ. And I'm just sitting there thinking, this doesn't make sense. There should be a big announcement how much money they're giving to aid, not that they're buying this land. So it just it doesn't feel doesn't feel right.
Yeah.
So that happens, and we're like, okay, we're gonna stop paying tithing. I mistakenly send a Black Menaces video to my father-in-law because it has to do with BYU Hawaii. I thought for some reason in my head that he just might want to know it's relevant, but he was really upset. He was really upset. And he said something to me that social media radicalizes young women and that I need to not use TikTok anymore. And I love my in-laws. They're actually really wonderful people, but people you love can still disappoint you. Yeah, that was disappointing. He really got after me, and I was like, whoa. I was not expecting the reaction he had.
Yeah.
So it's, I'll go through this really quick so we can get to my temple experiences. But my in-laws kind of noticed that my husband doesn't give a very good testimony during our sudden testimony meeting over an Easter FaceTime call.
Oh, a spontaneous family.
Yeah, if we were prepared, we probably could have thrown something together, right? Just I believe that Jesus Christ will heal us all. We could have something, but it was so sudden. Nathan, do you want to share a testimony? He's just he doesn't really know what to say.
Imagine doing a Zoom call with your parents and they want you to bear your testimony, to check in.
No.
That's a modern.
So we had all
we
had all the family on the Zoom call because we kind of all of his family all live in different states, and so right after that Zoom call, we get a phone call, and my husband's mom says, "Are you having a faith crisis?" He's like,
Busted.
Yes. It was I was overhearing the phone call. It was the most disappointing phone call I've ever heard. Very much not listening to him and just trying to lecture, So that was disappointing. And that, weirdly, I feel like that brought my husband and I together a lot. It was kind of it's you and me together, babe. We are going to, we have our family together and we're going to create what we want together.
Right, yes.
So when I was hearing him talking to his parents, they're talking about, oh, well, I could tell in your countenance that your countenance is dark or something. I'm probably because he was awkwardly embarrassed not understanding. But I'm he is doing better than ever.
But sad to disappoint them too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But he's doing great in school. I feel like our marriage is doing better than ever, probably because my perfectionism was going away. So that means my perfectionism for my marriage is going away.
And your garments are going away.
Well, he tells me he's going to stop wearing garments.
Perfectionism, your garments.
He stopped wearing garments first, and I'm a little bit like, oh, okay, you're doing that? And I'm still wearing them at the time. But it's because, if you're expecting yourself to be perfect, like you expect your spouse to be perfect. That's right. And that creates conflict because no one's perfect. Yeah. And people just have personality differences that aren't, exactly what you want to be. But I feel like our marriage is doing better than ever. I'm like, actually, you say his countenance is dark, but I think has a sense of relief about his body. Right. It feels brighter than ever from my point of view. So, yeah. Because I do feel like that change. It's like, oh, there's this stress is kind of going away. I don't need to be the perfect Mormon anymore. Mm-hmm. But I'm still a temple worker. I'm still working at the temple.
Right.
Yeah.
You also mentioned you found LDS discussions at this point.
Yeah. So I have an interesting journal entry to read because I just listened to the episode. So I was only really listening to Mormon stories that were about people's stories because I just loved hearing how people felt as they were going through different times in their life. But I still hadn't listened to a truth claims episode. So I finally listened to the one about the Masonic symbolism and its connection to the temple because I was like, well, I'm a temple worker. I feel like I probably should know this. We didn't get that training when we became temple workers. I'll just tell you that.
That wasn't included.
Oh, everything's the same. The signs are the same. The clothing's the same. Yeah. It's like, whoa, we weren't told that information. Yeah. So let me see.
New journal. Show them the new journal.
New journal. I'm a good Mormon girl. I'm journaling pretty frequently, but
now to the church's chagrin, they're going to start discouraging people from keeping journals.
Yeah, no more journaling because then you'll know how you really feel. Yeah. Okay. So it says yesterday, this was May 5th of this year. Yesterday, I was listening to a Mormon Stories podcast, and then I had to go get ready for my temple shift. I had this feeling of dread. How much longer can I do this? Because I feel a main reason is for performing spirituality for my in-laws. Sorry. But I need to perform that I was still being good.
Yes.
I was thinking about what excuse I could use to quit being a temple worker. When I was in my meeting, one of the assistants to the matron, so there's a temple president and temple matron, which is the wife of the temple president, and then she has assistants. One of the assistants to the matron said that we aren't supposed to tell people what the ceremonial clothing means. We are just supposed to tell them to pray about it. So if a patron comes to you and asks, what do the ceremonial clothing means? We just have to tell them to pray about it. I recently watched a video that showed how the endowment ceremony comes from Freemasonry, down to the clothes, the robes, the hats, the aprons, the tokens, the signs, and the language. So
forget the penalties, but you didn't.
Penalties, but I didn't ever experience that in my age. So when the best the church has is pray about it, it's because they can't explain that it was not inspired by God. The only answers are pray and read your scriptures. Then you'll know that there are conversations that are being avoided. So I came to the realization that Nathan's rotations will make our life hectic, so I'm going to stop in July. So he's starting his hospital rotations for medical school, and I thought, that's finally I have an excuse to be done. So, that was kind of like, finally I have an excuse to quit. But there are some other things that are happening at the temple that, throughout, I served at the temple for 2 years. There are some things that, were just not sitting right with me. One was that, I noticed that most of the patrons just want to go to the celestial room. I want you to guess why that is.
It's the only part that's enjoyable.
It's peaceful. I mean, I feel like it's the most quiet, contemplative space.
There's no culty ritual there. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, when you go into a cathedral, it's like you feel that similar feeling when it's the grand ceilings and the peace that feels in that kind of quiet space. So we had a meeting, and one of our coordinators was telling us, you need to make sure they do an ordinance. They can't just come to the temple just to go to the celestial room. And I'm thinking, that's where they want to go because that's where they feel peace. If they were to improve the temple, they would have a separate room that if you didn't feel like doing an ordinance, that you could just get there just to feel peace.
Someday they're going to do that for sure.
I bet.
I even remember matrons like hurrying you out if you stayed too long in the celestial room.
really?
Yeah,
Hurry you out.
me too.
Yeah.
The couple times I went.
Yeah.
I will say, like, they try to be really sensitive these days to try to, like, not hurt people's feelings in the temple. Like, they try really hard to, like, be sensitive to things. But, yeah, I'm just like, well, that's where people want to go. They want to go to the celestial room. But it's like, no, but they have to do an ordinance.
Right.
And one day when I was at the temple, a woman came up to me and says that I knew from, like, I grew up across the street from her. And she says to me, "Isn't it so interesting how different paths you and your sister are on?" And I say to her, well, like, I don't blame her.
Oh.
Because at that time, I'm already feeling like a little bit disenchanted with things. But that kind of rubbed me the wrong way because it's like, oh, I'm noticing that your sister is the wayward one and you are the good one. Another thing that happened is,
And that made you feel what?
I don't know, it's just like gross, like that she was like keeping her eye on us.
Yeah.
That's what I said, that the surveillance state.
But that's former you too, right?
Yeah, and I was doing it too. Like I was, oh, they're not wearing their garments. Oh, they're wearing a spaghetti strap, you know? Another thing that happened was that there was this woman who's a temple worker who only had the use of her left arm. And one day they said that she couldn't do the initiatories anymore because you have to do it with your right hand. So she has a disabled right hand, and so she couldn't do it anymore.
Yeah.
I just felt so gross about that.
Yeah.
And I said to one, like, I think I was the initiatory coordinator assistant at the time. I said to the other lady, I'm like, well, you know, when patrons come, we actually have training if people don't have uses of arms, like how to accommodate them. And if people have wheelchairs, like there's a lot of accommodations for disabilities. But I'm like, why does it matter for her? It's like, well, because it's the ordinance. And I said, well, sometimes people don't say everything correctly, but we oftentimes will just move it along so that we don't like cause a ruckus. So if that doesn't matter, why does it ever matter? Because that happens a lot in the temple where like somebody might say something incorrectly. Instead of constantly nagging them to say it correctly, we'll just like, oh, well, let's just move on because we don't want to make them feel bad.
Right.
But I'm like, but if it doesn't matter then, why does it ever matter?
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Consistency. Yeah.
I just can't believe they're telling a woman missing an arm that if she uses the other arm, that she can't do it.
And she'd already been doing it. So that's the thing.
Of course.
She'd been doing it for
Oh, so taking it
like
away.
a year.
Taking
So,
away.
Yeah. So it's like, but those ones aren't invalidated.
Yeah.
Right.
She'd been doing all those for all that time, but those ones are okay.
Yeah.
But the ones moving forward aren't okay now.
It's so weird.
So it's like there's rules, but like they don't matter until they do.
Right.
And so I'm starting to see that pattern. And also I just like felt terribly for this woman because she's such a nice lady, but like, she has a disabled right arm. And so now she can't
Yeah.
do it.
Yeah.
That's terrible.
Yeah.
And I'm just kind of seeing that in the temple. I'm like, it doesn't matter, but it does. And I just, that inconsistency was just felt wrong to me. And there was a lot of changes even in 2 years when I was at the temple. So when we were emailing back and forth, we talked about how there's just been a recent new change to the temple endowment, that it's now only an hour long. I think years ago it was probably even 2 hours long.
For sure.
And then they shortened it to an hour, maybe 40 minutes.
Yeah,
and then they
it's
tried to shorten it
shorter.
a little bit more. And I think the reason is because patrons don't want to do it if it takes that much time out of their day. You know?
Yeah. Temple attendance was dropping.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I was an endowment room coordinator. That means I knew all the numbers who were coming in to do endowments. We would keep track of it just to inform the temple. I think it's just, I don't know, accounting. It's funny, they keep track of numbers even attending church.
Yeah.
But we'd write on the numbers, and there was never a time where there was more men attending than women. It was always more women attending.
Interesting. Yes.
So let's say, in the session we would count how many men there were and count how many women there are. Like sometimes there'd be so much women that we'd have to sit them on the men's side. So they split it for men and women. Women and women can't sit next to each other in the temple.
Yeah. Right.
And there'd be so much women. And so, these women if they're following the church, they're going to have a bunch of kids, and it takes time out of their day to come to like a 3-hour temple thing. But yeah, they're changing things all the time, even when I was there. And like these older ladies that were temple workers, like they're constantly like, oh, there's so many things. And it's like hard for them to change because they're these older ladies that like have been working the temple for years. And yeah, it's like hard for them to have to memorize things differently. And
do you remember when they got rid of the movies?
Yeah, I've since learned why that is.
It's because the newest version, do you want to say it?
No, you say it.
The newest, when they redid the movies for like the third or fourth time, they unfortunately picked a known pedophile to be the director. Richard, is it Van Wagenen or Sterling Van Wagenen, I think is his name. And he produced the most recent versions of the videos. And then one of his victims came out in the New York Times and said, you know, that guy you picked, that Academy Award-winning director that you picked to direct the latest versions of the temple, he sexually abused me. And the church knew about it, right?
Yeah.
And hid it and covered it up.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
But I also thought the reason why they did it is so that they can make changes better. Because they're making so many changes that if they just do, so they used to have videos, now it's like little slideshows, they can do a voiceover a lot quicker.
Well, no, it's also because many of the actors end up leaving the church. So these actors,
that true?
Oh yeah, for sure. Like, you know, Satan or Adam.
Well, if Satan leaves the church, that's okay.
Then at least it makes sense.
Yeah, I mean.
No, but that's true. Or they come out as gay. Like so many of the actors that acted in the temple videos end up coming out as gay or leaving the church. The church just can't keep remaking the videos fast enough.
Yeah. I mean, it was definitely felt like it was like every week there was something different. And even if it wasn't to the ordinances themselves, it was like we're always doing things a different way. So it was definitely kind of like, whoa, a bit of a whirlwind. And that's only like the past, I would say 5 to 10 years.
It's because of social media. Social media kept raising issues and embarrassing the church. And so once they started making changes, the floodgates opened. You know what I mean? Yeah.
Yeah, the other thing that happened was, so since I met my husband and he spoke Korean on his mission, I started learning Korean and then also a little bit of Japanese as well. So when I was working at the initiatory desk, we've suddenly got a flood of names in those languages. So I was starting to write out the pronunciations of how to pronounce them better because people were really struggling on how to pronounce these names. And I remember just feeling like, I feel so good that I can do this because I'm spending all this time studying these languages and I can help people with it. And all these workers and patrons were telling me, thank you so much for doing that. That really helped me. And so I'm transcribing just like in the off time when there's not a patron that needs help. I'm writing out how to pronounce these names. And not only that, but when a patron comes and they speak and like their family names are Korean and they're Korean, when you say their names right, they feel really good.
Absolutely.
And so I felt amazing. Like I'm helping these people. And then in comes along one of the matron's assistants and she tells me like, you need to stop doing that. There's no reason, right? She can't really give a reason. Oh, they just don't want you to. But I'm like, I'm helping these people. And I felt so good about it. I literally even felt like God gave me that purpose, right? So that I could help these people. And then she tells me, oh, well, you can't do that anymore. And there's not really a good reason for it, but we just don't want you to. Yeah. And I was like in tears to some of the other sisters because I really did feel totally crushed by that. And so that's another example of like, I felt like I was doing something and it was like, nope.
That's right.
You're not doing it the right way.
That's right. You're having an experience and it's positive and someone comes in and can't tell you why. And it's like, no, not for you. Stop it.
Which then makes you question inspiration. Like, is the epistemology of like feeling good emotions, is that the Holy Ghost? If this woman can feel inspired to tell you something's wrong based on her feelings, when your feelings are telling you it's inspired, then can you trust feelings as the arbiters of truth?
So I find myself like that brings me back to being like, okay, I found an excuse to leave. My husband's starting his rotations. Now I have an excuse to leave. Yeah. So I decide, okay, in June, so it's August right now. This is how close this is.
Yeah.
June.
That's 2 months ago.
It's amazing.
When I
really.
And my last day working at the temple, one of the shift coordinators in our little coordinators meeting, because I'm in the endowment room, one of the endowment room coordinators, she tells all of us coordinators, she's like, I feel inspired to tell all of the workers that we need to focus our conversations on the temple or the gospel and that we shouldn't be chatting. And immediately, like, I feel, because that's why I started at the temple, right?
Exactly.
Is because I wanted community and I didn't want to feel lonely. And I was finding, like, I was loving talking to these ladies. And so I immediately feel like, leaving the temple is right. It's the right decision because that's not the type of situation I want to be in if I can't, like, find community with these people.
Yeah.
And when you tell her you feel inspired, what does she say?
Well, I come out and of the meeting. And there's my other coordinator that we do the endowment room together. And I tell her, that was really hard for me to hear that because I really enjoy like connecting with all of you. And she said, oh, that's really hard for me to hear as well. And I tell her, I constantly have been feeling like the church has been telling me to ignore my intuition. And she says to me, what if it's not your intuition? What if it's Satan? It's the adversary. And I was about to say my piece, but then a patron comes and I couldn't finish.
But that's a recurring theme in your story and all of our stories.
Ignore your intuition, that if something doesn't feel right. And at that moment I thought, Satan really does his work at the temple then. Isn't this the one place where he's supposed to not have any work on us, right?
Yeah.
Right.
But that's where I felt like the yuckiest, right, was at the temple. And I'm like, wow, he must be really good at getting people in the temple.
Because who's living the gospel more than you?
I mean, I was trying to do everything. Of course, maybe I was watching too much media that was, giving me ideas or something.
And I'm going to say too, it's not just ignoring your intuition. It's ignoring your experience too. Like you have valid experiences going on with either valuing community, talking with the older ladies, right?
Yeah.
You had a valid experience when you were reading those the set of books that were helping you understand it's intuition and your own experience. Don't trust your experience either. Yeah, which is just deeply problematic.
And also, like, if I'm listening to these, different social media sources or whatever that are leading me away, I'm connecting with them, like, in a deep level, right? It's not like I'm hearing that stuff and, oh, that's bad, it's like, no, I'm connecting with it, and there's a reason why, right?
Yeah.
And so I think everybody out there who knows, like I had heard of the CS letter. I don't think I've actually read it, but I'd heard of it, but you never go look for it because you know deep down that you're going to be convinced. That's what I think.
Yeah.
You can't listen to these sources because you know deep down.
That's right.
That you're gonna like you have always known all growing up. Oh yeah, there's probably something problematic with polygamy. Oh yeah, there's probably like you kind of know in the back of your mind, even though if you're trying to like explain it away, Yeah. And so right after she tells me that my intuition is Satan, she walks away, and I'm just sitting there in the chapel. We have some downtime before like the next group comes, and I say a prayer actually, and I say like, God, if you even exist, like let me read something meaningful in the scriptures right now.
Uh-oh.
So I open up the scriptures, and there's this verse I read in Alma 32 that says, "Behold, I say unto you, do you suppose that ye cannot worship God, save it be in your synagogues only?"
Ouch.
And I thought, wow.
Right.
I don't have to come to this
That's
synagogue to
right.
worship. So you heard it here. The scriptures told me to not go to the temple.
That's right.
And I felt very emotional. And to be fair, like I recognize that reading scriptures can be a little bit like a horoscope, right? It's like you can get the meaning out that you want it to mean.
Totally.
Which might have been what it's always been all along. But that was meaningful to me, and I felt peace with that.
And it's using actually something that oftentimes you hear in church.
You're
which
supposed
is open
to.
your scriptures.
You're supposed to pray.
And so
and open
you
the scriptures.
used a tool that actually was prescribed at church.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. And it brought me peace, right?
Yeah.
And that was an experience I had as a child that like, oh, you can read the scriptures and it'll bring you peace. And it brought me peace that like the decisions I was going to make were right for me. So then, I stopped going to the temple as a temple worker. I quit. And it's around this time that I decide to experiment not wearing garments. So I have some recommendations for people who are in the same situation as me and are looking for underwear, because you're thrown back into the world of underwear and you don't know where you are.
And it's large.
Yeah.
It is a large world.
Yeah, and especially if you're used to wearing kind of more of a male-like garment, right? Women's underwear tend to be more like panties. You're like, I don't know if I'm comfortable wearing that again. There's this brand of women's underwear called Walksers. It's like women's boxers. They're what garments should be, I'll just tell you. They come in multiple lengths, so they have short ones or longer ones. It's like a very LGBTQ like affirming brand, because it's like, a lot of people want to wear something like
more non-binary or gender. Yeah. Neutral.
They're so comfortable.
Yeah.
Just the way they're styled. I'm like looking at them and I'm just like, this is what like I should send these to the church department and tell them to make garments look like this. And
Does that stand for women boxers?
Yeah,
Okay.
walksers.
Okay.
My husband, he gets some new underwear that he's like, this is the most comfortable. I think it's called like Fresh Laundry or something. And, you know, even for him, like a lot of men like don't tend to have issues with garments, but for him, it's like they always seem to not work right for him. But yeah, they're different lengths. Get some period underwear because we all know that periods are a nightmare in garments. Those are great. So yeah, that's my recommendation because if you're starting to back into that world, it's kind of intimidating. So I got endowed in 2016. So that's, what is that, 8 years ago? 8 years wearing garments.
Yeah.
And I kind of said to my husband, like, starting to wear garments feels like you're a little bit robbed of your childhood. Like, goodbye.
Yeah.
And just like things that I did when I was a young girl, like just wearing a t-shirt without a bra or something and nothing underneath. It's like, just feels so comforting that it's like, oh, I get to kind of connect with that again. And that feels really great.
Yeah.
And also I just like, it's so much more comfortable.
So much more comfortable.
And it's not like you see what I'm wearing today. Like I have bought some tank tops, but like I'm not suddenly going to dress super crazy differently than like kind of what my style is.
Right.
And it's not like I'm going to go crazy and start getting a bunch of tattoos and piercings. Like if I did, who cared? But like, you know, I'm still me. But that's like the point where I'm like, I think I can acknowledge that I don't believe in this anymore.
Yeah. Right.
Yeah. So we, I guess I'll just talk about this really quick. So I did listen to Liz Lamson's Mormon Stories episode, and she kind of said something that really resonated with me. She said that the church did serve her in a way when she needed it. And I think when I was in that mindset, and I read that journal entry for that reason, that like I needed that doctrine about Jesus making you perfect someday. Like I needed it really badly because that was what I strived for, was perfection. And I think that the church served me to give me a foundation of like things that I valued. You know, I really like charity, giving the charity and giving your time and energy to good causes, things like that. Like, I think that foundation definitely comes from the church. Watching my parents be very generous with their resources definitely come from influence from the church. And, you know, all those things served me when I needed it, but kind of in a Marie Kondo way. Do you know who that is?
Oh, yeah.
She wrote the book Spark Joy. Her thing is that when you get rid of an object, when you're decluttering, you kind of say a prayer of thank you to it, and then you get rid of it.
Right.
Because you can acknowledge that it did something for you for a time.
Yeah.
And for me, I don't really feel like I don't really feel betrayed by the church. I just feel like it did something for me when I needed it, and I don't need it anymore.
Yeah.
And I can kind of peacefully like send that little boat away on the water.
Yeah.
And I feel like at peace with that.
Yeah.
Very Buddhist.
Yes, exactly.
It reminds me of the story of the raft
Exactly.
in Buddhism.
Yeah. Correct. Yeah.
And the one thing I realized I don't need is I don't need eternity. And I wrote in my outline, have you ever noticed that in movies, it's always the villains seeking eternal life?
Yeah, that's good.
That is good.
Yes. Like, it's never the good guy who's trying to find this hack to get eternal life, like Mother Gothel and Rapunzel. I mean, there's so many examples.
Voldemort.
Yes, where you're trying to cheat death.
Yeah.
You're trying to figure out a way to live forever.
Right.
And I don't need that anymore. I definitely feel kind of at peace with just being present. And that's kind of another kind of a Buddhist thing, right? Where it's like, I can just be in today and I can enjoy like the feeling of like my cheek pressed against my husband's skin and the grass in my toes. Just the beauty of the earth, you know?
Yeah.
I don't need eternity. I just need now.
That's right.
And that I feel it just really releases that need to do everything right.
Right.
Because I think I still want to be an ambitious person, and I still will try to be my best self, but I don't need to fulfill requirements for a heaven that not everyone I love is getting into anyway.
And that may not exist.
And that may not exist, right? Because even like a few years ago, I was starting to acknowledge like the model of the atom, right? I was starting to realize like maybe we don't really understand what the eternities look like.
Yeah.
Like, I think we pretend we know a lot more than we do. And
Think?
yeah.
You think?
And we're all just trying to make sense of things. And like, I recently had texted my sister because I kind of have gone through like everything with her. It's been really great, just kind of like talking about her things. The weird thing is she doesn't really think about Mormonism. I think it's because she never went to the temple or never went on mission. It's like not a part of her life. There is something about them wanting to get people in the temple as early as possible because
it's like the extra conditioning. You're going to get this really concentrated experience of,
But she like doesn't think about things. She's like, she's just living her life, you know? And I'm like, how can you not be absorbed with this, you know? But again, it's because she didn't serve a mission. She didn't go to the temple. So that's
and
why.
remind me, she doesn't live in Utah.
She doesn't live in Utah anymore. Yeah.
And I think that is very different. You have sort of an environmental support to move on, as opposed to, I think, being in Utah, you have those reminders everywhere that you still have to deal with. And
I do feel like there was a part of me that was sort of holding out for, well, we'll just do everything until we leave Utah, because when my husband does his medical residency, we're going to leave. So I'm like, I'll just hold out until then.
Yeah.
But there is just like, you're not allowing yourself to be at peace with that. You know? And it does mean like there will be some hard conversations with some loved ones, right? But like, and I want to try to protect that time because we won't be here forever. And we probably never will move back. But you get to a point where it's like, you can't live a lie anymore.
Right. Authenticity.
Yeah. And so I asked my sister, I texted her and I said, were you ever holding on to some hope that I would leave the church someday? She says, no. She said, I only ever wanted you to be okay, that I felt differently. And I also didn't want you to be sad that I wasn't going to be in heaven with you.
Yeah.
And I kind of told her, actually, I think I stopped believing that a long time ago. And I think you talked about in an episode once that a lot of parents of LGBTQ youth think that their kids are going to be in heaven with them. Like, they don't subscribe to that anymore.
For sure. Just like there's
why?
Primos in the church, you don't believe any of it, right?
Yeah. And
it's part of that cafeteria Mormon thing.
And my husband, he's being in the military, I've thought we're going to be moving around a lot. And so the reason why I said I'm a once a month PMO is because I do think there will be times where it will be beneficial when we're moving around that we can like go find a church and that we can find people who relate to us. And it's like, because when you travel and you go to a church, like we went to Curacao and found a church in Curacao, and it's like, it feels like home, like no matter where you go.
It does.
And so although I've acknowledged that like, yeah, I do have some challenges with things and I don't believe this, I love singing in church. That's one thing I get benefit from it. I love singing, and I don't really have a lot of chances to do that otherwise. And like maybe I'd be open-minded to go to like a really fun like gospel choir church with the robes or something, but I love singing in church, and I do really like finding opportunities to serve people. Like I love when women have babies in the church, like the whole ward is like, hey, we're going to make a bunch of meals for you. And I love participating in those kind of things. So I do think that there are some pieces of value that like I might go to. And again, with that TED Talk, like I'm open to that not being the case someday.
Right. You're expecting that you may change.
I'm expecting that I may change because you can only ever know what you feel right now, and you don't know what you're going to feel in years.
Yeah.
And I'm like, who knows? Maybe when I'm like 70, I'll suddenly be like, want to be all in again. I don't know, right? You have to keep an open mind that you never know how you're going to feel.
Yeah.
That's right.
And I also want to express to anyone listening that to not abandon your friends that are still in the church because you never know if they're feeling like I was. And the friends that did stick with me, like now that I'm where I am, it's like, I can turn to them. And they're like, well, they said to me, like, you accepted me when I left. So how can I not accept you? Because I've had some friends that did not keep me along the way, and that was hurtful. But, now I'm here, and it's like, if you had stuck with me, like we could have still been, we could have still stuck together. So like, don't give up hope with your friends that are still 100% believing, because you never know. They might deep down be feeling some turmoil like I was.
I have a question around, you mentioned initially the reason why you decided to be a temple worker was community. And now you're not working in the temple any longer. How is the community piece? How is the whatever it is that brought you to try that, to fill, something that you didn't have? How are you feeling about that now and since you've stopped?
Yeah, I think it's another way where I was like, I think it served me at that time when I needed it, because I was very lonely and very like trying to find myself after I graduated and was moving into the world.
Yeah.
And now, like, of course, like, there'll be times where I probably will want to have a larger community again. But, the church, they struggle with, unless you're, like, living in a house for, like, 30 years and, like, everyone knows each other in the neighborhood, like, a lot of wards struggle because people aren't really, like, they're not doing ministering. Like, as a Relief Society presidency member, people are not doing ministering. Like, no one's doing it. And so even though like people are desiring that community, they're not necessarily getting it unless you're putting in a lot of work to get it. And then that's what I would often do is I would have to reach out to people. I would do a bunch of work that wasn't often reciprocated.
Yeah.
And right now, just like with my husband and I's life will be a bit transient. Like I've just kind of like, I don't feel I'm in as much of a need for that anymore.
Right.
Because I do have, the handful of people that I really do love. Like my sister-in-law, ever since I kind of have told her, like, oh, yeah, I've left the church too. And she's the one that, didn't bless her baby. Like we've become really close.
Yes, right.
And she's become a really good friend of mine. And we've like, I said to her, like, you should have told me all those years ago that because she lost her faith when she was doing research for BYU because she was noticing some issues with, like how much money the church has, and she was doing a lot of research about poverty, and she was realizing that the church could fix it like that, but they don't. They choose not to, even in Utah, And so she had been out of the church for years, and I didn't even know it because we'd never talked about it. We just saw each other. We never talked about it. Like if you would have just told me, like I would have said, me too, I'm feeling these things and we need to, So I'm finding community in these like select people in my life. Like I've gotten closer with my cousins again, that one that I, went to when I went through the temple, like they've both left and, or, on the queer spectrum and like, I don't know if me being more in the church, like kind of brought us apart, but then now we're back together being like close friends again. And I'm like finding these people throughout my life that I'm like, I can reconnect with them and I can reconnect with them because now I'm on this other, I'm on this other side.
That's right.
Yeah.
And they sound like they're relationships of depth where you can talk.
Because I was getting so tired of shallow friendships where like you never talk about anything that matters. And that's what I was feeling when I was hanging out with these wives of medical students or when I was with my ward members. It's just like nothing we're talking about matters. And that was so frustrating. And I felt like I'm so tired of these shallow friendships. And now I can just get with these people and talk about our shared experiences. And it's like, that has felt more connecting than I felt in the church.
Yeah.
I'll say.
Yep.
I'll say it again. Any religion that makes siblings or parent-sibling dyads not want to talk to each other about something that they're going through that's very hard.
Yeah, that's a problem.
Is a huge red flag. Yeah.
Yeah. And, like that I haven't told my parents yet. I think like Mormon women are taught like their true purpose in life is to make sure all their kids stay in the church. And that's like all their whole purpose.
You don't want your mom to feel like she's a failure.
I don't want my mom to feel like she's a failure because in actuality, she's raised some amazing kids who are in tune with themselves.
That's right.
Which is a feat,
Yeah.
And she should be proud of that. Because,
it's the thing.
Yeah.
It is, as it turns out, it is the thing.
Jesus said the kingdom of God is within. Go ahead.
Yeah. It's just, she should be really proud of where her kids are. It might take her a while to feel that way if she's mourning that we're not following the path that she wanted for us. But she should feel proud that all of her kids have overcome challenges, that they know who they are and they're in tune with what they want.
That's right.
Because if I kept living the way I was living, like it wouldn't have worked. And my sister-in-law told me about my brother. She said, he wouldn't have been alive because he was feeling suicidal when he was in the church. So by leaving the church, like, you know, there's this myth that, you know, now you're off the boat and now you're in darkness. But it's like, actually, you know, think about all the opportunities that are in front of me. And now that there's not like this division of us versus them.
That's right.
Because that's what the church does, is it puts us and then the rest of the world. I'm like, we're just a small little bitty group of the entire human family. And like, how sad that we have to put ourselves against each other like that instead of embracing each other and learning from each other.
Amen. Beautiful. Couple of things from your outline I just want you to comment on. One was saying no to a calling.
Oh, yeah. So I told my relief study president that I was uncomfortable visiting people because it just gave me a lot of anxiety for the reasons that I said. Like, I felt like an imposter. It was just like, I have to, you know, work up all of this. And I get kind of like social anxiety sweats. Like, even if I appear like very easygoing, like I kind of get that. And so I told her I didn't want to visit people anymore. And she was like, well, I need you to visit people. And so I actually got released, which is unusual for relief study callings. Like, usually you do them for 3 years. But I was not offended at all. I felt relief. And so then we go in and the bishop tries to give my husband and I a calling just to be in the nursery. But because I knew how much relief I felt being released from that calling, I was like, I need to be true to that.
Yeah.
And I need to go, if I want to go to church every once in a while so I can enjoy singing hymns or enjoy whatever I want to enjoy, I want to be on my terms. You know?
Absolutely.
So I'm like, we're in that meeting and I'm like looking at my husband and he looks like he's about to say yes. And I'm like, honey, you don't believe in this anymore. Like, how can you say yes to a calling? And he keeps talking about it like we're just saying yes. Like, he has no idea that we're going to say no. Like, it's just like, well, the obvious answer is everyone says yes to a calling. So he's like, well, this will work for you because it only have to be once a month. I know you're busy at medical school, but so I say to him, I just need to be honest with you. I don't see myself as a true believing Mormon anymore. And my husband's like, oh, she just said it. And he's like,
At last she said it.
At last I said it. And the bishop is like, kind of his vibe is like, well, do you want to do the calling anyway? You know, it's like, it didn't faze him at all.
He's like, but back to how we could use you.
Yes, exactly. I was like, that's so weird. And to be with people's children, to teach people's children.
But nowadays they're scraping the bottom of the barrel because they're losing everybody.
Well, I guess I'm the bottom of the barrel.
No, and the cream of the crop. No, but I mean, I've talked to members of bishoprics or even bishops when they're called to be bishops or in bishoprics. They tell the stake president, I don't believe anymore. And they'll say, that's why we're calling you.
Because we need you to.
Well, it's really indicative of just real need.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or it's like they maybe hope that they can relate to people who are struggling with their faith.
Or that you'll start believing again.
Activate again.
Maybe.
They could keep you going.
Yeah, but that just proves like I tried to be a temple worker to keep me going.
Yeah.
And it actually...
Yeah, backfires.
I told my husband, I think I needed to be a temple worker for that time to solidify to me.
Right.
But these bishops or members of bishoprics end up having horrible mental health and even suicidality because it's not good to be in a position where everybody thinks you believe one thing and you really don't. It's bad.
But I was surprised that he didn't even like seem to want to address it with me. Like, oh, like, tell me how you feel, or what is it that's bothering you? It was like nothing.
Oh no,
for sure not.
Nothing.
No, just like you packed it down, turned it off.
And he's just like, well, anyway, do you want to do it? You know, do you want to do the calling anyway? And I'm just like, and so I'm talking to my husband. He's like, well, just go home and think about it. And I'm talking to my husband. And he's like, well, if we go sometimes, shouldn't we like try to help out? And I'm like, yeah, but what if you're like in a nursery lesson? It's like, hey, time to color Joseph Smith and talk about how awesome Joe Smith is. And he said, well, I wouldn't do that. And he's like, I said, well, then why take the calling? And so I said, I want you to reply to the bishop and say that we're not taking it because I want it to be like you're in agreement with me and not being like, oh, his wife just doesn't want to. Because he didn't say the words out loud, but like my husband thinks the same thing as me. He's not saying
You're
that.
like, don't hang me out to dry here.
Yeah. I'm like, you need to like, you know, step up and, you know, support me. So he, you know, responded to him and said, yeah, it's not the right time for us, is what he said.
Great. That's great.
You know, and I felt like, how good is it to, and my mission companion, the one from Hawaii, she joked that the same thing happened to her, that she was, her bishop tried to get her to have a calling even after she didn't believe. And she called it like Jedi mind tricks. He was like trying to be like, anyway, but will you do it anyway? You know, just like trying to like trick her into taking the calling. And she's like, no, I'm still not going to take the calling, you know?
They're not used to people saying no.
I was going to say, and that's a boundaries question.
Plus, he believes God told him that that's the calling you should have.
Well, it kind of shows that there's no gift of discernment that exists because I was called as a Relief Society member as I was like not believing things, like as I was like, you know, in this spiral of like not believing things. And also like being promoted, I guess you could say, when I was in the temple to be coordinators. Like I was 2 different kinds of coordinators I was there. And I'll also add that all those body issues that I was having, like they're gone now.
Oh, the eating disorder thoughts?
Yeah, just like being obsessed with how my body looks.
Yeah.
Like I've very much like come into like just, if these pants don't fit today, throw them aside and put on ones that do. You know, I just don't think about my body that way anymore.
Yeah. That's the flip side of the perfectionism / plastic surgery conversation that we had. When you lose the perfectionism, sometimes you lose some of the body image issues.
Yeah.
The optimization.
Yeah. Now that I'm not like trying to, I guess, perform for anybody else, I'm just living in my body.
Right.
Like, I'm not, maybe I've gained some weight here and there, whatever it is, but it's just like, that's life.
Yeah.
And I do think like it's such a Buddhist thing to just be very like accepting of what things are and
That's
not
right.
like needing to be any different. And it's not to say that you should never strive to be better, but it's just like there is so much peace that comes from just, this is where I am. I'm in this body, and what a gift it is just to be alive. You know? Just
absolutely.
to have the day.
That's right. And connecting more to how it serves you, shows up for you, how it feels, as opposed to like just what it looks like.
And just to like be comfortable, like I said, just wearing like just a t-shirt and underwear. It's just like, I can just be in my body. I'm not thinking about how I look in this, you know, outfit or whatever.
That's
I just
right.
am in it. And it's, you know, neutral. They call it body neutrality. It's just like, it's just my body.
That's right.
I don't have to hate it. I don't have to love it. I'm just here. And that is a very recent thing for me.
I like
One thing
that.
I'll recommend for anybody, but maybe especially women, is when you get out of the shower and you're looking in the mirror, just smile at your naked body in the mirror.
Yeah.
Because it like you're smiling at yourself and you're looking at yourself and you're like are creating some trigger in your brain that like, I love this. You know, you're smiling.
Yeah.
And like that's a habit I have where I just smile. And I'm like, this is my body and this is what it looks like, you know? And that is like, does something in your brain. I don't know what. You could tell me.
It's a positive association.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's all our brain really does is it just makes associations. So there's something to it. Okay, talk about coffee really quick.
Oh, so I recognize that I don't like love coffee because I'm just not a bitter person. But I did buy, you say.
We believe in growth mindset.
I did buy, I even wrote down the date, I think. It was like the day I took a picture of it. I went to Starbucks and I got a mocha, which is definitely just fancy hot chocolate. Well, it was milk. It was just iced. So it was like a fancy chocolate milk. But it was like, the boogeyman. I said the Mormon boogeyman has been defeated. I bought a tank top and I got some coffee. And my husband, like he's gotten a few coffee drinks. He's gotten some of those like Frappuccino glass bottles you get. And I think
Are they like shakes? Are the Frappuccinos like
no,
the
it's just like
shaky
a chilled.
Oh, just more of a
chilled coffee beverage you get from.
I think they're shakes.
But I think he'll probably be more into it than me because I'm very sensitive to caffeine. So I'm not really probably going to, if I do drink something, it'll probably be decaf. But it's like, I can just eat a tiramisu and not feel like it's like, ooh, this is a scary dessert, you know? But it was just kind of funny. Like I took a picture of my drink. I sent it to my sister and I'm like, I did it.
That's right. Milestone.
Like one. Yeah, it was a milestone.
The Mormon boogeyman has been vanquished.
And it's like, and nothing happened to me.
That's right.
Yeah. And,
you didn't get a flat tire.
no.
You're like, I'm still standing.
And the funny thing
feel the same.
is, you know, I'm kind of disconnecting from that. I feel like there's a transactional God where it's like you have to do things in order to get things.
That's right. Yeah.
And it's like, I don't want to be part of that anymore. Like, I don't want to have to like be in constant fear that one wrong move is going to make like me get in a car accident or something, right? There's always the kind of that in the back of your mind. When I was a child, I always thought, if my family's doing really well right now, something bad could happen to us because things can't go too well for too long, or you know what I mean? So like, I don't really want to be part of that transactional system anymore.
Yeah.
Because for one, it doesn't work because bad things happen to good people all the time. And good things happen to bad people all the time.
And Mormons aren't always good people.
Yeah, exactly. There's good people and bad people everywhere in and out of the church. So, yeah.
That's good. That's brilliant. Do you want to just really quickly talk about the atonement and how it's maybe not as useful to you anymore? The theology around it.
Yeah, I kind of mentioned that like the perfectionist in me, like I really needed the atonement to be real because I like needed to be perfected. Which, there's parts of that seem very nice because, all of us are flawed and it's really nice to think that someday we'll be perfect someday. But I don't feel like striving for that is helpful for me. And again, just being mindful and present, like those spiritual practices of meditation, of journal writing, affirmations. I love going on walks and just thinking,
Yes.
Just trying to like, it's sometimes hard for me to be present with ADHD, but just like trying to like look at the mountains deeply and just being like, wow, those are beautiful.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
And just look at something and be like, wow, that's lovely. And just really trying to appreciate beauty. That feels a lot like it feeds me a lot more than having to constantly be analyzing what mistakes did I make today that I need to repent of.
Right.
Yeah, because that can be pretty unhealthy if it goes too far,
Yep.
What about books versus scripture?
Yeah, I wrote that. I said, imagine if people like read all different kinds of books rather than just reading like one set of scriptures for their whole life, like how much it would open their mind.
Just the classics, right?
Just like anything.
Or
like
New York Times bestsellers.
Yeah, I've just been reading all kinds of things, contemporary fiction, classics, like everything, even nonfiction. I love when you just kind of like open your mind to a new part of the world or an experience you never knew about before because it just really opens up empathy for people when you get to be put in their space. Like
100%.
Absolutely.
Reading Educate is very much like, wow, I just never knew people could go through that. And it really opens your mind to empathy for them. Like it's funny because I decided to finish. So this year, the church does a Come Follow Me, which is like while you're reading the scriptures, you kind of have a scripture guide. I decided to finish reading. If I feel like it, I'll just read some of the Book of Mormon because I find it so interesting to read through a new lens because I can start seeing like, why did Joseph Smith think this was important to have this in here? Because ever since listening to the LDS discussions episodes and kind of like learning about the process of how the Book of Mormon was made, it's like now when I'm reading some passages, it's really interesting to say, oh, this might have been a reason why this was important to their time. Like, this is why they put this in, or, it's just like a fascinating lens. But I said, like, once I finish it, I want to start reading some other things. Like, I'd love to read the Quran. I'd love to read some Confucius and Taoist text and, the Diamond Sutra, things like that. I just want to learn about the world. And I would love to just open my mind to understanding how all different kinds of people are believing in this world, are existing in this world. So I just imagine if people did that rather than just reading the same set of 4 books for their entire lifetime.
Yeah. Yeah. Love it. Love the curiosity.
2 questions. Are you worried about how this might affect your relationship with your parents and in-laws? And are you worried at all about church discipline? Those are 2 separate questions. 3, actually.
I don't know. I just feel like, what if I said that I would be disciplined about?
You told the truth?
Yeah, I guess. I mean, all I'm saying is my life, my experiences.
Yeah.
Trust me, it's happened.
Yeah. They might have a file on me now, right?
Oh, for sure. Yeah.
But if I want to show up to a church, if I'm living in an Air Force base in Japan or something, if I want to show up to church, I don't really think anything's going to happen.
Yeah.
Okay. Cool.
I don't want to live in fear.
Yeah.
I feel like, that's kind of like maybe not in those words, but there's some part of fear that keeps you in the church because you fear.
That's right.
You fear the world. You fear what's going to happen.
It's so about fear.
Future, I don't want to live in fear. So I definitely what happens, and I'll deal with it when it gets there. But
very present.
That's a future me problem.
Very present of you. But I also think sometimes from where we've been, right? you recognize how much you walked with fear before. And it's literally like, it feels like a past version of yourself where you're like, I've done that. I've done that for so many days of my life that, you know, I have zero interest in feeding that beast.
Yeah.
Right. And that's kind of what I'm hearing from you is just your value of the present and also just kind of keeping fear, particularly if it's like showing up to control you or control your behavior in a way that you're really trying to be aware of that and not let it control you.
Yeah. And I think, again, to my intentions, I want there to be space for people like me to exist. That if there's somebody that's decided that the church isn't serving them or that they don't believe, but they want to show up one random Sunday because they want to sing some hymns that day or whatever it is that brings them there that day, like I want there to be space for that.
Yes.
Because, you know, like we aren't paying tithing anymore, which means like I'm not funneling money into maybe an organization that is doing some harmful things to certain groups. But like if, you know, it's just there's certain things that I'm finding valuable, or maybe someday I won't want to do that. I'm open-minded to that. But I think there should be space for people to find what they need. And so if someone's disciplined for that, that's just a shame.
Yeah.
And it is what it is, you know?
Yeah. Control. It's a control.
And also with like in-laws, I think, of course, they're going to be disappointed. But I would say, well, did you listen to it is one thing. Did you actually listen to what I was feeling? Because that journal entry doesn't lie, you know, how it felt in the temple.
Yeah. It wasn't performative.
Yeah, that was how I was really feeling. And also, you can see very evidently that I was doing everything I could to make it work. And it just, wasn't. And so I think if you can, honestly confront that, it's like, I don't know what else we can have a conversation about. So I can expect people to be disappointed, but allow them to. I think that's something Dr. Julie Hanks actually taught me is like disappointing your parents is actually a part of life.
That's right.
Like you are going to disappoint. It's not if, but when.
That's right.
Even if you are doing everything perfect, there's going to be something, right? Because you can never meet someone's perfect expectations of you. So
that's right.
I love her advice. It's just so blunt, right?
Yeah.
But elegant.
And practical.
Which is when somebody's trying to dig into what's going on.
Well, I don't know what you're saying.
No, it's in your outline. It's just like, I don't want to have this conversation.
Oh, yeah. So like I said, a boundary. So there's boundaries. Yeah. So, if there gets to be a point where it's like, we're trying, someone's trying to convince my husband, someone's trying to convince me. It's like, I can say, I'm not interested in that conversation. Can we spend our time together in a different way?
Yeah, it's so good.
It is so good and so direct.
And she definitely taught me that. Like I wouldn't have known that I could do that.
Yeah.
So thanks again, Julie. But yeah, it's just like I can say, I would love to spend time with you, but let's do it in a productive way that serves us both.
That's right. Yeah.
Easier said than done, but by practicing it in your head, it can become easier,
Yeah.
Beautiful. Okay. And you don't want to give up your passport. You don't want to just leave the church and resign. You're right now wanting to stay physically in, mentally out, attend when you want.
Yeah. I mean, again, who knows if I'll feel that way even a month from now because, things change. But right now that's what we're doing. Like we went to stake conference 2 weeks ago and it was just kind of fun to watch the children sing and listen to some of the talks. Right. But again, who knows if that's how I feel, but that's how I feel right now. Yeah. I'll go every once in a while.
Yep.
If it serves me. If it doesn't, I won't. So
and you're connecting with yourself. Yeah. Connecting to your needs in the moment.
And to not feel like obligation to, I have to do this because why? Why am I going? I think even people who are most believing in, as you can be, you should do a little bit of reflection of why am I doing this?
Yeah.
What does it give me? Like, what am I seeking for when I'm doing this? And that goes for like all kinds of habits, drinking, alcohol, whatever. Why am I turning towards this? What is it that I'm seeking? That's a really reflective question that I think even the most ex-Mormon, the most believing Mormon can ask.
Yeah.
Just to like try to solidify, am I doing this because it really feeds me or am I doing it because I need to survive like I was, right? Yeah.
Well, I'm going to say it. I'm going to say something bold. For me, this interview has been as iconic for kind of the zillennials as like the Donna Showalter or the Leah Young interviews have been. This is for me going to become an iconic interview for Mormon Stories podcast, which after 2,000 episodes, I don't say that to everyone I interview.
Well, I'm thinking that there's probably like, I'm holding a flag for, there's thousands of people who feel like me, who are my age group, that like, I'm hoping that I can say I'm representing you, because I know that they're feeling similar to me about, there's certain things that are rubbing them the wrong way. And so that's what you got to do.
And can we just like marvel that it's your birthday?
Yeah.
And that this happened on your birthday too, that
it'll be a memorable day for sure.
This is a slice, this is like a moment in time of this present self, this version of you today.
And it's funny because, you know, like I love like making memory books and like photo books and stuff. And it's interesting to reflect on like who I was in each moment.
Exactly.
And I was wholly that person in that moment. And then look, I was so different in this one. And like, here I am now. And it's just, I feel very excited about like what the future holds. And now I'm like, I kind of got out of that, you know, overcooked, burnt out version of myself, where like now I have like a passion to want to work creatively again. Like it's weird. I have sudden burst of energy to work creatively. I have so many ideas for paintings I want to do. I want to make, you know, lots of reels and TikToks and different things to try to show my art. And I feel like, you know, the path in front of me is like, you know, there's a lot. There's a lot to look forward to.
We're excited for you.
This is a birthday you'll never forget.
Yes, exactly.
Literally. Tell people about your art, how to find you on Instagram and your website and all that.
Yeah, so all my handles are at Michelle Clyde Art. So michelleklydeart.com. And then TikTok. I have a YouTube page that I would like to start posting more on, but they're all the same: TikTok, YouTube, Instagram, at Michelle Clyde Art. I'm going to be posting a lot of really fun time-lapse videos, chatting while I'm painting videos.
Listening to Mormon Stories while you're painting.
Yeah, I totally, if you see me with headphones in a video, I might be listening to that. But I think they'll be pretty enjoyable to watch. So look
the art's fantastic.
It is amazing.
Julie was also raving.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah, I kind of was in a space where creatively I didn't have a passion, and weirdly now I just feel really excited. So look forward to more.
Right. Yes.
Yeah.
We will. Happy birthday.
Thank you.
To you. And thank you for sharing your story with us.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Michelle Clyde. Wish you and your husband all the best. Please stay in touch.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. Well, Margie, thanks for joining today.
My pleasure.
Yeah.
Yeah. So glad
Time
to be
flew
here.
by. 4.5 hours. What do you think?
I can't believe that's all.
Yeah, 4.5 hours, right on the dot. Well, thank you for joining us today on Mormon Stories podcast. If you value these episodes, number one, thank you. If you're a donor, we couldn't do this without you. If you value this content and you don't want to see it continue and you're not a donor, please go to mormonstories.org, click on the donate button, become a monthly donor, and we'll keep providing this content. Please subscribe and like on YouTube, on Facebook, on TikTok, on Instagram. Please share these episodes wherever you can. And mostly just be good to each other and be kind to each other. Email us if you have feedback. We renovated our website. If you want to apply to come on Mormon Stories, there's an application now that you fill out. You know, Michelle just emailed me a week and a half ago, and here she is. So it can happen. She wrote a really, really great email that was very compelling. But anyway, we'd love to hear from you in whatever way you want to share. But we love what we do. Thanks for joining us today. And we'll see you all again soon on another episode of Mormon Stories podcast. Right, Margie?
Exactly.
Take care, everybody.